In this kingdom, a lucky few ascend to become elite knights, living the dream. But for the rest of us, pure hell. Their own blood betrays them, twisting them into mindless void horrors. It's like the universe already decided your miserable fate. Destiny is a cage here, and fighting back, totally useless. Once the world turns its back, the blood plague becomes your only friend. It strips away your soul, your home, and eventually everything you ever loved. It's a one-way trip to total destruction. Our main man, Ethan, finally snaps. He realizes if he stays passive, this streak of cursed luck will haunt him forever. So he fights. He screams against the heavens, and somehow, don't ask me how, he grabs a second chance at life. After his left arm turned into a literal nightmare, he gambled everything to hide right under the noses of the high nobility. He became a predator, focused only on consuming his enemies and erasing the agony and misfortune of his pathetic, cursed past. Ethan decided to forge his own path. Period. Just a year ago, he was a nobody, just another ordinary commoner with no future. Fast forward, and he's the freaking lord of monsters. It all started a decade ago when the beast taint first appeared. Forbidden genes started waking up inside people. And trust me, once that taint triggers, there is absolutely no going back. You turn into a monster. Your mind, gone, replaced by a bottomless hunger and some dark voice screaming from the abyss. That's how Ethan lost it all. He became the architect of the world's end, a monster among men, and he knew it. He says the world stopped believing monsters had souls a long time ago. They were just targets to be put down. Suddenly, boom, purple lightning cracks the sky. A girl steps out of the smoke, swearing she can handle this beast. She's pissed. "Ethan Thorne," she yells, begging him not to let the mutation swallow what's left of his human mind. She strikes with everything she's got. "Are you holding back?" she screams, but her magic barely even scratches his thick hide. Nothing. Ethan just stares at her, silent as a grave. Zoe's shocked. She wonders if he's actually still in there. She starts to smile. A mindless beast wouldn't hesitate like this, right? But Ethan just shakes his massive, mutated head. He's thinking, "You idiot, why haven't you given up on me yet?" Then his expression shifts and it gets dark, really dark. He lets out a bone-chilling roar and throws a massive punch right at her. It looks like the end for her. Inside, he's screaming. He's turning, yet this girl is still desperately trying to pull his human soul back to the surface. Zoe catches his fist, tears streaming down her face. "You're back!" she cries out with pure joy, but Ethan knows better. He's at his limit. He's clutching his head, shaking violently. Zoe tells him to hold on just a bit longer. But the beast is winning. He can't hold it back anymore. And yet, she's still smiling at him. She won't quit. Snap, he loses it. A brutal, lightning-fast punch connects. And just like that, he thinks he's killed his only friend. She slammed into the dirt, cratering the ground. But wait, she's still breathing. Somehow, Zoe survived that devastating impact. Her mask shatters, revealing a nasty burn on her face. "Don't! Let the beast win," she whispers, still fighting for him. Ethan is spiraling. This wasn't supposed to happen. Then, his eyes flicker. The red fades and his human gaze returns. He's back. "Zoe!" he screams, her name tearing through his throat as he finally regains control of his broken mind. But it's a horror show. Other monsters are closing in on her body. Ethan's blood absolutely starts to boil. He snaps, pure, unadulterated rage. He tears through those monsters like they're made of paper, protecting Zoe with everything left. Too late, he thinks. It's all too late. He's cracking his knuckles, eyes glowing with a terrifying, cold fury. "You disgusting freaks," he roars. He wants every last one of them dead. But there's a problem, there are way too many. They swarm him. A literal mountain of monsters pins him down, clawing and biting. He's being absolutely pulverized. "I won't accept this," he snarls. As the darkness closes in, he wonders, what if he'd just woken up sooner? Then gasp, Ethan jolts awake, Zoe's name on his lips. He checks his body. No claws, he's human. The Lord of Monsters is gone. He's staring into a mirror at his old face, wondering if it was all a dream. He spots a bag of cheap wine and a crumpled receipt on the table. He picks it up, hands shaking. June 15th, 2025. The shock hits him hard. It's 6 days after the Grand Academy trials. Tomorrow is the blood census. The day he'll be branded with the beast taint and turned into a social outcast. He'll get the sinner's mark, be tracked like an animal, and treated like a ticking time bomb by the whole kingdom. Suddenly, a voice from the shower breaks the silence. "Who's Zoe?" she asks. Ethan realizes he has a new chance. He's not a hero, not by a long shot, but this second life. He's going to make it count, whatever the cost. The girl storms out, slamming the door. Then, right on cue, his phone starts vibrating. It's starting again. It's a flurry of messages from a dear friend long gone. Alara calls out, warning Alistair that the secret is out. Word has spread that he brought a lady to his chambers for his 18th birthday. Now, they're right outside his door. Ignoring the chaos, our hero's mind is racing. This is it, a second chance. This time he'll truly protect her. Even if his very blood harbors a monster, he's determined. In this life, he'll be the one in absolute control. A new beginning. He tells himself preparation is everything. He has to be ready for when the blood finally awakens. He thought he had a year. One more year to get ready and make those beasts pay for everything they did. But then thump, his heart hammers. His left arm starts twisting, growing rapidly. The mutation is starting. Now already. It was supposed to be a year away. But he realizes the trigger isn't time, it's emotion. Pure, overwhelming emotion. Waking up in this life pushed him over the edge. Fine, he'll just have to move his plans up a bit. Suddenly, a blonde noblewoman steps out from the washroom. Alistair's face is half transformed, twisted, and looking completely horrific. He forces a smile. He can suppress this, for now, just enough so the common folk won't see the monster. Grabbing his cloak, he says there's still time. He's got some debts of love to settle before the real work begins. He looks at the blonde and declares they're just friends. She's livid, calls him a worthless, heartless jerk. He throws open the door and tells the ladies waiting, it's over. They're all going their separate ways from now on. One girl stops him, telling him to quit talking and just show off those abdominal muscles she's been waiting for. She's waited years for him to come of age. The girls swarm him, suggesting they all share his affection equally. Alistair always had a thing for mature, noble types, and he's found plenty. But right now, he's got bigger problems. He bolts. He yells back that he's a carrier of the blight and he'll kill them all. Quite the breakup line. The pink-haired girl is just confused. She hasn't even tested him yet. This ending is totally unexpected for her. Her companion doesn't even care. Even if he is a monster, she wouldn't mind. Talk about being desperate, right? Outside, Alistair scoffs. Liars, every single one. He remembers how they all fled the moment his secret got out. Everyone left, except for one. The girl who is still here, waiting for him even now against all odds. Alara approaches, teasing that she could hear his heart beating for his 7 friends. She offers him a healing tonic. She says it can soothe his nature. Alistair swears to himself. This time, he won't let her have any regrets. He touches her face. She's confused. He's acting so strange today. He leans in close, like he's going to kiss her. She asks what he's doing, but then it happens. His heart starts that violent, rhythmic pounding again. He's irritated. The transformation is clawing its way out. That monstrous instinct is waking up with a total vengeance. Alara asks if he's okay, but Alistair just says he's hungry. He needs to handle this, and handle it fast. He takes off running. He tells her to wait at home. He'll find her later. He's got business to attend to. Later, Alistair is browsing for gear. Statistics say 5% of the population carries the cursed gene. It's the only reason society hasn't collapsed. Only those with the gene can actually turn into those horrific beasts. People think they can save themselves by controlling the infected, but Alistair knows the truth. That's just a dream. It's all morality, until things get real. In reality, no normal human is willing to execute someone for their genes. His expression goes cold. He's found it. Food. He spots a mask and senses another mutant attack nearby. It's happening right in the middle of the merchant district, a perfect place for a monster to go on a rampage. Suddenly, a terrified crowd surges toward him. People are screaming for help, desperate to escape the carnage. "Don't let them eat me," they scream. One man runs frantically, wondering why Alistair is just standing there. As the coward passes, he concocts a pathetic plan to save his own skin, without a single thought. He shoves Alistair toward the beast. "Die in my place," he yells. Alistair just stares at the monster, food. He actually smiles. The monster completely ignores him, probably sensing that he's actually one of its own kind. The man who shoved him is shaking. He can't believe it. Why wasn't the boy in the hood eaten? It's impossible. Alistair remembers the other reason society stands. Those who awaken powers are drafted into a specialized unit. The Order of Slayers. They're the ones who handle the mess. Alistair isn't worried about the commotion at all. He decides to let them handle the small fries, while the Order starts moving in to contain the threat. A captain asks if the area is clear. Someone replies that a girl named Lena is still trapped inside. Right now, he is likely squaring off against a Grade 2 beast, but Sir Alistair is a veteran of the blades and should handle it without breaking a sweat. Suddenly, the manor erupts in a violent blast. Choking on blood and dust, the knight realizes that trading his left arm was a small price to pay. Saving 23 children was worth the sacrifice, but the peace is short-lived. A swarm of monsters suddenly lunges from the shadows for the kill. With the eyes of a cold-blooded executioner, the boy ignites his steel pyre technique. He becomes a blur of metal and heat, carving through the charging monsters. He can hardly believe it, losing a limb to a mere Grade 2. His reputation as a legendary fighter is about to be dragged through the mud. Out of nowhere, a figure in a crimson mantle descends to join the fray. The sight leaves Alistair's companion completely speechless and utterly confused. A Grade 2 beast is no joke, yet this mysterious rogue just pulverized the creature using nothing but his bare fists. Absolute madness. Where did this rogue knight come from? What kind of forbidden magic is he wielding? Even the local spirits seem to recoil from his strength. Arthur just smirks, looking back over his shoulder. He nonchalantly remarks that the citadel was starting to look like it needed a good cleaning anyway. Alistair shouts a warning: "Stay sharp. A Grade 2 abomination won't stay down just because of a few heavy hits, so don't lower your guard." He tries to coordinate, telling the boy to lure the stragglers toward the royal garrison. But Arthur isn't listening to a single word he says. With a sudden, brutal grin, Arthur cracks Alistair right in the jaw. He dryly apologizes, noting it's bad manners to watch a man while he's eating. Alistair hits the dirt, out cold. That's when the massive beast looms over Arthur, snarling and calling him a scavenger for stealing its prize. Arthur doesn't flinch. He turns with a chilling calm, telling the monster it's got the whole situation backward as he prepares to strike. He reveals a twisted, glowing limb and makes one thing clear: the beast isn't the hunter here. It's the prey, and he's about to prove it. The air explodes with raw pressure. In a flash, Arthur completely obliterates the creature's arm before burying a massive, bone-shattering fist into its face. The monster freezes in terror. It recognizes that power, the sovereign's flame. How could a mere human boy possibly possess the fire of a lord? Arthur just laughs. Of course, a beast wouldn't believe it. He was their master once, and he has more than enough experience to prove it. The creature is reeling. To be devoured by one of its own kind. It screams about their loyalty and how they all belong to the king's legion. It asks if he really dares to challenge the sovereign's absolute authority. Irritated, the monster calls the boy a traitor who must be destroyed immediately. At that moment, more monstrosities emerge from the shadows to surround him. Arthur just watches them approach, his eyes filled with a dark curiosity. He asks what this king is supposed to be. Is it that terrifying big boss at the top? Perfect. He was planning on devouring him too. The monster warns him that the king's shadow is long and he won't escape. Arthur just stands his ground, ready to face the coming swarm. Outside the city walls, the containment knights are baffled. The monster horde is suddenly losing its edge and becoming weaker for some strange reason. They aren't fighting as a pack anymore. Without that coordination, they've become nothing more than easy targets, making them much simpler to handle. It's basic warfare. Lower beasts always fall in line behind a superior leader. If there's a high-ranking monster, they work together as one. This shift in the wind can only mean one thing. The monsters losing their unity suggests that 𝒐𝒆 successfully killed the Grade 2 beast. The commander signals his men. The area is secure, so it's time to move in and regroup with 𝒐𝒆 at the center of the district. Moments later, they find the knight. At first glance, everything seems as expected. The Grade 2 beast is dead and rotting on the ground. But the scene is wrong. They find 3 more survivors, and 𝒐𝒆 is clutching a bloody stump where his arm used to be. A young boy runs up, telling 𝒐𝒆 not to worry about the arm. He's a hero, and saving those kids is worth more than any limb. 𝒐𝒆 just growls through the pain. He tells them it wasn't him. He didn't kill that thing. Some complete lunatic knocked him out first. He mentions that as soon as he woke up, something felt wrong. He describes seeing the boy hunched over the carcass, devouring the beast. His left arm was burning with a haunting blue fire as he ate. 𝒐𝒆 confirms that he saw the stranger's face clearly before he left. The commander listens, his expression turning ice cold. If a beast eats another, they usually both vanish, but this situation is far more dangerous. This Arthur is a threat. They need to drag him into the Royal Inquisition's strike force before he becomes a problem they can't solve. A kingdom-wide search order is issued immediately. This individual is marked as a high-priority target with a directive to find him at all costs. Reports suggest he possesses unnatural strength coupled with metallic manipulation or fire sorcery. He's an unregistered transcender with terrifying potential. Men like him are always arrogant, thinking they're better than the trained knights. The commander warns that such people must be eliminated or controlled. Back at his makeshift camp, Arthur just sighs. People always say the first stages of evolution are the hardest, but he made it look easy. He skipped the basics and jumped straight to Grade 2. Looking up at the remains of his home, he realizes the building is still standing. The manor is intact, and the surrounding apartments are still there. He stands silent, recalling everything that led him to this moment of power. Better to take them out now before they become a problem later. That's the logic anyway. Our hero just sighs because honestly, he's heard that greater good speech 1,000 times before. Most people say the early stages of evolution are a breeze, but this is insane. He skipped the line and jumped straight to rank 2 in a single bound. He checks his surroundings and breathes a sigh of relief. His manor is still standing, and the rest of the neighborhood hasn't been leveled to the ground. Yet. Alaric finally leaves the ladies behind, reaching the noble district at 3 in the morning. Pitch black. The city is eerie. Total ley line failure. The whole neighborhood is in darkness. Turns out, all that magic was being sucked into one place. It was Isabella's house. Right then, her latent powers were waking up for the first time, and they were going rogue. In the original timeline, this moment was a disaster. Her power exploded, leveling the entire district. 136 lives lost. Her own parents, gone. That tragedy left her with a permanent scar and a broken mind. Alaric checks his communication crystal. 11:30. 4 hours left until the catastrophe repeats. He's got time, but wait. The street lanterns are flickering out early. That's not right. Something is changing. Inside the manor, Isabella's hand starts to tremble. Purple lightning dances across her skin. She's terrified. The lightning strikes her crystal and suddenly, paralysis. She tries to scream for her father, her mother, but her voice is gone. She can't even twitch a finger. Is this the uncontrolled awakening she's heard of? Electricity is surging through her veins like liquid fire. Please stop, she begs internally. It's too much. The power is taking over and she's losing the fight. If she lets go now, her parents are dead. She's fighting with everything she has to hold it back. She's at her limit. She can't contain the storm for another second. In desperation, she calls out his name. Alaric. And then, she sees him. Like a shadow in the dark, the hero appears right before her eyes. Don't worry, he whispers. I'm here now. Isabella is stunned. How did he even get up here? No time to explain, Alaric says. You just have to trust me. She hesitates but looks into his eyes and nods. He gives her a small smile. No matter how scared you get, don't scream. We can't wake your parents. Isabella panics. Don't touch me, the current will kill you. But then she sees his arm. It's pitch black, monstrous. As he grabs her, she feels the lightning being sucked right out of her and into him. He's acting as a lightning rod. I can't hold this for long, he grunts. Forgive me for this. Without a second thought, he hurls her straight out the window toward the roof. She nearly screams but clamps her hand over her mouth. She's falling, but not for long. Alaric leaps. He catches her midair, holding her tight as they soar through the midnight sky. Time for secrets. He explains that years ago, after slaying an abyssal horror, he gained a dark new gift, tentacles. Using the shadow limbs, he scales the walls and reaches the rooftop in seconds. He's grinning, even though the electricity is cooking him alive. Quick, release it all right here. He points to the heavens. Everything you've got, aim for the stars. Isabella doesn't hesitate. She opens her mouth, and a pillar of pure, white-hot energy erupts. The sky lights up like day. A massive surge of power blasts into the clouds, just like he planned. Alaric breathes a sigh of relief. The nightmare from his past life, erased. The tragedy is avoided. Isabella stares at his blackened, monstrous hand. He's just relieved he managed to keep the corruption contained to one limb. You're a complete idiot, she hisses. Don't you realize how dangerous it is to tell anyone about that? If the kingdom finds out he's part monster, they'll hunt him down. She's frantic, but he's just laughing. Stop joking around, this is serious. But Alaric looks her in the eyes, his smile turning genuine. I'm telling you, because you're the only person in this entire world I trust unconditionally. Isabella scoffs, hiding her blush. I bet you say that to all 7 of your noble lady friends. He denies it, of course. A streak of light cuts across the sky. A shooting star. Isabella refuses to make a wish with a guy like him. But Alaric shakes his head. That's no star. It's a scouting party from the Royal Arcanum. That massive explosion of magic just put a giant target on their backs, and they're coming fast. Suddenly, an old mage in heavy robes appears. 2 people on the roof, he shouts. One of them is the source. He approaches them with a stern look. Easy now. We're with the Institute of Arcane Research, who released that surge. Isabella doesn't blink. She steps forward immediately. It was me. The old man nods, impressed. Smart girl. Getting to the roof saved the whole manor from burning down. He turns to the attendants behind him. Prepare the resonance test. Let's see just how much power we're dealing with. With a sharp, piercing gaze, the High Meister noted that the boy might have awakened a divine bloodline as well. Just look at him. He was totally unhurt after that ordeal. The old man then asked for a drop of the girl's blood, but the moment he saw the vial, he froze. What kind of holy miracle is this? He gasped. He claimed he was going blind from the brilliance, and that Seraphina would surely shatter every record. She was on track for the highest percentage of divine essence in history. Meanwhile, a scribe collected Alastair's blood while he wondered why they were wasting reagents. Testing him felt like a total waste of gold, but then the scribe spoke up. He actually had the bloodline, though his reaction was incredibly weak. Even so, the old man insisted on sending the sample to the high vault for deeper testing. Alastair was floored. Was the magic gauge actually broken? As far as he could remember, his veins only held cursed beast blood. But then it hit him. He devoured that monster, the one that bit the night. A magic focus was pressed against Alastair's skin to measure his core. The results were in. He possessed exactly 1% divine blood in his entire body. Just 1%. That officially made him the person with the lowest recorded percentage of divine essence in the history of the kingdom. The girl running the trial noted that despite the weak blood, his physical form was unnaturally strong. Our boy was just plain annoyed. He asked if he could finally put his tunic back on, and once she said yes, Alistair felt a lot more at ease. He'd actually managed to secure a fragment of that holy power. He wondered if it was his beast-tainted body or the monster he'd consumed earlier. Maybe it was the divine flashes he'd absorbed during the heat of battle. Honestly, it didn't matter. He had the blood now. He knew he could obtain more to eventually secure his place at the Royal Academy. He turned to the scribe with one question. Did he have enough purity to enter the St. George's Institute? She smiled and told him that anyone with the blood could enter, him included. She even teased that she could act as an older sister to help him get settled. She encouraged him to go finish his registration right away. Alistair decided to move forward, but just as the scribe opened the door, two young squires came rushing toward them in a total panic. They'd heard the world record for blood purity was just shattered into pieces. Someone had actually surpassed the 95% mark. They sprinted off, and Alistair caught every word. He knew exactly who they were talking about, Seraphina. While he used to be worried about his 99% beast mutation, he hadn't realized just how much of a stir Seraphina was causing. Inside, the High Meisters watched Seraphina as her body transmuted a staggering amount of celestial energy. A true prodigy, no doubt. With 95% purity, she was in a league of her own. Alistair overheard the scribe saying most top-ranked paladins couldn't even stand near her. The level of lightning she was emitting was just too dangerous. Everyone was paralyzed by her ability as she released even more power. Her body hit 1,000 volts of mana, yet she remained perfectly composed. The girl just kept shattering records, even reaching 2,000. Nobody could stay close to her because of the sheer pressure. They were starting to wonder if she was even human at this point. Even while surging with over 2,000 volts, she said she couldn't feel a thing. Then, she hit 3,000 and decided it was time to stop. The Meister asked if she'd finally reached her limit. No, she replied. She was just tired of the constant crackling and noise. She warned them that if they continued, she might lose control and blow the entire cathedral to smithereens. That was enough for them. The researchers halted the trial immediately, noting that 3,000 was her current peak, the only reference point they had left. Alistair stepped up and introduced himself, asking to enter the hall. He presented himself as Seraphina's friend, but the guards blocked him. The air was too saturated with lightning to be safe for a commoner. Suddenly, the head of House Fenwick appeared with his son, Cedric. They demanded entry to the sanctum to analyze Seraphina's potential. Cedric strode right into the room to speak with her personally. She warned him to stay back before her electricity scorched his skin, but Cedric just introduced himself with a confident, cocky smirk. He told her not to worry. He held the power of the eternal flame, meaning nothing could burn him. He reached out and took her hands. Seraphina was a bit startled by the bold move. Watching this from the doorway, Alistair felt a sharp surge of irritation at Cedric's approach. Cedric leaned in, explaining that once they entered the academy, they'd be split into elite groups. He hoped she'd join his. Then, the leader of House Fenwick spoke to Alistair. He told the boy he had to leave his dreams behind and go to another, lesser school. Alistair simply nodded. Cedric finally left the room, calling out that he hoped she'd think carefully about his proposal. Outside, Cedric told his father that the girl was a literal genius. With 95% purity, he wanted her in their family at any cost. Suddenly, a communication stone rang. It was the lab. They had Alistair's final results ready, and the news was pretty pathetic. Only 1% divine blood in his body. It was a historical low for anyone claiming to have a bloodline. Lord Fenwick scoffed, deciding that someone with only 1% was basically just a commoner. He didn't think the academy should accept him as a student. Meanwhile, Alistair and Seraphina were still at the testing site talking. Suddenly, someone tried to force the door open from the outside. It was the scribe, coming to tell them that Seraphina's parents were waiting at the reception. The girl's face lit up with pure joy. Before she ran off to meet them, Seraphina said she was so happy to share the good news. She'd never felt more proud. Arthur's only goal was to return to the Royal Academy and stand beside his childhood friend once more. He quickly sought out his elder sister, Alina, the head matron of the infirmary, hoping for good news. But Alina just stood there, looking completely crushed. When Arthur asked what happened, she choked back tears and gave him the brutal truth. His application was flat-out rejected. According to the High Council, a person with a mere 1% bloodline potential is no different from a common peasant. Arthur couldn't believe his ears. He demanded to know why, especially since the matron herself had said anyone with even a spark of the bloodline was eligible to enter. Alina sighed, explaining that those were the strict orders she'd been given. However, she wasn't about to give up on him and promised to help Arthur reapply for a spot. She didn't care if he was tossed out again. She told him she'd fight for his admission 80 times over if that's what it took to get him in. Arthur was moved by her support, but he shook his head. He told her it wouldn't be necessary, not like this. If the Academy Lords had already decided that his 1% potential made him worthless, then he wasn't going to let Alina ruin her reputation by begging on his behalf. He thanked her one last time and walked away, his mind racing. If the front door was closed, he'd just have to use his hidden, primal genes to force his way into the institution. Right then, Alina's comstone buzzed. She checked the message, her eyes widening in pure shock. Out of nowhere, the council was reconsidering. They were now claiming Arthur might actually have the genes required to enter the academy after all. They were giving him a second chance, but Arthur was suspicious. What were these high-end mighty directors really plotting behind the scenes? It turns out there was to be one final trial. All the unawakened candidates would participate, and if they survived, they'd earn their place in the academy. Arthur agreed to the terms immediately. Meanwhile, across the kingdom, Duke Silas and his uncle, Lord Sterling, were deep in conversation. This final test was actually Sterling's idea, a complete mockery of the rules. He knew that for a boy with only 1% potential, passing this would be a total nightmare. It was designed to be a public humiliation. Surviving against elite noble students with a nearly dormant bloodline. Impossible. Thinking of the Sterling family's prestigious name, Silas vowed to make sure Arthur failed. He had to protect their reputation at any cost. Lord Sterling scoffed, convinced that Arthur wouldn't stand a chance. In his eyes, a 1%er had no right to step foot into the world of awakened knights. Far away, 2 palace workers were whispering. One noticed his partner was acting strange, but the man claimed he was just buried in work. Then, the worker checked his hidden device. A notification popped up. Over 1 million gold coins had just been deposited into his account. That was more than he'd earn in a lifetime. He walked straight to his boss and quit on the spot, done with the company for good. The stage was set. The final list of candidates for the Academy entrance exam was officially introduced to the public. Arthur was presented as a 6'2" participant, but the crowd only cared about one thing, that pathetic 1% bloodline potential. The council was certain he hadn't awakened yet. Little did anyone know, 10 million gold had been paid to a corrupt official to rig Arthur's trial from the inside. The employee laughed, calling it the easiest payday of her life. She guaranteed that Arthur's test would be tampered with until it was a death trap. Days later, the big day finally arrived. Arthur was being watched through scrying stones in the high-security control room. The researchers were baffled. Arthur looked like he hadn't eaten in weeks. He appeared dangerously thin and incredibly frail. They started laughing, saying they wouldn't even need to sabotage the boy. At this rate, he'd probably just collapse and fail on his own. While the other noble candidates were brimming with energy, Arthur was fighting off a bone-deep, primal hunger. He stared at the others, his mind clouded by a dark thought. He wanted to devour every single person there. He could feel the dormant genes within their bodies, and that was exactly what he needed to finally wake up. The corrupt examiner stepped forward to announce the rules of the trial. "We have 17 candidates," she began with a smirk. Then she corrected herself. "Actually, make that 18. They allowed one extra person to join the fray that morning." She pointed out that this extra participant wasn't even a regular student. Everyone turned and saw Arthur, who looked like a starving wolf. The stakes were simple. Only 3 golden tickets were available for those desperate enough to return to the academy. 18 people fighting for only 3 spots. The students accepted the challenge, knowing the competition would be a total bloodbath. Arthur couldn't even process the words. He was lost in a fog of starvation, his only thought being how hungry he felt. When his name was finally called, Arthur could hear the venomous sarcasm in the woman's voice. He walked toward the iron gate and immediately spotted something suspicious. Fresh blood smeared on the bars where he was supposed to start. He was sharp enough to realize it was a trap. That blood was a dinner bell designed to draw every monster in the area straight to him. The corrupt official smiled to herself. The second the gate opened, every beast would swarm Arthur because he was literally covered in the scent of prey. These monsters were 5 times stronger than a man. She knew there was 0 chance a weakling like Arthur would survive the night. His only hope was to reach the door at the back of the arena, but he'd have to survive the entire horde just to open it. She leaned in and whispered that they wouldn't stop him if he wanted to quit now. He still had a few seconds to run away. She gave him exactly 10 seconds to prepare for his death. Then, with a cold look of confidence, she turned her back and walked away. Back in the command tower, Lady Beatrice returns to the fold. Every eye is glued to the screens, tracking the chaos unfolding in the trial grounds as she steps inside. She checks in with Lord Sterling, reporting that the sabotage is going exactly to plan. They start placing bets. Sterling is convinced Alaric won't last 5 seconds against the horrors waiting for him. Suddenly, the ceiling grinds open. Dozens of nightmare beasts rain down into the arena, ready to participate in the slaughter and tear the candidates apart. It is sick. Sterling and Beatrice, the one paid to ensure his failure, actually start counting out loud, just waiting for the boy to be ripped to shreds. The doors to Alaric's cell slide open, but instead of hiding, he walks right out to meet them. The observers cannot wrap their heads around it. Why face them? Is he looking for a quick death? He does not look scared at all. Completely unbothered, he just strolls toward the pack of predators. Then he says it. Food! He knows something they do not. He is more monster than boy, and he is absolutely starving for a kill. From the safety of the command tower, Beatrice and the boss watch, paralyzed. He is observing those beasts like they are nothing more than a fine meal. They are baffled. Why are the monsters ignoring him? They assume the blood-soaked gate nearby is just a more tempting distraction than Alaric himself. Shockwaves hit the room. Alaric just reaches out and snatches the first crest while the beasts completely ignore him. Pure disbelief from everyone watching. But wait, another competitor steps up. He claims that first crest belongs to him and him alone, challenging our hero right there. He tries to wrench it from Alaric's grip, mocking his power. He thinks Alaric is a weakling and wants to see if the boy will tremble in fear. Right then, a massive abomination looms over them. Alaric freezes, his mind racing. Something feels horribly wrong as the creature closes in. Was this thing, manifested from his own dark thoughts? He can't tell what is real anymore as his mind starts to spiral. Then it happens. Driven by hunger, Alaric begins to transform, his aura turning monstrous. The boy who tried to rob him is absolutely terrified by the sight. Is his mental fortitude really that twisted? Alaric's inner demons are literally coming to life before their eyes, shocking every witness. Everyone is asking the same thing. How can a human look more like a monster than the actual beasts in the arena? It is unnatural. The monsters on the field ignore everyone else. They charge toward the blood-stained cage, leaving the fighters in the center completely alone for a moment. But then they spot another target. Caspian, the blue-haired squire, finds himself surrounded as the beasts turn their hungry eyes toward him in a flash. Alaric calls out to the beasts. He knows they want to devour Caspian, but he makes it clear. He is the one who is truly hungry here. He starts feeding, absorbing the monster's very genes. After months of nothing, he is finally getting a substantial meal, and he is loving it. He actually thanks his brothers, the monsters. But suddenly, the pack turns on Alaric, revolting against their new predator in a blind rage. Alaric is genuinely confused. He only took a little, right? Now they are treating him like their worst enemy, and he does not understand why. Up in the command tower, they are lost. Alaric is cornered, yet the monsters around him are not actually striking. It makes no sense at all. Julian, another rival, starts screaming insults. He calls Alaric an idiot, swearing there is no way he could kill a beast that massive on his own. While Julian is still talking trash, Alaric strikes. One hit and the gargantuan beast just collapses beside him, stone cold dead. The room goes silent. He is not just surviving, he is practically playing with them like they are toys instead of defending himself. The reality finally sinks in for the observers. This boy isn't a victim. He has the genuine potential to slaughter any beast in his path. He does not stop at one. He drops a second beast instantly. Caspian just stands there, completely perplexed by the sheer power Alaric is displaying. He decides to just enjoy the moment and watch. Alaric is a force of nature, especially when it comes to that ironclad mental strength. Beatrice, the saboteur, is losing it. She cannot comprehend how a simple boy like him could slaughter monsters with such cold efficiency and grace. It is impossible. How does he move like that? How does he kill like that? Her mind simply cannot process the boy's lethality. Lord Sterling tells her to keep it together. Meanwhile, more participants flood the battlefield to join the fray as the test intensifies. The other noble students start getting aggressive. The trial is heating up, and that is when a fighter named James is introduced to the scene. James declares that Alaric will not touch another crest. Caspian tries to warn him, do not get angry with the hero, the boy is dangerous. James is furious. He considered Caspian a close ally and feels humiliated by the suggestion that he could not stand up to Alaric. Caspian tries to explain the danger, but James is not hearing it. He is blinded by his own ego, even if he is slightly stronger. He stands his ground, remaining firm and claiming that everyone is just underestimating his true powers and his right to win. The argument between James and Alaric escalates just as a new wave of monsters enters the scene, surrounding the bickering boys. They do not care. They think they can handle the beasts while they settle their own score, determined to score points regardless. One arrogant student charges a beast, looking for glory. Bad move. In that moment, he is struck down hard and hits the dirt. He is eliminated instantly, leaving the others in shock. Shen just watches the failure and calls the fallen boy a complete stupid. James keeps poking the bear, provoking Alaric until he finally snaps. Alaric can no longer take it and charges at his opponent. He throws a punch that could shatter stone, but mid-swing, Alaric realizes he is using the wrong hand. If he used his left, James would die. He pulls back just in time. He knows the dark truth. His left hand has already fully mutated into something monstrous and absolutely lethal. After taking down 2 high-rank beasts, Silas realized he was playing in a whole different league. His raw power, it was becoming a serious problem. He's at least 10 times stronger than any normal man. One wrong move, one full-strength hit, and his opponent is done for permanently. Silas knows he can't go catching a murder charge today, so he holds back. He decides to mess with the kid instead, pulling his punch. Instead of a kill shot, he slams his fist into the ground right beside the boy's ear. Boom! Everyone starts screaming Julian's name in pure horror. His sister, Alara, loses it. She sees her brother go down and panics. Meanwhile, our hero realizes he's still terrifyingly strong. He's actually shaking. Don't die, kid, just keep breathing. He's practically begging Julian to stay alive. Then he turns to the crowd. Anyone else want this ticket? Suddenly, a beast called Bane slams into Julian. Another boy grabs Julian's collar and shouts for Alara to help, but she's too battered to move. Alara groans, I can't, I'm hurt too bad. Silas watches this mess and realizes the kid isn't going to make this easy for anyone. Go help your friend, Silas tells him. He even offers 50 gold crowns to cover the trouble. He just wants the drama to end. Realizing 𝒐𝒊𝒆 is on another level, the boy apologizes and hands the entry ticket back. "It's yours," he says. "You earned it." The boy vanishes, leaving 𝒐𝒊𝒆 alone. Up in the observer's tower, the nobles are losing their minds. Why is everyone bowing to this commoner? The council decides to turn up the heat. They want pressure. They want chaos. So they release the monsters from cages 21 to 23. These aren't your average beasts. Ranking above 20 means they're deadlier than the top-tier monsters. We're talking total slaughter for everyone down there. The High Director tells them to relax. "No one's dying today," he says, eyes on 𝒐𝒊𝒆. "Especially not that boy, trust the process." He predicts this near-death experience will actually wake up Julian's hidden powers. It's a gamble, but a calculated one, he claims. Here's the catch. These top-rank beasts are kept in the experimental vault. And guess what? The heavy iron doors, already wide open. The gates creak open, and the monsters flood the trial grounds. The moment they hit the dirt, the carnage begins. No hesitation, just hunger. The council notes that if a participant gets eaten, too bad. They won't even have time to reach for their emergency signal flares. The director just shrugs. "They knew the risks," he says. "You sign up for the academy, you sign your death warrant, someone always dies." It's cold, but that's the world they live in. "Don't worry about the blood," he tells them. "It's all part of the grand test." But one official, who was paid to rig 𝒐𝒊𝒆's trial, starts sweating. "This is a death sentence, if the king finds out about this." The director cuts her off. "Relax." He promises her 10 million crowns and a one-way ticket out of the city if she keeps her mouth shut. 10 million? Suddenly, she's very interested. She agrees to go down to the battlefield and handle things personally for that kind of money. Back in the mud and blood, 𝒐𝒊𝒆 is still dominating. It's not even a fight, it's a massacre. The monsters don't stand a chance. No one can wrap their heads around it. He's controlling the battlefield like it's a playground, swatting away beasts that should be killing him. Julian staggers back into view, looking like he's been through a meat grinder. That punch from 𝒐𝒊𝒆, it definitely left a mark. 𝑴𝒐𝒏𝒆 is sobbing, begging him to stop, but Julian won't quit. She turns to 𝒐𝒊𝒆 and apologizes for all the trouble they caused. 𝒐𝒊𝒆 just sighs. "It's fine," he says, "just drop it." But the siblings aren't done. They decide to team up for one last stand. The ultimate challenge, they call it. 𝒐𝒊𝒆 is getting annoyed. He's already eaten, he's tired, and his patience is officially at 0. He snaps, warning the siblings to back off. The look in his eyes, absolutely terrifying. Even the other participants start backing away. Julian, playing the big brother, tells 𝒐𝒆 to run. Then, he charges straight at a massive monster, shocking everyone watching the trial. 𝒐𝒆 is screaming his name, certain she's about to watch her brother die. It's a suicide mission, and the whole arena knows it. The beast slams its foot down on Julian. That's when the realization hits. These are rank 2 monsters. 𝒐𝒊𝒆 sees the truth. This is sabotage. Someone is rigging the game. They're throwing high-level nightmares at him just to keep him out of the Royal Academy. It's personal now. On the field, the monsters are everywhere. Someone yells for 𝒐𝒆 to move, saying Julian is already gone. But she won't listen. "He's not dead yet," she screams. The despair in the air is thick enough to choke on. People are losing their minds around her. Then the monster grabs Julian by the legs. He's bleeding out, and the sight is absolutely brutal. 𝒐𝒆 is completely broken now. She begs the beast to let him go, her voice cracking. But the monster just lets out a bone-chilling roar that echoes through the arena. She falls to her knees. It's over. She couldn't save him. In the mud and the blood, she whispers an apology to her brother. "I thought we'd always be together," she sobs. But just as the monster closes in, a shadow falls over her. 𝒐𝒊𝒆 is there. In a flash, he grabs 𝒐𝒆 and yanks her back. "Stay here and you both die," he growls. "Are you actually stupid or what?" 𝒐𝒆 is inconsolable. "I won't let them eat him," she wails. 𝒐𝒊𝒆 just looks at the monsters and tells her to wait. He charges. 𝒐𝒊𝒆 knows if those beasts finish Julian, they'll evolve into something even worse. He can't let that happen. But there's a catch. If he kills them himself, his cursed left arm might mutate further. It's a risk, but he's taking it. He chooses the fight. Silas steps up, ready to face the nightmares head-on, no matter what it costs his soul. Lady Shara is absolutely stunned. She can't believe this commoner, Alaric, is actually throwing himself at the three horrors just to save her brother's life. Lord Cedric is inches from becoming beast food when Alaric steps into the fray. He stares the monsters down and says something chilling. He doesn't even see them as a threat. Boom, he strikes. The impact is so heavy it forces the beasts to drop Cedric. Alaric grabs the boy, tosses him to safety, and stands his ground, alone against the most dangerous predators in the tower. Cedric wakes up in a daze, his mind spinning. It takes a second, but he realizes Alaric really did it. He saved him. But the relief doesn't last. Every inch of his body is screaming in pain, and he can feel the cold grip of death closing in. Shara rushes to her brother's side, tears blurring her vision. She quickly explains that Alaric was the one who snatched him from the jaws of the abyss. Cedric winces, telling his sister she needs to reward the hero with, but he doesn't get to finish that sentence. Smack, she slaps him right across the face. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" she hisses. She's done. They need to retreat from the trial grounds immediately. Shara tries to argue about the lost entry token, but one look at the carnage tells her she's wrong. They have to go. Now. Without another word, Shara and Lord Cedric turn their backs on the chaos and flee the testing field. Meanwhile, Alaric is still in the thick of it. He's actually trying to reason with these things, telling them exactly why they should back off. He mentions his knight rank with a cold smile. "If I unleashed my true power for even 10 seconds, he warns, none of you would be left standing." Then Alaric lets loose a massive shockwave that rattles the very foundations of the room. As the dust settles, he notices the ceiling shifting. This is it. The mechanism is resetting, which means they're finally advancing to the next stage of the trial. Elsewhere, Cedric is leaning on his sister. "Our lives are worth more than some title," he mutters. He reaches for a hidden lever and slams it down. Total darkness. Every light in the tower goes out, plunging the entire area into a pitch-black nightmare. Panic erupts instantly. In the shadows, Lady Shara hears the wet sounds of monsters lunging at the crowd. With the power gone, the beasts are breaking their chains. It's a bloodbath. Everyone starts clawing at each other, desperate to find a single entry ticket to escape the slaughter. The room is a choir of screams. Some are begging for power, others for a miracle awakening, and the rest just want to return to the safety of the academy. Baron Julian, gripping the ticket tight, realizes he's surrounded. Not by rivals, but by a pack of hungry monsters, and he has no idea why they're targeting him. High above, a mysterious figure watches the carnage. She's the one who cut the backup power, and she's pinning the blame entirely on Julian's greed. She whispers to herself that if it wasn't for his interference, all these people wouldn't be facing a death sentence right now. Suddenly, Alaric appears, confronting her in the shadows. He's seen everything. Julian, seeing Alaric swarmed by beasts below, just sneers. He's already planning his escape, fleeing the kingdom tomorrow to live a life of luxury. He thinks Alaric is going to die in the dirt while he stays safe. But Alaric, he's heard enough of this trash talk. Alaric fires a burst of energy toward the boy. Julian mocks it, thinking it's a weak parting shot, until the force knocks him right off the ledge and into the pit of monsters below. Terrified, Julian begs Alaric to save him. Alaric doesn't move a muscle. "There's too many of them," he says coldly. Besides, Alaric isn't in the habit of saving people who were mocking his death just 2 seconds ago. Then, with a casual shrug, Alaric, accidentally, shoves one of the monsters right into the boy's path. The monsters swarm, and Julian is silenced forever. But now, the beasts turn their eyes toward Alaric, snarling that he's a traitor. They realize he lied about his true rank. If they'd known his real strength from the start, they would have devoured him before he could blink. In the observation room, the High Artificer is losing his mind. He needs to end this disaster before the entire tower falls. 30 noble participants are already dead, eaten by the very horrors they were supposed to study. This has to stop. He rushes to the heavy iron gate connecting to the second level and slams it shut. Finally, it's over, or so he thinks. When he reaches the inner sanctum, he finds his entire control crew slumped over, completely unconscious. He shakes them violently, screaming for them to wake up. They stumble to their feet, dazed and clueless about how they ended up on the floor. "Who caused the blackout?" the High Artificer roars. His face is purple with rage as he looks at the ruined trial grounds. The staff stammers, trying to claim they did everything by the book, but the boss isn't buying it. "Stop making excuses," he bellows. He demands they fix the power grid and resolve the lockdown immediately. When they tell him it'll take over 90 minutes, he looks like he's about to explode. That's an eternity in a room full of monsters. He starts listing the penalties. Fines, dungeon time, and every copper will be docked from the salaries of those caught sleeping on the job. The shouting match continues, but the High Artificer has only one priority: get the tower back online before the body count rises. Back in the dark, Alaric realizes the situation is perfect. The power is out, the doors are locked, and the cameras are dead. A calm, dangerous smile crosses his face. Finally, no witnesses. He can transform without holding anything back. His body begins to glow as he starts his true ascension. "I truly pray," he whispers into the dark, "that no one else is ever born with this curse." Our protagonist, Ren, looks like he's about to lose his lunch. He's doubling over, clutching his stomach because of the raw, monstrous energy surging through his veins. It's too much. All that power he absorbed is making him physically ill, but as he mutters to himself, he doesn't stop. He drives a brutal fist right into one of the monsters. He grits his teeth, telling himself he can't afford to be sick now. Not here. He's locked in a life-or-death struggle against these high-tier beasts with ancient marks. The monsters are screaming at him, calling him a traitor. They're shocked, realizing he's been hiding way more power than he ever let on during the initial clash. Ren just tells them to shut their mouths. When he talked about his comrades, he wasn't talking about these mindless beasts. He was talking about the original knights whose bodies they stole. He's furious now. He points out that the true owners of these forms were heroes, and the things standing before him are nothing but invaders, vile, soul-sucking parasites. He declares right then and there that he's going to wipe them all out. He's going to beat them until they have no choice but to acknowledge him as their king. Suddenly, his left hand begins to glow with a strange light. He realizes the moment has come. He finally has enough energy to ignite all his ancient marks and end this. To kill every single one of them. The boy starts scanning through his memories of every beast he's ever faced, looking for the most efficient way to achieve total annihilation. He knows these monsters share a hive mind connection. If he wants to win, he has to find a way to sever those mental links and isolate them one by one. But there's a catch. He realizes that if he can track the monsters through that link, they can track him too, which is going to be a massive problem later on. Ren tries to run through every strategy in his head, but a cold realization hits him. It might already be too late for some of them. Not far away, Julian and his sister Sarah are watching the chaos. Julian says if Ren saves them, he'll consider him a brother for life, a true legend. But the thugs nearby just laugh, mocking them. They say sharing a few interests doesn't make you brothers and call Julian a complete and utter idiot. Before they can react, the group of men lunges at Julian. They beat him to the ground, leaving him bloody and broken as they demand the 3 golden seals. Sarah is absolutely terrified. She screams as she watches her brother get attacked again, her heart breaking for him as he struggles to breathe. The argument turns nasty. A blonde-haired noble who was fighting Julian sneers, saying it wasn't his idea for Julian to go out and hunt monsters. He basically tells him that his injuries are his own fault. Sarah tries to move, desperate to attack the men hurting her brother, but Julian stops her. He holds her back, refusing to let her get close to those monsters in human skin. He says he'll fulfill the contract. He won't let their savior, Ren, be harmed. Julian tries to stand, but someone else steps in and warns him to stay down. If he goes out there now, it's a death sentence. Pure and simple. Meanwhile, the bullies keep poking the bear, provoking him and telling him he should just go and get it over with. He's torn between survival and duty. The blonde noble takes a combat stance, ready to strike, but then chaos. A massive beast enters the scene and completely obliterates him in a single second. The crowd is stunned. Nobody even saw it coming. Blood is everywhere, and the area is completely destroyed as people realize this isn't a normal monster. It's a great worm. The beast lets out a deafening, earth-shaking roar that's so powerful it actually knocks several people unconscious on the spot. One of the boys standing near the now-dead blonde noble starts shaking. He remembers this thing. He's seen it on the news before. It's a living nightmare. He recalls reports of the great worm leveling entire districts. This thing is a city killer, a force of nature that leaves nothing but rubble in its wake. He remembers that even when the fourth-rank paladins showed up to help, they couldn't actually kill it. All they could do was push it back home. At this point, he doesn't care about the mission or the seals. His only thought is survival. He has to stay away from that dragon at all costs. But his luck runs out. Before he can even make a move, the great worm strikes, and just like that, he's gone. Another victim of the beast's path. Suddenly, Ren reappears. It looks like he's actually managed to tap into the Beast Link system, and he's feeling pretty good about what he's achieved. He stands his ground and watches the worm's movements carefully. The monster senses him too, turning its massive head and lunging forward to start the fight. Ren engages, but as he tries to control the beast, he realizes something terrifying. This massive earthworm, it's not the main body, it's just a tentacle. Only 2 minutes have passed since the nightmare began. Back at the guards' waiting area, the atmosphere is thick with tension as everyone waits for news. They're all waiting to see if they passed the final test, but the conversation is getting heavy. A girl named Elizabeth is listening to everyone's theories. People are talking about the judgment and whether the noble-blooded individuals can actually protect their families when things go south. Elizabeth is lost in thought. She realizes that the judgment everyone is talking about, it's not coming, it's already happening right in front of them. She stands up, walks straight to the guards, and identifies herself as a top student from the Transcendent Academy. She doesn't hold back. She tells them straight up that something abnormal is happening out in the testing fields. The people around her start to whisper, realizing she's right. Even the guards are caught off guard, asking how a student could possibly know that. They try to play it cool, acting like everything is totally normal. They tell her to sit back down and mind her business, threatening to remove her by force if she keeps causing a scene in the waiting area. But Elizabeth isn't backing down. She tells them her power is lightning, and she can literally feel the static and the wrongness in the air. Annoyed and clearly nervous, the guards demand to know which family she belongs to, trying to intimidate her into silence before the truth gets out. The authorities are still playing the everything is fine card, telling everyone to just sit down and act normal. If you don't, well, they'll drag you out by force. But this girl isn't buying it. Her gift is pure lightning, and she can feel it in her bones. Something dark and unusual is definitely coming. The guards are losing their patience. They snap at her, demanding to know which noble house she belongs to, assuming she's just some entitled brat. This area, locked down, strictly for noble kin only. But then, boom, a deafening crash and a blinding red flash erupt from the chamber. Waves of agony hit the crowd. Alara knew it. Something was horribly wrong. This wasn't a trial, it was a disaster. Total darkness strikes again. But Alara, she doesn't blink. She knows she has to get into that trial arena right now. The guards shout orders, but she doesn't care. She shoves past the steel-clad men and storms toward the judgment field. While she searches, the technicians scramble. They're desperate to restore the mana flow and follow the Grand Overseer's commands. Suddenly, Alara appears. They're baffled. "Who is this girl?" they bark, demanding she get out before things get ugly. She stands tall. "I'm Alara, a highborn initiate," she says, her claim, a staggering 95% ancient bloodline purity. But that's not all. She commands the element of lightning and offers to jumpstart the entire castle's energy grid. The men scoff. They don't care about her name. You haven't even been knighted yet, they sneer. How could a child fix this? She nods, they're right. But then, the air starts to hum. Pink sparks begin to dance around her like living things. The static becomes visible, real. The technicians freeze as rose-colored bolts start arcing through the freezing air. Where is this power coming from? One man reaches out, and yelp, a stray spark stings him like a hornet. It's her, all of it. The electricity is literally bleeding out of Alara's skin. They're speechless. She wasn't lying. She's a living battery. She could restore the power in seconds, but the men are terrified now. Stop right now, they scream. Her energy is too raw, too unstable. One wrong surge and the whole spire blows. Alara just stares them down. Are you really going to try and stop me? The tension, absolute ice. She wants to save the day, but they're worried about their precious equipment. Suddenly, clink. A crossbow is leveled at her heart. She doesn't move an inch. The lead guard sneers, stepping forward to put an end to this little girl's tantrum. Meanwhile, in the pit, Sir Alaric faces the ancient earthworm. He hurls the Grandmaster's hearthfire, pure, scorching flames, at the beast. It's a brutal clash, but Alaric realizes his current arts aren't enough, not even close. Still, he refuses to back down. The worm snarls, black obsidian spikes erupting from its hide. Alaric is cornered. Time to unleash everything he's got. While he battles for his life, Alara is surrounded. The technicians think she's just a girl playing with fire, a tiny initiate. Sure, she's got the bloodline, they say, but there's no way a kid like her has the capacity to handle this much mana. They threaten her again, weapon held steady. But Alara, she's calm, deathly calm, resolute. Then twang, a nervous guard pulls the trigger. A bolt flies straight for her head. Total panic in the room. Alara doesn't flinch. The projectile screams toward her. And then just stops. It's not luck, it's physics. The sheer volume of lightning around her has created a magnetic shield. The bolt just slides away, untouched. This is the power of 95% purity. Alara isn't just a student. At this point, she's barely even human. The men are losing their minds. How did she dodge? How did she do that? Then Alara strikes. Rose-colored beams erupt. Boom, their weapons fly. The men are tossed aside like ragdolls. Power surges back into the walls. The grid is alive. The lights are on, she commands. Now open that gate right now. Up in the spire's observation deck, things are getting weird. The researchers and staff realize the plan is falling apart. The power is back, yeah, but this energy, it's not the mana the Grand Overseer ordered. It's something different. He realizes they've completely lost control of the script. The script is burning. One staffer panics and reaches for the controls. He needs to open the gate so the survivors can flee. The Overseer turns red with rage. You want to die, he roars. Too late. The button is pressed. Below, the massive iron gates groan and begin to swing wide for Alara. The technicians are left groveling on the floor as she marches through. Finally, she sees it, the battlefield, Alaric and the worm. He's all alone, a lone knight against a mountain of scales. Alara freezes. She didn't expect a great earthworm here. Even the guards are paralyzed with fear. It's a nightmare made flesh. And then she sees him, Alaric. Her friend is right in the dragon's shadow. He's dying. Shock turns to pure, unadulterated fury. She screams, unleashing a torrent of rosefire lightning at the beast to save him. Upstairs, another total blackout. The Grand Overseer is frantic. Why is the power dead again? And why are these pink sparks rising through the floorboards? He can't comprehend the level of raw energy surging from below. It's impossible. Meanwhile, across the capital, the Royal Inquisition is on high alert. The city's monolines are redlining. Houses are bursting with static. It's Alara. It has to be. Back in the dust of the arena, Alaric feels the surge. He knows that feeling. He knows exactly who just arrived. Since Lady Alara was there to back him up, Alistair knew he had a chance. He just needed one more clean shot at the beast before she stepped in. One final charge. He lunged at the great drake as Alara flooded the entire battlefield with her brilliant mystic light. Using the sparks 𝑴𝒐𝒏𝒆 dispersed, Alestair managed to slip away. Lord Blackwood watched from the shadows, convinced these two were hiding something dark. To the Lord, that Drake showing up was a total godsend. Absolute, pure luck for his twisted plans. His mages reported the royal knights were only 2 to 3 minutes out. Perfect. Just enough time for the Drake to turn those kids into lunch. "Keep that beast focused on them," he commanded his team. "I want them dead before the knights even show their faces." The order was given. Alestair and 𝑴𝒐𝒏𝒆 tried to flee the clearing, but they both felt a sudden, chilling shift in the air. 𝑴𝒐𝒏𝒆 stopped dead in her tracks. The Drake had sealed the exits. Alestair knew they were trapped, and the beast was only getting started. He realized the great Drake was entering its 3rd stage of ascension. He fired off a distress signal, but before he could even blink. Boom! Blackwood lunged from the shadows with a lethal strike. Alestair barely managed to throw up a shield to protect 𝑴𝒐𝒏𝒆. The Lord was fuming. How could a mere boy hold off a great Drake and his own high-tier magic at the same time? That's when it happened. Alestair pushed past his human limits, his body twisting and warping into something monstrous. Blackwood froze in horror. This wasn't a knight's power. It was a nightmare unfolding right before his very eyes. He knew the 5 elemental paths: metal, water, wood, fire, and earth. But this transformation, it defied everything he knew. Ice or mist evolutions were rare, sure, but a full-blown beast form. That shouldn't be possible for a human. He stared at Alestair, his mind racing. Was this boy even a knight at all, or something far more ancient? "Monster or not, I'll see you dead," Blackwood screamed, hurling a barrage of lethal spells and toxic potions at him. Alestair raised his mutated arm, shrugging off the impact like it was nothing. The Lord realized the boy he once mocked was gone. He was facing a true monster, and he was totally outmatched. Alestair unleashed a wave of hellfire that melted the very steel Blackwood had thrown. The Lord's jaw dropped in pure shock. No creature should possess this many elemental affinities. Alestair was a freak of nature, a rare, terrifying anomaly in this world. There was only one explanation. Only level 4 legends or higher could wield that kind of raw versatility. Blackwood's blood ran cold. He realized Alestair was a high-tier threat, equal to the monsters he hunted. Alestair didn't hesitate, raining down blow after blow. Blackwood could only shriek that the boy wasn't human anymore. Alestair checked the time. Just a few more minutes. That's all he had left before the reinforcements arrived. Once the Royal Knights showed up, the Drake was finished. But Alestair had a much bigger problem. If he didn't end this now, he might be stuck in this beastly form forever. Blackwood, desperate, launched a hail of golden spears. Spear after spear whistled through the air, but the Lord could feel his own magic failing him. He knew it. He was going to die right here, but he wouldn't go quietly. "The knights are coming," he shrieked. "They'll never let a freak like you leave this valley alive." He branded Alestair an enemy of the crown, swearing that no soul would ever help a beast like him once they saw the truth. Desperate to break him, Blackwood spat out every insult he could think of, trying to make Alestair drown in his own guilt. He turned to 𝑴𝒐𝒏𝒆, demanding to know why she'd stand by a monster. But 𝒐𝒏𝒆 didn't flinch. "He's not a monster, he's Alestair." With a roar, she unleashed her own power, blasting the Lord backward. Alestair just looked at the dying man. "If the world couldn't handle me, I'd have been dead a long time ago." The thunder of hooves, the Royal Knights had finally arrived. Alestair told 𝒐𝒏𝒆 to back off and act like she didn't know him. His left arm was pulsing, refusing to change back. He was terrified his humanity was slipping away for good. 𝒐𝒏𝒆 grabbed his hand, her eyes fierce and unwavering. "I'm staying. If you're going to hell, Alestair, I'm coming with you." The knights breached the clearing, their voices echoing as they moved into formation to rescue survivors. The mages who'd been hiding emerged from the wreckage, done with the Lord's secrets and the endless bloodshed. But the Drake wasn't done. It lunged again, sending the mages and knights flying across the ruined field. Back at the guard post, panic set in. Their leader was gone, and there was no one left to give the orders. The great drake let out a deafening roar, turning its fury on the few stragglers left in the ruins. The area began to flood, and the survivors realized they were trapped. They were going to die until a new shadow appeared. Through the smoke and water, a legendary royal knight stepped onto the field. Finally, the real fight was beginning. A noblewoman with flowing lilac and emerald hair strides into the chaos. The survivors, utterly baffled. Why is she carrying a tobacco pipe, and who exactly does she think she is? They don't have time for questions. They just scream for her to save them. And then magic. With a flick of her pipe, she binds the ancient Terra Drake in place. Vast torrents of water erupt from nowhere. Her only concern, whether this beast was the reason her blind date got ruined. Talk about priorities. The survivors watch in terror. Is she here to save them or drown them? She unleashes a gargantuan flood directly at the beast, while the crowd begs for mercy. Inside the Citadel's command center, realization hits. This level of hydromagic is restricted to only those of the highest celestial order. She's a legend, pure and simple. The Terra Drake is completely paralyzed, trapped in a crushing cage of liquid weight. The crowd finally sees the truth. This woman with the vibrant hair is the strongest protector of the realm of ruin. Lady Seraphina, that's the name on everyone's lips. She steps forward, introducing herself with cold authority, and starts barking orders. She tells everyone to get out, now. Move as fast as your legs can carry you. She promises the kingdom is already making arrangements to fix this mess. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Alaric and his allies are in a panic. His arm, still a twisted, monstrous limb, he's trying to reverse the mutation. He needs time. He can't let the royal inquisitors see him like this. They'd execute him on the spot as a monster. He has to hide, and fast. The girl stays back while the boy vanishes into the dark. Isolde moves quickly, trying to lead the inquisitors away from Alaric's hiding spot. She lies through her teeth, claiming she heard noises in the next hall. Anything to keep them from finding Alaric while he struggles in the dark. Hidden away, Alaric focuses every ounce of his will on his arm. He grits his teeth. He needs to strengthen the bone structure first. Then it hits him. This power. It's barely 1% of the celestial lineage he inherited when he was reborn into this life. He begins to truly grasp the nature of the blood flowing through his veins. To stop the monster inside, he has to master the god blood outside. Stability is the goal. He reaches deep for that celestial power, the only thing that can help him regain control of his own body. Back in the corridor, the inquisitors thank Isolde. Because of her help, they found 3 more survivors. But then, a sound. Isolde freezes. Something is wrong. A massive crash echoes from the very room where Alaric is hiding. The inquisitors are on high alert. That wasn't a human noise. They suspect a beast is lurking behind the door, and Isolde starts to spiral. If Alaric is found, it's over. She tries to shout to cause another distraction, but the guards aren't having it. They tell her to shut up. Any noise could draw more monsters to their location. Isolde's heart sinks, but she makes a silent vow. Even if Alaric is outed as a monster and cast out of the kingdom, she'll follow him. No matter where he goes. Then, the door opens. The inquisitors level their weapons, but out steps Alaric. His arm, perfectly human, not a claw in sight. He yawns, asking what all the fuss is about. Just a nap, apparently. The guards relax, realizing they're looking at a man, not a beast. The inquisitors admit he gave them a hell of a fright. They radio back to the captain. 5 survivors accounted for in the lower levels. Isolde whispers a frantic question. Is he okay? Alaric just smiles. He's doing better than great. He explains the trick. He used his energy to encase his bones, mirroring the way the Terra Drake uses its obsidian fangs for defense. As they talk, the royal guards begin the full evacuation. Everyone thinks the day is won and the dragon is defeated. They couldn't be more wrong. They think they've subdued a dragon, but that beast was only a 4th-order hatchling. In reality, the thing they fought was just a single tentacle of the true ancient Terra Drake, a mere fraction of the real horror. The true monster is colossal, slumbering in depths that no human mind can even imagine. The rescue was just the beginning. Outside, the city is a graveyard of stone. Atop a shattered spire, two figures are locked in a desperate, high-stakes duel. It's Alaric and Isolde's mentor, fighting for his life against a creature of pure nightmare. The scale is absolutely massive. Later, Alaric wakes up. No time to lose. He leaves the ruins with Isolde and a mysterious third companion in tow. They march toward the Royal Academy. Every student, including our duo, is hauling their gear, ready for the next chapter. The talk of the school, reaching the 5th order of power. Alaric drops a bombshell. He's going to hit that rank in a single year. Isolde thinks he's lost his mind. Everyone knows the 4th order is the absolute peak of human strength in this world. Alaric doesn't blink. He has to reach that rank, and getting into this academy is the first step toward total domination. Isolde smiles. She believes him, and she knows he'll pull her up with him. She starts laying out her own path to power. Step 1, find a 3rd order partner within 30 days. She reveals her secret. Her body holds a staggering 95% celestial blood. Suddenly, two brothers, Silas and Rowan, come running. They're shouting for their big brother, Alaric. They're ecstatic. They swear they only survived the Great Selection because of him. And get this, the Academy actually made an exception for them. Because they survived the final slaughter, the school is letting them stay enrolled. They're officially students now, all thanks to Alaric. They're practically worshipping him. Isolde just watches, impressed by the legend her friend is already becoming. Arthur's finally got a squad of his own. His friend Cedric pulls him aside, eyeing the mysterious girl standing nearby. "Who is she?" he whispers. He's been dying to meet her since the trials ended, but never got the chance. Arthur finally makes the introduction, Lady Elizabeth. A quick, polite hello from her, and the entire atmosphere in the room completely shifts. Everyone is absolutely floored. It hits them all at once. This is the Elizabeth, the girl famous across the kingdom for her monstrous energy reserves. We're talking 95% divine blood purity here, total legend status. The students can't believe their eyes. The two strongest people in the academy are actually friends. The rumors start flying instantly. "Are they a couple?" they whisper. Arthur just laughs it off. "Relax, guys, we're just childhood friends, nothing more." Nobody's buying that for a second. It would be a literal miracle for two people that powerful to just happen to grow up together in the same place. Then Julian, the blue-haired knight in the group, pipes up with an idea. If they've been friends forever, they should definitely team up for the Academy's upcoming grand competition. It's a brutal 3-hour team battle royale, where students form squads to crush their rivals. Julian suggests they all join forces right now. Julian keeps rambling until Cedric cuts him off. He accuses Julian of trying to drag Lord Arthur down with a reckless suggestion like that. Cedric explains the harsh reality. Students with low blood purity are easy targets. In a real fight, they'd just be a liability for someone as strong as Arthur. He gets honest with the group. Cedric only has 39% divine blood. In this academy, anyone under 50% struggles to even be noticed. Even his sister, Sarah, is only at 41%. According to Cedric, people like them just can't contribute anything meaningful to a powerhouse like Arthur. Arthur and Elizabeth listen to the whole speech. Arthur just smirks at Elizabeth before turning back to his friends. "Not a problem," he says. He doesn't just ignore their worries. He offers to personally help them evolve their powers. Arthur decides right then and there to form a team with Sarah, Cedric, and Julian. It catches everyone off guard. Arthur admits he doesn't have a tactical reason for the group. He's doing it for one reason only, their loyalty to one another. That hits deep. Cedric actually bursts into tears. He can't believe he's officially in a squad with legends like Arthur and Elizabeth. With the team set, Arthur lays out the mission. He's going to start giving them personal lessons to help them awaken their latent abilities and evolve. Julian takes a shot and asks the big question. "So, boss, what's your divine blood percentage?" Arthur just gives a mysterious smile. "You'll find out soon enough," Arthur teases. "And trust me, I've got a surprise waiting for you all." Cedric immediately scolds Julian for being nosy. He knows Arthur's blood purity must be higher than anything they could possibly imagine. Enter Professor Sterling, the head instructor. He keeps it blunt. If you don't awaken your powers this year, you're expelled from the institution. Period. He looks over the crowd of students who returned from the final test. About half the class is in that make or break category. As Sterling explains the brutal rules for the academic year, Cedric shoots his hand up high. "I'm back, Professor," he shouts with pure confidence. Sterling just stares him down. "Good, but if you can't awaken this year, don't bother coming back. You'll be walking out those gates for good." The whole class erupts in laughter at Cedric's expense, but the boy just grit his teeth. He's going to give this everything he's got. Then the professor explains the ranking system. Until a student awakens, the faculty will only refer to them by their blood purity percentage. If you're under 50%, you're basically a ghost. You only get your name back once you prove you've actually awakened your gift. Sterling goes on about how much he enjoys teaching, claiming this specific class might actually be something special to him. But then, an instructor drops a bombshell. There is one person in this room with a measly 1% divine blood in their body. 1%? The class is stunned. That is impossibly low, basically a defect. Everyone starts looking around, trying to find the failure. That's when Arthur calmly stands up. "That's me," he says, "but I've already awakened. My element is metal." Cedric is frozen. His mind is racing. How could his powerful friend only have 1% blood purity? It makes no sense at all. Professor Sterling is purely skeptical. He tells Arthur that if he really awakened with only 1%, he should come up and take over the lesson. Arthur doesn't hesitate. He walks straight to the front of the class, leaving every single student speechless as he prepares to demonstrate. Despite having the weakest blood, Arthur begins lecturing. He starts explaining the deep mechanics of why he was able to awaken against all odds. He breaks down the elemental powers: wood, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, light, and even mental energy. He's a total natural at this. The students are hooked, firing off questions. They're desperate to understand how he bypassed the laws of nature to awaken so early. Arthur doesn't just talk. He gives a live demonstration of how his body functions. It's a masterclass in power control. Sterling eventually joins in. He grabs a slab of metal to help demonstrate what even a tiny 1% can achieve with the right technique. They start using other students as real-world comparisons to show how elemental affinity works in practice. For example, a student named Winston can breathe underwater despite only having 1% purity. It's all about the awakening. Then there's Elizabeth. She's the gold standard, capable of handling 3,000 volts of raw electricity without even flinching. Sterling finishes the lesson with a chilling thought. If someone were to ever hit 300% divine blood, well, you wouldn't call them a student anymore. You'd call them a god. Look, most people have barely 1% of the spark gene in their blood. But Sophie, she can channel 3,000 volts of raw electricity without even breaking a sweat. The professor says it's simple math. If someone ever hit 300% gene density, you don't call them a student anymore, you call them a god. Sir Alistair steps in to help Arthur but stops dead. He watches the boy pull metal effortlessly and realizes something incredible is happening. The instructor knows Arthur's awakening wasn't just a fluke, but destiny. He vows to show the boy the gap between commoner and noble. Sir Alistair unleashes a barrage of arcane strikes at his student. The other trainees watch, paralyzed by the sheer intensity of the onslaught. The instructor begins to falter, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He's pouring far too much power into breaking one single boy. Meanwhile, the sentinel continues to deflect every strike with effortless precision. He stands as an unbreakable wall against the instructor's desperate fury. Suddenly, the sentinel claims he's at his limit. With a cryptic warning about things going too far, he vanishes into the sky. Sir Alistair stands stunned, convinced the spirit let him win. He can't fathom why the entity wouldn't allow itself to be pushed. The crowd of young nobles erupts in whispers, electrified by the display. It was a spectacle unlike anything they had ever witnessed before. Catching his breath, the commander thanks Arthur for the demonstration. He declares this the Academy's first real lesson, the harsh reality of power. He tells them only survivors will carry the kingdom's legacy and asks if they're ready. A mocking voice cuts through the silence. A student sneers, claiming Arthur isn't ready for anything. He can't understand where a commoner with 1% affinity gets such confidence. He reminds everyone that Arthur arrived boasting about crushing the elite and seizing their lands. To the nobles, it sounds purely delusional. The noble exposes Arthur's supposed plan to strip the highborn of their resources. He paints the boy as a dangerous and audacious usurper. The other students gasp, shocked by the sheer audacity of a peasant wanting their birthrights. The tension in the courtyard is palpable. They deem Arthur's ambition insane. The boy leading the mockery steps forward, introducing himself as Lord Julian of the House of Rivers. Julian boasts of his 85% water affinity and royal lineage. He looks down at Arthur with nothing but cold, aristocratic disdain. Despite Arthur's weak blood, Julian offers a backhanded invitation to join them. He's willing to make a rare exception for the commoner. He explains they are forming a great alliance for those with bloodlines above 60%. It's an elite circle for the strong. Cedric thinks if Arthur joins, Lady Elenor will follow, knowing her strength is a prize they need for their new group. Arthur sees right through the offer and flatly refuses. He tells Julian they just want a weakling to kick around for sport. Julian's face contorts with rage. "Who do you think you are?" he spits, humiliating Arthur for his pathetic 1% affinity. He sneers that a peasant has no place in a royal institution. Julian continues to mock Arthur's bloodline in front of everyone. He claims Arthur isn't even qualified to be here. Cedric mocks him further, asserting he only survived because Lady Elenor saved him. Even so, the protagonist remains completely unfazed despite the insults. He watches his bullies with a calm that unnerves the noble crowd. Enraged, Julian declares they will no longer accept Arthur. He vows their alliance will grow even stronger without the peasant weight. Arthur just smiles and wishes them luck, saying he'll be praying for them. Julian turns his back, visibly fuming at the insult. Sir Alistair asks why Arthur would say such a thing. Arthur simply replies that he was just encouraging the noble to be honest. The commander then announces the start of the Trial of the Wilds. He tells every student to collect their gear and sigils. The hunt will take place in the Forbidden Woods outside the Academy. Every trainee must prove their worth in the darkness. Sir Alistair hands Arthur 2 sigils for the coming test. Outside, he gives one final instruction to the gathered young knights. He warns them not to leave the forest boundaries. The trial is meant to test their limits within the kingdom's own soil. He tells them they have exactly 1 hour to return for evaluation. With a sharp signal, the competition begins and students scatter. Lucas and Lyra offer to flank Arthur, but Cedric stops them. The blue-haired boy announces he won't stay in their group. He tells them he must prioritize his own future. He hoped Arthur had hidden power, but a 1% spark is useless. With his 49% affinity, Cedric claims he's too strong to associate with a failure. He won't make exceptions any longer. Lyra snaps at him, disgusted by the betrayal. Cedric just offers a hollow apology, refusing to stay by the commoner's side. He insists he can't be held back by someone who isn't strong. The bridge between them is burned as he walks away. "Traitor!" Lucas shouts as Cedric vanishes. Soon, a crowd of other students gathers, sensing blood in the water as trials begin. They start circling Arthur, mocking his pathetic 1% bloodline. The bullying turns into a chorus of laughter at his expense. Arthur remains perfectly composed. He tells them it's fine. They can mock him all they want because it won't last very long. His lack of fear only makes them angrier. They want him to beg, but Arthur treats their provocations like simple background noise. Elsewhere in the woods, a lone girl sprints through the brush. She thinks she's finally found a safe place to hide. But Julian of House Rivers is already there. Using his water affinity to track her, he corners the girl with a smirk. He demands her sigil, and she has no choice but to hand it over. Julian takes it, turning to find more prey. The noble stalks through the dark forest with his stolen sigils in hand, already searching for his next victim to crush. Sterling's hand snaps out, catching the boy's arm in a vice grip. Arthur freezes, completely stunned. He knows that face. Sterling comes from the legendary House of Blackwood, a noble name that commands absolute respect across the kingdoms. Recognizing the potential, Sterling offers a place in his elite alliance. He admits that Arthur, despite his shock, actually has the raw talent needed to stand among the top-tier knights of their generation. What a stroke of luck, Sterling muses with a sharp grin. It turns out their goals are perfectly aligned. According to the scouts, both warriors are looking to forge a pact that would dominate the entire academy. But Arthur isn't about to bow down that easily. A pact? He needs proof of strength first. Without another word, the two clash, igniting a fierce duel to see who is truly fit to lead. It is a classic elemental showdown. Arthur summons a torrential wave of water, while Sterling erupts in searing flames. But incredibly, the water hisses and evaporates, failing to dampen Sterling's overwhelming heat. Arthur's jaw drops in pure shock. Elsewhere, the academy grounds are chaos. The mocking laughter of the elite students rings out as they corner Alistair, the boy they all love to hate. They sneer at his pathetic stats, barely 1% of the ancient bloodline flowing in his veins. To them, he is a fluke. They claim the only reason he is even there is because of Alara's protection. Then they turn their venom on Alara, mocking the volatile storm powers she possesses. Big mistake. Alara shuts her eyes, centering her focus as a terrifying amount of energy begins to gather deep within her soul. Suddenly, crack, bolts of pure violet electricity arc from her fingertips, surging toward her terrified classmates. The air itself begins to hum with lethal voltage as she finally lets loose. A golden-haired knight lunges forward, determined to shut her down. But before he can even take a step, a hand stops him dead. It is Alistair. His grip is like iron, preventing anyone from touching Alara. Alistair tells Alara she needs to keep better control over her sparks. After all, she is taking way too long to charge the spell. She just breathes and asks for one more minute. The golden-haired boy tries to shove Alistair aside, but he hits a brick wall. He is shaken. Alistair's arm feels like solid steel. He starts to wonder what Alara meant by needing one more minute. The bully struggles, realizing he is completely outmatched in raw strength. He looks at Alara's glowing eyes and feels a sudden, chilling sense of dread about what is coming next. Far away in the capital, a stern-looking High Lord reviews the scrolls. This semester marks the grand opening of the Order of the Storm, which means the kingdom's treasury is about to take a massive hit. The council looks troubled by the cost, but the High Lord waves it off. He tells them to let the financial department worry about the gold. Right now, the focus is on the power of these recruits. Back in the dark woods, Alistair and Alara move like shadows through the trees. They aren't alone. Alistair suddenly lunges, snatching a golden-haired scout right out of the brush by his hand. The scout shrieks, kicking and screaming for his life as he tries to break free. But it is useless. Alistair holds him steady as the air begins to crackle with a dangerous scent of ozone. Electricity begins to surge through the scout's body. He howls in agony, screaming to the forest that Alara is a monster, that she is going to kill every single person she is currently shocking. Another student rushes in to help, but he is instantly caught in the lethal circuit. Both boys are twitching and screaming now, begging for someone to stop this madness before their hearts stop. The first boy screams at his partner to hurry up and get him out of this. He tells him to stop acting like a fool and break the spell, but the voltage is too high. Alistair glances at Alara, wondering why she hasn't finished the job. She is focused, tracking something. She murmurs that there is still one more person hiding in the shadows who hasn't been found. Meanwhile, the two men in her grasp are experiencing pure hell. The voltage increases until they are screaming about their very bones shattering. They can't believe how strong this weak boy really is. Total desperation sets in. They have realized too late that they picked the wrong fight. The golden-haired leader, panicked and frantic, bellows for his remaining henchmen to swarm Alistair and Alara at once. He is terrified now, shouting for everyone to be careful because the protagonist is truly a force of nature. A dozen more boys emerge from the trees, desperate to save their dying comrades. They roar that it is time to stop holding back. "Use your awakened gifts," they shout. They plan to crush Alistair under the weight of their combined magic before the lightning claims anyone else. As the mob closes in, Alistair stays calm. He ignores the shouting and asks Alara who this final target is. Who is the one person she has been hunting this entire time? "Julian," she whispers. That is the name. But she tells Alistair not to worry. While they were talking, she was busy seeding the very air with invisible electric particles on the wind. Then it happens. A blinding flash of pink lightning erupts from the heart of the forest. Alara's eyes snap open with a triumphant glow. "Found you," she says, her voice cold and final. The pink bolt acts like a beacon, illuminating the coward's hiding spot deep in the trees. There is nowhere left to run. Alara reaches out, literally grabbing the lightning out of the air. With one violent motion, she unleashes the storm. Every single boy in the clearing is hit by a massive surge of energy, leaving them charred and lifeless on the ground in seconds. Alistair steps over the bodies, his face expressionless. He starts gathering the royal tokens from their cold hands. "This will give you the boost you need for the next trial," he notes. A few survivors who were not hit try to bolt for the trees, but Alistair doesn't even chase them. He just tells them it is a waste of breath because they are already marked. They have Alara's static lightning on their bodies. They are already dead men walking. Alara raises her hand again, and the sky answers. She calls down a localized lightning storm to finish them. The pink bolts tear through the canopy, shredding branches and lighting up the woods like a midday sun. It is a beautiful, lethal display of power that heading straight for the runners. Meanwhile, back at the main arena, Sterling of House Blackwood is finally cutting loose. He launches a wave of violet fire at his opponent, a boy trying to shield himself with ice magic. The blue-haired boy, Arthur, shouts through the steam that a few measly flames won't break him. He thinks he is safe, but Sterling just smirks, his eyes burning with an intense light. "Is that so?" Sterling roars. He is taking that as a challenge. He draws back his fist, and the air around him begins to warp from the sheer intensity of the heat. He unleashes a colossal pillar of fire, a roaring inferno of crimson and gold that swallows the entire stage. Arthur's eyes go wide. His water shields aren't just melting, they are vaporizing. He panics. He tries to move, tries to cast another spell, but the heat is so heavy it feels like he is pinned. He is being swallowed whole by his own nightmare. Sterling watches the flames dance with a look of pure satisfaction. This is what true power looks like. He doesn't look away for a second as the fire rages around the water wielder. He wonders aloud if Arthur can even endure 60 seconds inside his cage of fire. It is a brutal question. Inside the heat, Arthur realizes the gap between them is just too great. "It's not even fair," Arthur gasps, his spirit finally breaking. Sterling finally lets the flames die down, looking at his opponent. He nods, deciding that Arthur has finally proven his worth. "You passed," Sterling says simply. He invites Arthur to join his alliance, but Arthur is furious. He demands to know what kind of test that was, considering they didn't even fight together. Sterling just laughs. Fighting together? That wasn't the point. In his world, the only thing that matters is survival. Merely breathing after facing his fire is all the qualification anyone needs. He stares Arthur down, making it clear that the invitation is a gift. Arthur realizes that in this world of noble houses, you either stand with the fire or you burn. Amongst the swirling embers, the violet-haired noble introduces himself as Alaric, a third-generation ascended lord of the Sterling line. Our water-wielding knight, Caspian, is stunned. What's a highborn lord doing in these trials? Alaric just smirks, claiming he's only here for extra resources. He's got everything a man could want, but apparently he's still hungry for more. He's here to help the House of Valerius scout for fresh talent. He looks at Caspian and tells him not to sweat it. assuring him that he's exactly the kind of young blood they need for the kingdom's future. Alaric extends a hand, offering a deal. Join him, and he'll make Caspian strong enough to conquer the world on his own terms. Safe to say, Caspian is sold. Meanwhile, across the trial grounds, Lady Seraphina is absolutely shredding her enemies with bolts of pink lightning. Total chaos. Anyone foolish enough to challenge her is face down in the dirt before they can even blink. But then, Alistair's raw power surges, causing a massive lightning strike to crash down right between the boys fighting nearby. Water and fire users are caught in the crossfire, looking at each other in pure, unadulterated confusion as the ground shakes beneath them. Caspian screams as the electricity fries him. The sky above turns an ominous, pitch black as the storm truly breaks. Enter Alaric Sterling. He realizes Seraphina was behind that massive blast and starts questioning Alistair with a deadly look in his eyes. Caspian is stuck, paralyzed on the cold ground. He can't move a muscle, his arms raised in a frozen, desperate plea. He barks orders at Julian and Silas to start collecting all the fallen trial tokens, while the other knights are still dazed. He laughs it off, saying they've got a full hour before anyone can even stand up again. Silas greets Alaric, noting he's unarmed as usual. Typical Alaric, arrogant as they come. Meanwhile, Caspian is still shouting about how that electricity was basically a death sentence. Alaric tries to sweet-talk Seraphina again, but she's not having it. "I don't need your words," she snaps, "and I'll never join you." Alaric just shrugs. "Respect," he says. "I'll wait until you realize I'm the winning side." Then, he sends a massive gout of flame her way. He's playing for keeps now, launching another fire blast directly at our duo. Alistair and Seraphina, totally unfazed. They tell him to get lost. He's not even an opponent worth their time right now. Alistair watches the fire swirl above him while weaving a massive lightning shield for protection. He's ready for the real show to start. The battle turns fierce, but suddenly, Alaric flinches. He's taken completely aback by what he sees. It's Alistair. He's right there, whispering in his ear. "Feeling nervous, because nobody's ever gotten this close to you before, right?" Alaric's lackey calls him arrogant, but Alistair doesn't care. He keeps pressuring Alaric, who's frantically throwing flames everywhere. Then boom, a massive explosion of fire swallows Alistair whole. Silas starts celebrating, thinking the boy is finally toast. Alaric doesn't stop, pouring even more heat into the inferno. Even Caspian, still stuck on the ground, is shocked by the sheer intensity. Caspian wonders, is this the true power of an ascended lord? It's terrifying. Alaric tells him to relax. He hasn't killed Alistair, yet. He just wants him to survive long enough for the final trial. Suddenly, Alistair walks out of the flames like it's a morning stroll, and counters with a blinding bolt of lightning. Silas is losing it. How did he escape that? Alaric responds by summoning thousands of flaming hands to swarm the protagonist. It's a sea of fire, thousands of burning palms reaching out to crush everything in their path. The intensity is off the charts. Alistair is dodging and weaving, but those flaming hands are everywhere, trying to drag him down. Even our boy is impressed. That's a lot of fire, but he doesn't look scared, not even a little bit. "Is that all?" he mocks. He claims these flames are nothing compared to his true power and fires a massive energy burst right back. Alaric is stunned. He's never faced an opponent like this. And then he sees them, the golden blades. Those blades Alistair is holding. They're impossibly sharp. Alaric realizes this isn't just a school trial anymore. He tries to play it cool, saying it wouldn't be wise to cause a scene, or a death, at the academy after all this. He launches one more flame, shouting that a single wrong move could cause permanent, irreparable damage to everyone here. Two ascended legends clashing with powers that could level a kingdom. It's absolutely insane to watch. Alistair just laughs. "I'll use 90% of my power just to counter 1% of yours." Talk about a flex. Alaric has had enough. He decides to enter his primal genesis state, the ultimate transcendence. The flames shift and he begins to transform into something else. Alistair's eyes widen. He wasn't expecting this. He's done it. He's fully transcended into Genesis form. His power, it's on a whole different level now. Alaric emerges as a refined young man with short hair and a monocle. Alistair watches as the pressure nearly drives him to the ground. Alistair drops down, feeling the weight of that aura. Alaric looks puzzled. Is it over? But then Alistair looks up with a grin. Not bad, he says. You're actually pretty strong, I'll give you that. The head proctor suddenly appears, declaring the trials officially over. He demands every student surrender their house tokens for final ranking. Lord Julian, that arrogant blonde noble, storms in with his lackeys looking absolutely fuming. They'd just finished a brutal skirmish with Alara. Alaric and his crew don't miss a beat, mocking the proctor by claiming they've literally swept every single token off the field. The proctor's eyes widen. He calls Alaric's move incredibly bold, even for a commoner-born talent. Alaric just smirks back at him. Surveying the field, the proctor realizes Alaric's group actually holds the lion's share. Then, he turns to Julian, wondering if he has any left. Julian frantically claws through his pockets. Empty. His face goes pale as he realizes his house token has vanished into thin air. That's when Alaric drops the bomb. He'd snatched it right off the cobblestones during their duel without Julian even noticing. Talk about humiliating. Julian explodes in a royal tantrum, screaming at Alaric to stop using his family name so casually. Alaric just laughs and offers it back. Bitter and defeated, Julian turns his back and storms off, throwing one last icy threat over his shoulder for their next encounter. Later at the Alchemists' Guild, Alaric and Alara's team are hauling crates while discussing the 6 rare mana tinctures they've been awarded. One of the squires tries to ask Alaric a question, but the older girl cuts him off immediately. "Show some respect," she says. She insists the boy should address the protagonist as Lord Alaric, or Great Brother, after seeing him humiliate the highborn Thorn. The girl is still reeling. She saw Alaric face off against Baron Thorn and wonders if he was truly holding back his full power. She finally asks the big question. Why didn't Alaric just end the Baron right then and there during the tournament? Alaric shrugs it off. Thorn is young, comes from a powerful duchy, and is a walking goldmine for future resources. Why waste him? Everyone is floored by his strategic mind. But then, they realize they've taken a wrong turn and walked right into the noble girl's wing. They aren't in the labs anymore. They're standing dead center in the ladies' dormitory, and things are about to get very awkward. Alaric remains perfectly calm, claiming the academy provides specialized chambers for those with unique magical signatures. It wasn't a mistake at all. He explains it's a rare privilege, a safety measure designed to prevent magical accidents between students with clashing elemental powers. His friend isn't buying it. Alaric, buddy, look around. This is the girl's wing, and specifically, this is Alara's private chamber. The girl behind him delivers a swift slap to the boy's head. You're so slow. Can't you see what's actually happening between them? It finally clicks. The friend realizes Alaric and Alara are clearly an item. Smirking, they bid the happy couple a quick goodnight. Alaric looks exhausted. He keeps insisting to his friends that he and Alara are just childhood neighbors, nothing more, nothing less. He says his goodbyes and heads inside. Alara watches him go, feeling like the great brother she knew is becoming a total stranger. Deep into the night, the two are still talking. Alaric starts explaining the origin of the ancient arts that recently reshaped the kingdom. He dives into how humanity first harnessed these raw forces and the dangerous methods they used to replicate forbidden magic. Alara hangs on every word, trying to make sense of the complex lore her friend is laying out with such intensity. Alaric pulls out a few vials of glowing green elixir. Apparently, this stuff is used to supercharge the life force of elite knights. He downs one in a single gulp, complaining that it tastes exactly like the slop they feed to war monsters in the stables. Alara watches him quietly. Even after the potent supplement, Alaric sighs. His hunger for power is still nowhere near satisfied. He notes the guild suggests only 1 vial per day to replenish spent mana, but for him, it's barely a drop in the ocean. As Alara watches, he tells her straight up, "Stop holding back. This academy is the place to unleash her dormant elemental gifts." He warns her not to worry about conserving her energy for later. She needs to go out and dominate with her true power. Suddenly, Alaric steps into her personal space. He asks if she still feels the lingering sparks of that ancient lightning from the incident. Alara flinches. He's too close, way too close. Her heart starts hammering against her ribs as she tries to find some breathing room. She stumbles back, her mind racing with old memories of the times he'd fought off monsters to pull her from the wreckage. A single question haunts her. Has the boy she loved truly changed, or is this just a new mask he's wearing? Her thoughts are a mess. She wonders if he's finally cut ties with those other noble girls, or if he's just pretending they never existed. While she's spiraling, Alaric locks eyes with her. His gaze is piercing. He asks if she can honestly say her magic is dead. Before she can answer, he reaches out and pinches her cheeks. Alara is completely frozen, her face flushed with pure shock. "You used to be such a little terror," he teases. He tells her he won't accept her acting like a helpless maiden anymore. Alara finally snaps and shoves him away. But Alaric is a mountain. He catches her, pins her to the rug, and looms over her. She's trapped. His face is inches from hers, and she can feel his breath on her skin. She asks him what he's doing. He leans in even further, moving toward her lips. Alara jerks her head away at the last second, her heart nearly exploding. She begs Alaric to get up, whispering that she feels strange, but Alaric doesn't move an inch. He just stays there. Arthur looms over her, whispering how incredible she smells and that he just wants a taste. Alina is absolutely paralyzed with fear. She is completely frozen, her mind racing for a way out while she desperately questions what on earth he is doing. Suddenly, the boy begins to change. His eyes glow with a twisted light, and jagged, predatory fangs tear through his gums. He is becoming a total abomination. Alina realizes he is not just a boy anymore. He is a monster trying to devour her. She snaps and unleashes a massive bolt of lightning. The surge is so violent it blasts right through the manor walls. Outside, the maid is stunned. Is this why the noble wards for those with primordial heritage have to be so powerful? Arthur finally snaps out of it. He admits Alina's fragrance was just too intoxicating, triggering his inner beast to take control. He feels a wave of guilt for what almost happened, realizing how close he came to losing his humanity. Despite the chaos, Arthur admires her strength. He tells her he will be back shortly and prepares to leave. Alina tosses him a mask, warning that if he is doing something reckless, he must hide his face. He promises to return. Before vanishing, he tells her not to worry. He is just heading out to grab some food for both of them. Arthur exits into the moonlit gardens and pulls on the mask, finally letting his guarded expression slip away. He stares at his hands, watching those wicked, monstrous claws twitch. He has to hide this transformation in his left hand. Suddenly, a violent jolt hits him. It is a shock that resonates through his very soul, forcing him to gasp. "Hide the flames," he hisses, realizing he is tapping directly into the power of the great draconian heart within him. He senses it. The massive great worm from the trials is nearby. It is hunting him, searching for its missing prey. If that beast appeared right now, what could he even do? He is genuinely worried about the power he might need. He reflects on the realm, knowing that while dragons exist, there are far worse monsters humans have never even encountered. Arthur remains lost in thought, pondering the dark and blurry line that exists between mankind and the monsters. Miles away, a figure groans in pain, wondering where they are while clutching a head that feels like it might explode. They are trapped inside an armored carriage. 2 men sit in the front, their faces obscured by the dim light. The captive recalls a stress relief session, right before some thugs ambushed them and knocked everyone unconscious. The carriage is full. One of the captives is the young water mage who fought the knight commander earlier. He starts shouting, demanding to know what this shadow guild is planning to do with all of them. The driver, Alaric, mocks him with a smirk. "Missed your daily meds, kid. Seems the dosage was a bit off today." Desperate, the boy keeps yelling. He wants to go home, screaming that this kidnapping is a crime even for monsters. The blonde knight up front, Julian, wonders if he messed up the serum. He thought the dose was perfectly precise. But he notices this boy is different. While the other test subjects are still out cold, he is wide awake and frantic. They realize the truth. This kid has a higher concentration of beast blood, which is why he woke up way too early. The boy is weeping now, totally lost. He has no idea what kind of nightmare he has stumbled into. The kidnappers ignore his cries, simply debating the fact that he woke up 3 full hours ahead of schedule. They continue their journey through the woods, arguing about their next move, until the carriage is suddenly stopped. A hero slams a devastating punch into the carriage. The impact is earth-shattering, bringing the entire vehicle to a halt. Everyone inside is thrown around like dolls. They are terrified, wondering what kind of force could cause such a massive impact. Alaric orders Julian to stay inside. He needs to make sure the captives do not undergo a premature beast transformation. He steps out, ready to kill the person who had the audacity to stop their carriage with a single fist. It is Arthur, fully transformed, and in a heartbeat, he has already appeared right behind the carriage's occupants. Julian screams a warning, but it is too late. Arthur shatters the window and tears his way into the interior. He lunges, grabs the driver by the throat, and hurls him far into the darkness with his monstrous strength. The dazed driver wheezes, "Who are you?" Arthur's response is cold. "Guess." Then he unleashes a lethal lightning strike. Meanwhile, the chaos and the thunder finally cause the rest of the kidnapped mages inside to start waking up. The water mage is screaming at the top of his lungs, urging them to wake up before it is too late. Julian is losing it. He grabs a vial of glowing green potion, trying to force-feed it to the frantic boy. "Is this human trafficking? Are we all going to die?" The boy wails, his mind spiraling into pure madness. Still panicked, the young man begs for his life, crying that his wife already left him for being a failure. Beast-blooded, pure terror, the boy begs to be spared from the monster within, crying for the family he lost. The kidnapper scoffs. "Your son is next," he sneers, before forcing the boy into a deep, drug-induced sleep. The sedative hits. Outside, Arthur is a storm of blue flames, raining absolute hell upon the escaping carriage driver. 𝒐𝒏𝒆 is reeling. Why are the flames blue? Then it clicks, Arthur is fusing lightning and fire together. Lethal. It's an impossible fusion. The elements aren't canceling, they're amplifying. Arthur is hitting with everything he has right now. Another burst of power. Arthur hammers his opponent, raining down cerulean energy that shatters the very ground beneath them. 𝒏𝒆 stares at his mangled, smoking hand. This blue fire, it's more than heat. It's tearing through his soul. He spits a question. Is Arthur really saving these cursed freaks? They're monsters, born to bring the kingdom to ruin. To him, slaughtering them is a holy act of justice, a sacrifice for the greater good of the world. "This is slavery, not justice," Arthur growls, slamming his boot into the man's arrogant face with bone-shattering force. 𝒏𝒆 whines about dirty work, while claiming he has no real ties to the Order of Sanctity's dark agenda. He says he's just a mercenary who doesn't care about the cause. Arthur isn't listening, he just presses harder. While grinding the man's face into the dirt, Arthur begins reciting the Order's most classified, blood-stained history and secrets. The debate intensifies. 𝒏𝒆 screams that no one gives a damn about Arthur's truth or the lives being stolen. Arthur snaps, "Shut up, you speak when I allow it." He's officially done playing games with this pathetic trash. He lays it all out, the Order's bloody founding, its true sinister purpose, and its secret high-noble backers. Specifically, the House of Stirling. The driver pales. Arthur knows things that should be impossible for a commoner to know. Finally, 𝒏𝒆 cracks. He admits to one secret experiment involving the Stirling bloodline that went horribly, horribly wrong. Arthur doesn't buy it. He applies pressure until the man's skull starts to groan under the sheer physical force. "Two, I remember two," he shrieks. Arthur finally eases up an inch, his eyes cold and completely unforgiving. The man confesses. Beast power labs are hidden all over the country. It's a plague of human experiments and misery. Arthur's focus narrows. How many are near the capital city of Ashford? The driver trembles, pointing toward the west. "Just one nearby," he gasps. He offers to lead Arthur to the heart of the operation, the monster factory. The questioning continues, Arthur demanding every detail. He decides he's seen enough of this man's lies and prepares to move. He orders the masked boy to take him to the factory. But then, Arthur makes a fatal error. He turns his back. He assumes the night is too broken to strike. He was dead wrong. A massive surge of vengeful power strikes Arthur from behind. The masked boy sneers through his own agonizing pain. "My hand is still functional enough to kill you," he spits. But Arthur, he's already moved, like a shadow. He dodges with impossible speed, neutralizing the attack instantly. The boy is left gaping in total, soul-crushing shock. How, even with preparation, defending against a blue flame's strike from behind should be a physical impossibility for any knight. Arthur turns. He's not human anymore. The transformation has begun, and his aura is absolutely, terrifyingly cold. The mask comes off, revealing glowing cerulean eyes and jagged fangs. He looks like a demon born of lightning. A primal scream rips through the forest, loud enough to shake the trees and chill the air like winter. At the same time, Lord Vane appears with the captives, clutching the green liquid to silence their desperate cries. He forces the potion onto the boy who is awake and screaming, trying desperately to escape the carriage. The blonde-haired boy looks through the window and freezes. Arthur is coming, and he looks like a god of death. Arthur wipes his mouth, looking puzzled. How did the kid survive that massive electric shock his friend just released? Sensing the end, Lord Vane bolts from the car and runs. Arthur reaches the desperate, trembling boy. The kid thanks his big brother for the rescue, but Arthur's expression is cold and heavy with truth. "You're already marked as dead," he says. "Their records have been erased to hide the Order's dark crimes." It was a trap for the Order of Sanctity. The boy realizes his son is still in their clutches. They ask what can be done. The Order is on an island outside Ashford, built like an impregnable fortress. It's a jagged rock in the sea, even more fortified than the city of Manfred itself. This sanctuary was born after the fall of the old city. Lord Vane finally reaches the heavy iron gates. He approaches the entrance, the shadows of the fortress looming over him like the jaws of hell. Sir Cedric stares into the scrying mirror, shouting that he is no lowly spy. "I am one of you," he barks as the crystal lens captures every bead of cold sweat. "If I were an intruder, the castle's wards would have vaporized me already." Cedric keeps arguing with the voice behind the mirror, desperate to prove his noble rank. "Tick-tock, people, time is running out," he snarls. He demands an audience with the High Inquisitor immediately, and he is not taking no for an answer. A cold, disembodied voice echoes through the stone hall. "Are you absolutely certain no one followed you to our hidden sanctuary, Sir Knight?" Cedric just scoffs. Even if someone were brave enough to shadow him, they would never clear the first wall, and the abominations in the control tower would be eating well tonight. "Is he really on our side?" the guards mutter, hands hovering over their hilts. But right at that moment, the real nightmare was already standing among them. Enter Arthur. He had shadowed Cedric the whole way, using a pack of wild beasts as cover to slip past the magical security grid. Absolute genius. Boom, Arthur is officially inside the Crimson Order's fortress. But nearby, in the alchemical wings, something truly sickening is going down. They are playing God with humans. A young boy, strapped to a cold stone table, suddenly jolts awake and lets out a scream that would curdle milk. The lead surgeon does not even flinch. Why is he still making noise? Did we not cut out his vocal cords yet? Absolutely heartless. "1,000 apologies, master," the assistant stammers. "It won't happen again." And just like that, the knives are back out for their twisted research. The poor kid on the stretcher is sobbing, begging for his life as the blades move closer. It is pure, unfiltered desperation. That is when he realizes he is not alone. There are dozens of others nearby, all being sliced up and studied like common lab rats. He spots a familiar face in the next cage and loses it. "You bastards! I will kill you! I will hunt every single one of you down." The alchemists do not even look up. They are too busy trying to silence him so they can finish their dark procedure in peace. But then, snap, everything goes black. A total power failure plunges the entire dungeon into a terrifying, heavy silence. Panic mode activated. The researchers are stumbling around in the dark, screaming for lanterns and trying to figure out who killed the lights. Suddenly, Cedric, or someone who looks like him, steps into the room. The lead doctor's gut twists. "Intruder! We have an intruder!" He screams for reinforcements and starts frantically dialing a magic device labeled Fox. He is looking for backup, and he is looking fast. Crack! A bolt of lightning shatters the device into 1,000,000 shards. Arthur is done playing games. "Someone followed me," Arthur shouts, still pulling off a perfect impression of Cedric. The guards are totally buying it. The guards rush in, asking for orders. Then, bam! A massive shockwave of pure energy sends everyone in the room flying like autumn leaves. Arthur finally drops the mask. "It is over. You are way too late to stop me now." Chills, literal chills. The High Inquisitor is shaking with rage. How? How did the Order's greatest defenses fail to stop one man? Arthur just smirks. "Oh, do not worry. The real security is here now." He opens his palm and unleashes a torrent of white-hot fire. Cedric tries to fight back, smashing a vial of glowing green essence. Suddenly, the room is filled with crackling, violent electricity. It is a full-blown magic duel. Lightning versus fire, clashing right in the middle of the alchemical factory. Pure chaos. The security guards jump into the fray, but the battle is turning into a total massacre. Here is the thing. The Order spent years learning how to nullify fire. Arthur's flames should be insignificant to them. At least, that was the plan. "What is this?" Cedric screams. His transcendent abilities, the ones that made him a legend, are failing him completely. He cannot understand it. Why is his magic acting so strange? Why is his power manifesting like this? Then he notices it, the blue flames. Arthur's fire isn't just hot, it is literally eating Cedric's magic. It is absorbing his power. The guards are frozen in shock. Arthur's ability is literally stripping them of their magic as they fight. Talk about a nightmare scenario. Wait, the alchemists realize what is happening. Arthur is using a forbidden, self-sacrifice technique, a move that is supposed to be a suicide mission. But he is doing it twice. Twice. How is he even standing? The battle is reaching a fever pitch. "Is he the elemental prince?" the guards whisper. Half his body is spinning with mechanical precision. He looks more like a war machine than a man. They are starting to think they are fighting a monster in human skin. We are talking at least a level 3 rank here. Every single person in that room is absolutely astonished by what Arthur is capable of. He is a force of nature. They throw everything at him, ice, shadows, steel, but nothing works. Arthur is just untouchable. The lead researcher is shaking. He has spent decades studying the biology of monsters, but this defies every law of magic he knows. "I have seen the powers of House Fox," he mutters. "None of them can do this. It is impossible. It is simply not possible." They finally realize the truth. Arthur's star element isn't just strong, it is God tier. A simple attack is not going to do squat against him. In a total panic, they go for their last resort measure. They have to stop him now, or there won't be a Crimson Order left to defend. And get this, they still think he is just some random intruder. They have zero clue they are dealing with Arthur himself. Suddenly, the boy lets out a roar, and a wave of raw, destructive power explodes outward. Things are about to get messy. Cadden shuts it all down. Their magic is useless against his sapphire blazes, and they finally see it. This intruder's bloodline is on a whole different level. His flames are pure perfection. The head researcher stammers about something called the Everlight, and 𝒁𝒂den, completely unfazed, demands to know what that actually is. Apparently, the Everlight is the crown jewel of their twisted experiments. The researcher explains they have been obsessed with its power for years. He thinks 𝒁𝒂den is the missing piece. He actually has the nerve to ask the boy to join them, claiming he could contribute to the world's future. 𝒁𝒂den just stares at them in total disbelief. Is this guy serious? He literally just slaughtered half the staff on his way in, and now they are offering him a job. The researcher does not even blink. He could not care less about the bodies piling up. To him, human life is just another resource to be spent. He says House Blackwood won't lose sleep over a few dead nights as long as the research is safe. A few guards, just the cost of doing business. But 𝒁𝒂den corrects him. It was not just mindless guards he took out. He has been busy clearing out the lab rats too. The whole wing is a graveyard. He retraces his bloody path through the abomination mill, showing exactly how many brilliant minds he snuffed out before reaching this inner sanctum. Now the researcher is losing it. He is horrified, not because people died, but because those test subjects in the carriages were supposed to be locked away. He screams at 𝒁𝒂den, asking why he would bother saving the kidnapped poor. Why help those peasants when he could have joined the elite? Nearby, a terrified boy on the operating table starts shaking. They were seconds away from carving out his vocal cords before 𝒁𝒂den crashed the party. The kid is frozen, trapped between hope and pure terror. 𝒁𝒂den reaches out with his monstrous, mutated hand, his eyes softening just a fraction. He tells the boy to breathe, promises him one thing: House Blackwood is going to pay for every drop of blood they spilled here. The researcher is paralyzed with fear, unable to process the total failure of his security. But 𝒁𝒂den does not wait. He lunges, grabbing the man by the throat. Choking for air, the researcher tries to bargain by offering to reveal the Everlight's location. But 𝒁𝒂den just cuts him off. He is already 10 steps ahead. "Old silver mill," 𝒁𝒂den whispers. The researcher's eyes go wide. He cannot believe this intruder knows their most guarded secrets better than the family itself. 𝒁𝒂den's knowledge of the kingdom's dark underbelly is deeper than any of these scholars could imagine. He has lived in the shadows they only study. He tightens his grip, and the genius researcher starts sobbing like a child. Pure panic. 𝒁𝒂den is not looking for their astral crests or fancy titles. He is here for something else. He explains exactly why he knows so much about their corrupt association, while the man's life literally hangs by a thread. He tightens the pressure. The researcher is crying now, realizing he is not dealing with a hero. He is dealing with a monster who knows exactly who they are. 𝒁𝒂den transforms again, delivering a brutal strike that sends a clear message. He does not want their pathetic star elements. He is looking for real power. He shoves the man aside and starts searching the forge. He is free to take whatever he wants from this house of horrors now. He leaves the coward behind, flanked by the very monsters these people tried to create. He is moving deeper into the facility, hunting for loot. He finds a hidden vault packed with elixirs. They look like the ones from the Royal Academy, but the purity here, it is absolutely insane. It is a gold mine. 𝒁𝒂den swipes the high-grade potions and even finds some specialized pills meant for the beasts. He is not leaving empty-handed. He tosses the pills to the surrounding monsters as a thank you for the help. They are fed, happy, and loyal. Then he steps into the next hall. He drops a crate and senses someone watching. A massive, purple-haired brute is waiting for him, looking like he is built out of solid granite. The man smirks. He has been tracking 𝒁𝒂den for a long time. He recognizes him from the news, the supposed 4-star criminal who just arrived. He claims 𝒁𝒂den used his powers to brutally murder 13 women. Pure propaganda, but this guy is eating it up like it is the gospel truth. 𝒁𝒂den does not bite. He knows House Blackwood only recruits the worst of the worst, killers and abusers who enjoy the smell of blood. He asks the brute if he even realizes the mess he has stepped into. Does he have any idea whose path he is actually crossing right now? The villain just laughs. He tells 𝒁𝒂den his nightmare is just getting started, promising to bury him under the weight of his gravity magic. He warns that if 𝒁𝒂den really knew him, he would know he is about to be crushed into a pancake. The threats just keep coming. With a roar, the purple-haired brute unleashes a crushing wave of power. Massive stone pillars shatter, raining down on Cadden until he is buried. He mocks him, telling him to scream louder because he cannot hear his pleas from under the rocks. He thinks the fight is over. Big mistake. Suddenly, flickers of sapphire flame erupt from the cracks. The villain's smile vanishes. How is this kid still manipulating energy while being crushed? He keeps pushing his limits, calling on the very force of gravity to finish the job. He is desperate to keep Cadden pinned under that weight. Cadden is dead calm. He is not trapped. He is just finding the perfect opening. He is focusing every ounce of his will on the escape. The purple-haired man is throwing everything he has. Gravity, stone, pure malice. He is determined to end our protagonist right here and now. But it does not take long. Cadden bursts through the rubble like it is made of paper, appearing right behind the villain with blue flames dancing in his hand. The man is startled. He cannot wrap his head around how Cadden survived that much pressure, but he is about to find out exactly how. Cadden transforms into a full-blown beast, attacking with blinding speed and throwing the villain into the same rocks he used as a weapon. His arm mutates further, sprouting a terrifying, tooth-filled maw that latches onto the villain's back. The hunter has officially become the prey. The purple-haired man is losing his mind, feeling the pressure mount. He tries to ignite his gravity magic one last time, but he is already in the dragon's jaws. The tension is through the roof as Alaric and Duke Malachor trade blows, each pouring every ounce of their mana into a desperate struggle for dominance. Malachor starts to flex his noble strength, trying to crush our hero, but then, boom, the entire ground begins to shudder with a terrifying force. Alaric's heart stops. Panic sets in because he knows exactly what's coming. The great earthworm is waking up beneath their feet. The earth literally splits wide open. Golden light erupts from the chasm as something massive and ancient begins to claw its way out of the deep. Then it happens. A colossal dragon bursts through the soil, shattering the battlefield and leaving both warriors realizing they are completely outclassed. Malachor is losing his mind. He's staring at the nightmare, trembling as he tries to figure out what kind of monster could possibly be this powerful. It's a legendary earthworm, all right. And Malachor's impenetrable magical defenses, they're being shredded like tissue paper against its raw power. Here's the crazy part. The beast isn't after Alaric, it's hunting Malachor. Our boy seizes the moment, unleashes a new power, and together with the dragon's force, he absolutely levels the Duke. Loot time. Alaric grabs the chest of sacred elixirs and makes a break for it, but he runs straight into a squad of the king's inquisitors. These elite hunters are moving in fast. They've been tracking the earthworm, and they aren't about to let anyone get in their way. But as they get closer to the worm, total paralysis. The sheer presence of the beast literally petrifies them with fear as they freeze in their tracks. Then they spot him. Someone is just standing there, right in front of the monster. They can't wrap their heads around how any human could survive that pressure. Wait, is that 𝑫𝒊𝒆𝒔, the man everyone thought was executed for those 13 murders? Talk about a ghost returning from the grave. The Inquisitor leader, Lady Seraphina, isn't playing games. She vows to execute both the man and the dragon until the beast blasts her back with a massive wall of water. For a split second, the defeated Malachor thinks he's being rescued. Wrong. He realizes the Inquisitors are there to finish him off just as much as the dragon is. Cornered and desperate, the Duke unleashes the last of his strength, trying to build one final defense to save his own skin. But Seraphina is a powerhouse. She recovers instantly and launches a devastating counterattack that sends both the man and the beast flying backward. Pure chaos. In the middle of the explosion, 𝑫𝒊𝒆 manages to vanish while Malachor tries to bolt in the opposite direction. He thinks he's escaping, until he isn't. Before he can even react, he finds himself staring down the throat of the dragon. He's been swallowed whole. Hold on, a second one. Seraphina is stunned. She can't understand how two of these legendary creatures could be in the same place at once. The rest of the Inquisitors are spiraling. This went from a routine hunt to a total disaster in the blink of an eye. We finally get a name for our fearless leader, Lady Seraphina of the House of Sterling, the most skilled hunter in the kingdom. Her men are screaming at her to stay back, warning her that the worm's fangs can crush enchanted steel like it's nothing. Her response, "Let it try." She summons a torrential water spell and charges the dragon with zero hesitation. And she actually does it. Seraphina subdues the beast single-handedly, and her squad is absolutely losing their minds with joy over her victory. She's feeling proud, and honestly, fair enough. The team is baffled. How can a creature's biology allow it to grow to a full 100 meters long? It's a win for the ages. The Inquisitors celebrate Lady Seraphina for taking down the legendary Dragon of the Deep. Meanwhile, over at the House of Blackwood, the nobles are busy researching the ever-burning seed when the grim news finally hits. The forbidden alchemist's lab is gone, reduced to a smoking ruin. Not a single researcher or guard made it out of there alive. The killer is a total mystery. No one knows who did it, and the perpetrator has vanished without leaving a single trace behind. Rumor has it the earthworm finished the job. Lord Blackwood knows this is a crisis. The secret is out, and he's feeling the heat. Emergency protocols are live. The forbidden lab is public knowledge now, and they have to deal with the fallout before the kingdom turns on them. He's expecting some political backlash, but he's hoping it's just a slap on the wrist and nothing more serious. Then they find it, the director's final message. 2 words that change everything: cerulean fire. What does it mean? They're diving deep into their forbidden archives, trying to connect the dots using everything they know about monster essence. It hits them. All their research points to one terrifying figure who might be the key to this entire catastrophe. They start digging into the bloodlines of the ascendants of the cerulean fire, the most dangerous power system in history. They need to find the cerulean boy to fix this, but they have 0 leads. He's a complete ghost in their system. All they know is he's a transcendent. They have no choice but to call in the Inquisitors to start a global manhunt. While they scramble, the young heir of House Blackwood is busy talking to the ever-burning seed in the dark. And get this, the monster's roots go all the way to the world's core. We're talking 5,000 meters of pure, ancient nightmare fuel. At the very tip of those roots, that's where the earthworms are born. And look who's there, 𝑫𝒊𝒆, who got sucked in earlier. He's alive, but totally lost. He has no clue how he ended up in this literal underworld, and honestly, he's a bit rattled. Another mouth opens up, and 𝑫𝒊𝒆 just freezes. How can a monster this massive even exist in the world without everyone knowing? He's looking around the inside of this titan when he spots something, a jagged fragment from the very lab he just escaped. Arthur finally makes it back to Lady Isabella's chambers, sword strapped to his back. She's been waiting and honestly, probably starving. He actually remembered the food, handing over a box before his mind drifts back to the hunt. He's weighing their options. How should they track the target at the sacred hearth? Do they rely on the earth dragon's scent, or tap into the beast's raw, predatory power? Meanwhile, over at the citadel of the sacred hearth, the tension is thick. They've officially launched a manhunt to identify the mysterious blue flame heir. Suddenly, the sacred hearth itself starts reacting. It's flaring up, actually opening. The scholars are losing their minds because this thing is supposed to be stable. The panic is real. They're shouting for the Archmage to return immediately. Ever since he stepped out, the sacred hearth has been acting like a compass, pointing somewhere else entirely. Cut to some new faces. Elite knights reporting to a captain. They're discussing the ranks, and it turns out they've been summoned for a high-stakes mission by House Vance. They make one thing very clear. It doesn't matter who the intruders are. They're going to wipe them out. 0 survivors, total extermination. These guys aren't rookies. You can see the brutal battle scars across their faces. The Archmage gives the final word: let absolutely no one escape his grasp. The knights move out, ready to hunt down whoever leveled the forbidden crucible. That's when 𝑫𝒊𝒆 enters the frame, watching the chaos unfold with a sharp eye. But then, something impossible happens. Using his powers, 𝒐𝒊𝒆 watches as those elite knights just vanish, just like that. It's enough to leave him completely rattled. Terrified, 𝒐𝒊𝒆 drops to his knees before the Lord of House Vance. He explains that his aura was completely snuffed out. It was the only way he could stay alive under that pressure. He's begging for a chance to explain. He swears there were no human intruders at the site. Instead, it was monsters, creatures literally made of flower petals. It was eerie. No one turned into a beast until the flowers actually bloomed. 𝒐𝒊𝒆 counts 4 flowers in total, and get this, they could turn invisible and wielded the sacred hearth's own flames. After hearing that, the Lord knows they're in trouble. These monsters are going to rack up a body count. He orders a full report to the king's inquisitors immediately. Back at the citadel, the confusion continues. They can't figure out what triggered the sacred hearth to open like this. It's unprecedented. The leader steps closer, his worst suspicions finally confirmed. The flower didn't just bloom, it underwent a massive genetic mutation. This is bad news. Far away from the chaos, Arthur is talking to Isabella. She's giving him a weird look, asking why he's staring. "You hungry again?" she asks, but Arthur shakes his head. He's already taken his night elixir. He won't feel that gnawing hunger for another 10 days. He's safe for now. But there's work to do. He needs to start balancing his cursed ichor with noble essence. It's the only way to control the rage and hunger when he shifts back to human. He moves toward Isabella. They're both sitting on the cold ground. You can see the fear in her eyes. She's hesitating, but she doesn't pull away when he reaches out. That's when Arthur starts to shift. His hands transform into massive, lethal claws, with blue lightning crackling and arcing between his fingers. Isabella doesn't flinch. She actually asks him to touch her. He warns her that it's going to hurt for a second, but promises she'll be ready for what comes next. She wants to absorb a piece of that power. The moment they connect, boom, a massive pink shockwave rips through her. It's intense, like her noble essence is finally waking up. Pink lightning bolts start dancing around her as she drains Arthur's energy. She's taking it all in, fueling her own transformation. Meanwhile, back at the citadel, the Archmage gets word that the mana circuits are fried. Then, total darkness. A massive blackout hits the entire facility. The Archmage tells his assistant to keep her cool. "We're surrounded by geniuses," he says. "Someone is probably just running a high-level experiment." They even start joking about the mana bill they're going to get at the end of the month. The Archmage shrugs it off. Gold is nothing compared to talent. But then the Inquisitors call, and the mood shifts. This isn't just a citadel problem. The entire city of Kingsford Harbor is in the dark. The Archmage realizes what's happening. It's just Isabella. He tells them not to worry, the Academy will cover the costs. Now you have to understand Kingsford Harbor. It's a massive island city, the 3rd largest in all of Albion. And Isabella, she's currently drinking enough power to bankrupt it. The Inquisitors are running the numbers. They're baffled by her abilities. She's a newly awakened, but her body is handling a terrifying amount of energy. Most people's bodies would fail, but she's different. She's got a pure vessel that lets her hold insane levels of elemental lightning without breaking. The Archmage is still on the horn, bragging about his student's potential. But then he sees the actual bill for those 3 hours of testing. 56 million gold sovereigns. 56 million. Even for him, that's a heart-stopping number. He can't believe one girl could consume that much. Just as he's about to lose it, his assistant interrupts. Lady Isabella has arrived at the door to see him. He takes a breath and tells her to come in. Things are about to get interesting. Don't panic, though. It's just Sophie doing her thing. The Academy already promised to foot the massive bill for whatever she breaks. We're talking about Kingsport City here. It's a massive island fortress and the 3rd largest jewel in the entire Kingdom of Albion. But that electricity bill is becoming a national crisis. Sophie is literally gulping down more energy than the rest of the city combined. High Inquisition headquarters is losing their minds. She only just awakened her powers. How is her body even holding all that energy without vaporizing? Here's the secret. Most spark bloods have polluted genes, but hers are pure. It makes her the perfect vessel for the most violent elements in existence, especially lightning. Her physical form is built to sustain a constant, high-voltage storm that would incinerate a normal man in seconds. Right now, the headmaster is still stuck on a frantic call with the purge squad, trying to explain why the city's power grid is failing. Then he sees the total. 3 hours of practice cost them 56 million gold sovereigns. Even for a noble school, that is a soul-crushing amount of money. The headmaster is staring at the bill in pure disbelief when his office door suddenly swings open, cutting his internal screams short. His assistant rushes in, breathless. "Sophie is here to see you, sir." He blinks, stunned, before waving her inside. Lady Alener bows her head, offering a sincere apology for the massive amount of elemental ether she drained from the Academy's reserves. Grandmaster Thorn just waves it off with a smile. He tells her she is a once-in-a-generation prodigy, and then leans in, asking for her current rank in the Knight's Ascension. Thorn offers to personally mentor her in taming the wild arcane sparks surging through her veins, but she reveals she has already reached rank 2. The Grandmaster is floored. His own calculations said that should have taken her weeks, yet she's shattered every expectation in record time. He asks to examine her aura, and the moment his hand touches her, raw white lightning crackles through the air. Thorn explains that a climb this rapid only happens for 2 reasons: legendary noble bloodlines or surviving a literal nightmare on the battlefield. Alener looks down, admitting that her heart is currently a storm of some very dark, very intense emotions. As the Grandmaster contemplates this, Lord Alistair gives his companion a reassuring pat on the shoulder, vowing to bring glory to the kingdom. He promises he will graduate with honors, but Thorn can't help but let out a dry laugh at the boy's confidence. The Grandmaster asks if Alistair really thinks he can graduate after all the absolute chaos he's already unleashed upon the institution. Thorn notes that while Alener is on the verge of hitting rank 3, Alistair's path is far more complicated and dangerous. To reach rank 2, Alistair must undergo a brutal transmutation, merging his very essence with an elemental core. It is a slow, agonizing process, which is why the boy shouldn't be able to rise through the ranks so quickly, or so Thorn thought. But then Alistair starts talking about forbidden, ancient technology that failed to stop the Great Ruin, leaving the Grandmaster completely stunned. Thorn stares at him, wondering how a mere student could possibly possess knowledge that has been buried for centuries. Alistair just keeps going, explaining his secrets until the Grandmaster is visibly rattled. Then, the boy has the nerve to ask for more high-grade vital tinctures. Thorn scoffed. Those tinctures are priceless artifacts, far more expensive than the mana Alener burned through during her training session. The pair prepares to leave the room, but just as they reach the door, the Grandmaster calls them back with a change of heart. He offers Alistair one final chance. The Royal Academy is selecting champions for the upcoming High Kings tournament. If Alistair can lead his squad to victory, Thorn promises to grant him access to the kingdom's experimental mechanical sentinels. Alistair accepts the deal, agreeing to join the elite supernova team while Alener watches silently from the corner. The clock is ticking. They only have 3 days left to register for the tournament before the window slams shut. Once they're gone, the Grandmaster's aide, Dame Seraphina, demands to know why he's letting such troublemakers represent the school. Thorn admits it's hard to put into words, but he's certain they are the key. Seraphina asks if this is all because of Alener's talent. No, Thorn corrects her, explaining that Alistair is a monster in his own right, possessing abilities that defy all logic. Seraphina is speechless. She had no idea the boy was hiding a forbidden monster bloodline beneath that calm exterior. Suddenly, the communication stone glows red. It's the High Order of Inquisitors. Thorn answers, his voice dripping with annoyance. He assumes they're calling to complain about Alener's massive energy bill, but the truth is much darker than a simple debt. The next morning, the Inquisitors storm the campus. They are 90% sure the mysterious 𝑫𝒊𝒆𝒔 is a student here. A full-scale investigation begins to unmask the vigilante, who's been haunting the city's shadows. The lead investigator sits across from Grandmaster Thorn, cutting the pleasantries short to get straight to the hunt. This man isn't just a tournament judge. He's a specialized hunter tasked with bringing the 𝑫𝒊𝒆𝒔 to justice. Thorn plays dumb, asking why on earth they think a legendary outlaw would be hiding in a school for young nobles. A young knight finally breaks his silence, recounting the night he was cornered by a beast until the 𝑫𝒊𝒆𝒔 saved him. He explains how he was on the brink of death when the blue-flamed warrior appeared and completely turned the tide. He lost consciousness during the struggle, and when he woke up, the monster was dead and the hero had vanished into thin air. Given the sheer, overwhelming power displayed that night, the Inquisitors are certain the culprit belongs to the Academy. Since that first encounter, sightings of the 𝑫𝒊𝒆𝒔 have skyrocketed, and the trail is getting warmer. Just yesterday, House Sterling reported a raid on their secret laboratory, where the blue flames were seen once again. Forbidden elixirs were stolen, and several guards were left for dead. It was a calculated, brutal strike. They argue that the 𝑫𝒊𝒆𝒔 is becoming a Tier 1 threat to the kingdom and must be arrested immediately. Thorn listens intently, his face a mask of calm, even though he now knows for a fact the boy is one of his own. The young knight adds a final chilling detail. Ever since he was saved that night, he's felt a strange, tethered connection to his savior. He asserts that the moment he stepped onto the academy grounds, his soul screamed that the 𝑫𝒊𝒆𝒔 was nearby. Now, every single student must be tested, because the hunter knows his prey is hiding right under their noses. The hunt begins. Our young squires are about to be put under the microscope, and the Lord Commander is making it clear. Every single student is being watched. Right now, the academy is in full swing with combat drills. Perfect timing for the investigators to slip in, while everyone is distracted by the chaos on the training grounds. Out on the field, the atmosphere is electric. The Master of Arms lays down the law, one mistake, one slip-up during these evaluations, and you're out. Here is the kicker. As the intensity rises, those dormant, ancient bloodlines within the students, they are going to start waking up in a big way. "Begin," the instructor bellows. But wait, he pulls Alistair and Lady Seraphina aside for a little private chat. Talk about suspicious timing. Naturally, the rest of the class is all eyes. With the teacher gone, the whispers start immediately, and you know it's never anything good. This arrogant blonde noble, let's call him Cedric, struts up to Alistair's crew. He's demanding they partner up for the upcoming duel, looking for an easy win. The squad isn't buying it. Julian, the long-haired knight in training, just shakes his head. He'd rather pair with the shy Beatrice than deal with Cedric's ego. Cedric just laughs. He starts mocking them, asking if these low-born lackeys even realize who they're dealing with. He's convinced he's untouchable. "I'm on a different level," he sneers. He actually thinks there isn't a soul on these grounds who could even put a scratch on his polished armor. Meanwhile, Master Benedict is laying it out for Alistair and Seraphina. He's worried. The King's tournament, the Supernova, is coming, and they aren't ready. To even get a foot in the door for the royal selection, you need to be elite. Right now, our duo doesn't even meet the bare minimum requirements. The criteria are brutal. You need at least a 3-star rating in the ancient bloodline rankings. Anything less, you're just target practice for the high nobles. Benedict turns to Alistair. He says they only have this shot because of him, but let's be real, their chances of actually winning are basically zero. Get this, just yesterday, Alistair snuck into the second-year night drills. He used a low-tier power trick just to manipulate the rankings and stay in the game. The Master suggests they follow that lead, drop their current squad, and join the veteran second-year knights if they want to survive the selection. But our boys, they've got heart. They shut him down immediately. They aren't abandoning their team, even if it means taking the hard road. Suddenly, Alistair freezes. A cold shiver runs down his spine. He feels it, a psychic probe. Someone in this castle knows exactly who he is. And he's right. That young investigator talking to the Lord Commander, he's the one. He's locked onto Alistair's specific magical signature. Think fast, Alistair mutters to himself. If his cover blows now, the entire mission is toast. He needs to vanish from their magical radar and fast. He's desperately trying to sever the spiritual link before that boy tracks him down. It's a race against time while he plays it cool in front of the master. Master Benedict is still rambling on about the tournament, completely oblivious to the fact that his student is currently in a mental life-or-death struggle. Then Benedict makes a call. Seraphina will be the team captain. He's going to register her name first and see if they can pull off a miracle. Seraphina's eyes light up. She's not scared, she's thrilled. So, she asks, can I finally stop holding back and let my real power fly? Back on the field, Cedric is still acting like a total villain. He's leaning into Alistair's friend, mocking him that his precious leader won't be there to save him today. But then whoosh, a blinding flash of light tears through the sky, stopping everyone dead in their tracks. Something massive just happened. Pink magical rays explode across the yard, scattering the bullies like leaves in the wind. Yep, that's Seraphina. Message received, loud and clear. She turns back to the master, totally nonchalant. Was that acceptable? Benedict is stunned. Yeah, lady, that was more than just a demonstration. Suddenly, the Lord Commander's secretary interrupts. She's looking for Master Benedict, but her eyes are scanning for one person specifically, Alistair. Alistair clenches his jaw. He knows that look. The Inquisitors, the Royal Exterminators, have officially arrived on campus. Things just got complicated. The bells toll, summoning every student to the main square. Panic starts to set in. Are they really here? Are the Inquisitors going to purge the school? The lead Inquisitor, a tall, green-haired man with a terrifying aura, turns to a small boy. Well, he demands, have you found our target yet, Lance? The boy is Lance Chai, and he's a human bloodhound. He knows the Azure Ember user is here, but that pesky connection he had just vanished into thin air. But Lance just smirks. It doesn't matter. He can still smell the lingering scent of that forbidden power. He's closing in and he knows it. Suddenly, the sky literally begins to fall. A rain of jagged metal and flaming meteors screams toward the earth. Flashback time, 2 months ago. We see a fortress in ruins, smoke everywhere. 2 soldiers are standing amidst the wreckage, and one of them is the captain of the guard. A scout rushes up with a report. Apparently, the vice captain managed to single-handedly take down a high-tier monster inside the collapsing structure. The captain doesn't celebrate. He just barks an order. Evacuate, now, get everyone out of this district before the whole place levels. Orders fly over the magical comms. The captain slams his hands down, conjuring a massive field of metal magic to hold the crumbling walls for just a few seconds. It's not enough. The foundations give way, and the entire massive structure comes thundering down in a cloud of stone and twisted iron. And then, crawling out from the literal grave of those ruins, the Inquisitor, the man currently hunting Alistair. He survived and he wants blood for that day. Turns out he was that very vice captain. Back in the present, Lance Chai starts conjuring raw elements from his palms, his eyes glowing with malice. Even the other Inquisitors are confused. What are you doing? They ask. Lance doesn't answer. He's too busy shattering his own magical formations. Lance is losing it, churning out more and more elemental energy like a man possessed. He's not searching anymore. He's attacking. He fires a massive volley, sending lethal shards of metal raining down on the terrified students below. The training session just turned into a massacre. The light bulb finally goes off. Arthur realizes the Inquisitors are hunting for trace metal elements inside his very veins. Steel flies everywhere. Sir Leon rains metal shards on the students while Arthur desperately scrambles for a getaway plan. Stay back, Arthur warns Alara to keep her distance, promising her that he has everything under total control. Leon thinks he's cornered the blue flame sorcerer. Arthur plays it cool, asking if this is just some twisted test. Leon isn't buying the act. He lists the crimes: sabotaging House Sterling's laboratory and assaulting a high-ranking Inquisitor. The hammer drops. Leon declares that Arthur and Alara are officially under arrest by the Royal Purge. Total shock hits the room. His friends can't believe the quiet kid is actually a legendary, wanted fugitive. Whispers break out everywhere. How could a mere student wield the blue flames of the elite transcendent class? Arthur is backed into a corner. He can't hide forever when the enemy is literally tracking the iron in his blood. Time to move. Arthur decides to use a tiny fraction of his metal soul to shield himself from the onslaught. He recalls his master's ancient teachings, channeling that hidden wisdom into his very first real act of defense. He unleashes metal. The Inquisitors are baffled. Their suspect uses fire, so why is this boy bending cold steel? Leon's senses are sharp. He claims a master smith can friction weld metal until it burns, mimicking the look of fire. Suddenly, a massive blast rocks the arena. Every eye in the academy is glued to the unfolding chaos. The headmaster watches closely. Could a metal bender really be the blue flame phantom they are so afraid of? The attacks intensify. Arthur fights for his life as the duel between student and inquisitor truly begins in earnest. Just as things get heated, a torrent of water crashes in. Everyone stops, staring at the mysterious newcomer. It's Lady Seraphina. The Inquisitor captain arrives, claiming this academy and its students are under her personal protection. She is absolutely furious. Her subordinates broke the chain of command, and Seraphina does not forgive such blatant insubordination. Leon tries to talk back, but Seraphina snaps. Nobody tells a high lady of the lake where to stand. She begins to transform. Waves of pure magical energy erupt as she prepares to teach Leon some proper manners. Leon retreats, claiming he was just monitoring the campus, but Seraphina proves the suspect was miles away that night. Arthur is totally confused. Why would a legendary captain of the guard go out of her way to defend him? The elder inquisitor bows, dragging a reluctant Leon away to prepare for the upcoming King's Selection tournament. Arthur approaches Seraphina later, noting that keeping tabs on a castle full of students must be exhausting work. She brushes it off. She doesn't watch everyone. She just read his soul and knew he wasn't a bad person. Drama alert. Ilera watches them talk from a distance, her eyes burning with a very obvious spark of jealousy. Seraphina offers Ilera a secret opportunity before vanishing, leaving the students with a final warning to stay strong. The headmaster observes the interaction. He realizes these kids weren't joking about entering the King's Selection at all. He does the math. Arthur and Ilera together. That is a powerhouse duo with a real shot at winning. Registration day is finally here. The High Council debates which noble house has the best chance of taking the crown. Then comes a bombshell. Baron Thorn makes a formal request to lead a team of first-year knights into battle. The room goes silent. First years in the King's Selection. That's unheard of and borderline suicidal for the students. Suddenly, the doors swing open. Thorn strides in, proving he is dead serious about this insane, high-stakes gamble. Back at the barracks, Cedric tries to manipulate Julian. He's dangling life essences to force his power to wake. House Sterling has a dark method for forced awakening, and Cedric insists it is exactly what Julian needs. The pressure is on. Cedric demands he wake his sleeping magic now, or fail the final test forever. Word travels fast in the faculty lounge. Arthur just made a crazy request. He wants to lead a team of mere first-years into the big leagues. The room goes silent. Freshmen competing in the Zenith Games, that's not just rare, it's practically a death wish. Speak of the devil, Arthur kicks the door open and marches in. The absolute madman actually showed up to make it official. Over in the dorms, a blonde noble named Cedric is working his charms on James. He's trying to sell him on a shortcut to power. He plays it dirty, mentioning how Julian promised James enough life essence to power his growth twice a day. Pure envy, that's the hook. "Wake up, James," Cedric whispers. The Sterling family has a secret ritual to force an awakening, and he claims it's exactly what James needs right now. It's high-pressure stuff. He tells him he has to awaken immediately to pass the final night's test. No time for second thoughts. He tells him to stop worrying about being loyal to his classmates. Do you want to stay in the mud with them, or do you want to be a legend? Cedric is fuming. Baron Julian and his lot are running their mouths about his sister, and he's finally had enough. He tells the arrogant blonde to back off, but a heated debate breaks out. Cedric makes it clear. He stands by Lord Alaric forever. Things get physical fast. Julian grabs Cedric by the collar, hoisting him up in a fit of pure aristocratic rage. Julian tries to play mind games, telling Cedric to ditch Alaric. Stay with the big brother, and you'll lose everything you own. Cedric breaks free with a cold stare. I'm with him until death, he snaps. Alaric isn't just a leader, he's family. Julian is livid now. He sneers, asking if Cedric is actually ready for the absolute years of hell coming his way. Cedric doesn't blink. If life is going to be a nightmare, he'd rather stay asleep and fight Julian until his final breath. The threats keep coming. Julian promises to ruin every single night with surprises to make sure Cedric never knows a moment of peace. Cedric just laughs it off. Without Alaric, he'd be 6 feet under already. His life belongs to his friend now, period. The tension is thick enough to cut. Julian drops the ultimate threat. He's going to end both Cedric and his sister. Elsewhere, Lord Valerius makes his move, flanked by the mage who controls the tides. They're plotting against Alaric's hidden power. Meanwhile, Cedric and Seraphina head to Alaric's chambers. The heavy doors swing open, and they step inside the candlelit room. Alaric announces the special training is starting and tells them to close their eyes. But then, things get a little weird. He spots them taking off their boots and socks. He's completely baffled. What on earth are they doing right now? Cedric playfully threatens to put a sock over Seraphina's head, making the poor girl panic like he's actually going to do it. Alaric sighs and brings the focus back. Eyes closed, everyone. Focus. He's dead serious about the power they're about to face. Suddenly, Seraphina breaks the silence. She asks the question they've all been thinking. Are you truly the Azure Knight? Cedric tells her to pipe down, but Alaric stops. No more lies. He looks them in the eye and confesses, yes, it's me. Shock, pure silence. They knew he was strong, but the legendary spirit of the blue flame. That's next-level power right there. Cedric is stunned, wondering how his sister even guessed. Seraphina just shrugs. She noticed the strange patterns a long time ago. Why would the High Inquisitors hunt Alaric for no reason? She saw him getting nervous, which made no sense, unless he was him. Plus, she watched Lady Alara. The normally fierce noble was acting soft and worried. A total giveaway for anyone paying attention. Cedric is still processing it all. His sister's brain is definitely working overtime to connect those dots, and she's actually right. Alaric looks at them, worried. Now that they know his secret, will they turn their backs? Will they run away in fear? He promises them he's not a villain. He only uses this flame to protect people, never to destroy just for sport. Seraphina speaks up first. We'd be dead without you. You're special to us, secret identity or not. That doesn't change. She knows House Valerius was hiding dark, unethical research in that lab he leveled. He did what had to be done. She's not going anywhere. Where her brother stands, she stands too. They are a team until the bitter, bloody end. Cedric tells her to zip it, but the point is made. As long as House Thorn and Valerius are the enemies, they fight together. Alaric is moved. He hands them 2 small vials of glowing, shimmering liquid. Drink this, he commands them firmly. They down the potions instantly. Alaric explains that their bodies will absorb the fluid to strengthen their spirits as fast as possible. Seraphina gasps as the magic hits. Is this the essence of life? Alaric nods. He liberated it from the Valerius laboratory. He wouldn't dream of keeping this power for himself, not when his friends have stayed loyal through every single hardship. Cedric is speechless. He never imagined his friend would share something so rare and precious with a common knight like him. But now it's time. Alaric tells them to lie down and close their eyes. The real, grueling work begins right now. As they drift off, Alaric whispers a quiet apology. He has to keep his true monster form a secret for just a bit longer. He begins to transform, wishing them sweet dreams from the depths of their own souls. It's for their own protection. He knows Alara will eventually transcend, Her bloodline is too volatile. He has to prepare her for the madness ahead. But for the siblings, they've never crossed that threshold before. This is going to be a wild, dangerous ride for them. James is actually moved. He thinks his friend is sacrificing a family secret just for his sake. Oh man, he has no idea. The trap is set. Cedric tells them to close their eyes and start the focus training. This is where it gets real. James and the others drop to the floor, eyes shut tight. That's when Julian appears in the shadows, whispering a quiet apology to his friends. He can't let the monster gene be discovered. Not yet. He shifts his form, his voice turning cold as he wishes them sweet dreams from the depths of hell. Julian knows the clock is ticking for Sophie too. One little spark of stimulation, and her genes are going to go absolutely feral. He has to be the one to manage her. But since neither of them have ever truly transcended before, they're flying blind. He gets aggressive now, moving toward the confused siblings who are still huddled on the cold stone floor. Suddenly, young Lady Charlotte is whisked away. She feels herself tumbling through tall grass, dressed in nothing but soft pink sleepwear covered in tiny hearts. She's baffled. Where is she? And why on earth is she wearing these ridiculous commoner's clothes instead of her royal silks? Reality twists. This isn't a dream, it's a living nightmare. Fear grips her as a small teddy bear nearby starts to mutate. She's terrified. Why is her dream changing like this? That teddy bear used to be a comfort, but now it's twitching with pure malice. It happens in a flash. The creature swells, growing into a towering monstrosity of unimaginable heights that scrapes the very sky. Charlotte just stares. Meanwhile, Lord Alastair approaches the manor and senses something is wrong. Strange golden embers are swirling around the entire building. Alastair is deeply rattled. He realizes the aura bleeding out from Prince Julian's room is unlike anything he's ever witnessed in the kingdom. He's certain now. Julian is the legendary boy of the blue flame. This revelation will change everything at the upcoming royal trials. Suddenly, beep, an emergency flare sounds. It's a high-priority distress signal from the royal sentinels. This is bad, really bad. The knights realize the northern duchy is under siege. They race to the site, hearts pounding with absolute dread for what they'll find. They arrive at a scene of total carnage. The northern circuit is shattered, and the streets are littered with debris and fallen soldiers. The stench of iron is overwhelming, pure blood. No one is moving. Not a single soul seems to have survived this initial slaughter. Reinforcements pour in to assess the damage. They whisper in fear. Could a single beast truly cause this much destruction in one night? As they argue over what kind of beast could do this, a sound like a thunderclap rips the sky wide open. Everyone freezes in terror. Then it appears, a monster of pure terror unleashing power that defies logic. The knights stand there, paralyzed by the sheer impossibility of it. One sentinel's magical headset slips, hitting the ground with enough force to crack the cobblestones. They're losing it, and they don't know why. They can't see what's hitting them. It's an invisible, crushing force that's tearing through their ranks like paper, and they're completely blind. Is it a spectral beast, or a dragon cloaked in shadows? Whatever it is, they need to prioritize their own safety before they're all wiped out. Retreat, they scream, but it's no use. There's no shield or spell strong enough to block this unseen tide of destruction hitting them. This thing is at least 40 times stronger than any of them. Lady 𝒐𝒏𝒆, her brown hair matted with sweat, knows what she has to do. She cuts her palm, letting her blood spill as a desperate sacrifice. It's a forbidden right to stall the inevitable and save the team. 𝒐𝒏𝒆, no, a comrade yells. They just needed a few more minutes to find a way to bind the beast, but she's given everything. The remaining knights bicker in panic, trying to figure out how to master this horror and save any survivors left in the rubble. She did it for the commander. He saved them 1,000 times over with his own life on the line. Now, it was her turn to protect him. Every knight there knew the debt they owed him. This was the moment to pay it back in full, regardless of the cost to their own lives. Stop this, it's an order, the commander roars. He's the captain. His life isn't worth more than theirs, but his voice is ignored. "You're the captain," they tell him, tears in their eyes. "You have to live. We're expendable, but the order needs your leadership." The argument gets heated as the monsters close in. They're prepared to lay down their lives so he can lead another day while they perish. One by one, they fall. The commander is left standing alone in a sea of bodies, his heart shattering into a million pieces. Am I really a leader? He asks himself. How could I let them all die just to keep me breathing? Was their sacrifice all in vain? He has to move. He needs to reach a secure location and report this catastrophe to the High Council as quickly as humanly possible. There, that sound again. Those eerie screeches from before are echoing in the distance, getting closer with every step he takes. Is that invisible nightmare still hunting him? So many good knights died today just to give him this one chance to survive. He looks around and gods, there are more of them. An entire pack of shadow beasts has surrounded the area. Where did they come from? There is no safe harbor left in the city. His only hope is to get word to headquarters, and he has to do it now. He fumbles for his communication device, but it's dead. The elemental pressure here is so thick it's jamming every magical signal. He bolts. He runs until his lungs burn, praying for even a flicker of magical connection while dodging the monsters in the dark. Finally, a tiny spark of magic flickers. He manages to lock onto the frequency and makes contact with the high command at last. "Help," he gasps. "Send reinforcements. But don't you dare send anyone below the 4th rank of knighthood. Anything less is certain death." These things are monsters of the highest order. They're invisible, they're lethal, and they're all at least rank 4-star beasts. Message sent. A small weight lifts from his chest. Now he can finally draw his sword and face these monsters, even if it's his end. Suddenly, Lady Genevieve appears. She unleashes a torrent of enchanted water, apologizing for her late arrival to the bloodbath. "Genevieve, watch out," the commander shouts, but she interrupts him before he can even finish his warning about the unseen threat. She just shrugs it off. "Don't worry, Captain. These beasts are likely just looking for an easy snack." He tries to tell her she's wrong. Arthur paints a grim picture of the horror he witnessed. He's fully ascended now, a true master, and he's laying out the cold, hard truth for his siblings. Most people thought that taming these ancient powers meant they'd finally rule the monsters. They believed humanity would dominate the world once more. But they were dead wrong. The power didn't just change them, it consumed them. Arthur continues his dark narration, making sure his allies understand the cost of this evolution. He reaches out, grabbing Julian by the arms and hoisting him clean off the ground. Nearby, Alina is sprawled out, listening to the strange, echoing sounds coming from her brother. Arthur watches them like a hawk, evaluating how his friends are handling the mental strain while they rest. He notices Alina's dreams are normal, just the standard nightmares of someone who's lived in fear. But Julian, his condition is unsettling. Something is definitely off. Suddenly, Julian snaps. He lunges up from the dirt, eyes blazing with a terrifying rage. He's wide awake now, and his first words, "I'm going to kill him." Both Arthur and Beatrice are stunned, but they can't help but congratulate him. He finally broke through. Alina stirs too, realizing the world just shifted beneath them. The weight of it all hits Julian like a landslide. Tears start streaming down his face as he vows to follow Arthur into any battle, no matter how suicidal. He's all in. Arthur was the one who ignited his spark, and for that, he owes him everything. Arthur calmly explains the exact moment Julian's bloodline essence finally snapped into place. The air is thick with anticipation as they discuss what comes next. The Star Knight trials are about to begin, the ultimate selection process for the realm's elite. With Arthur's tactical genius, Beatrice's lethal skill, and Julian finally awakening his true potential, this squad actually has a shot at winning the whole damn thing. It's time to part ways for now. Arthur leaves them with one cryptic warning: stay away from the water for the next few days. If you get thirsty, stick to the elixir of vitality. Trust me on this. Julian is still dazed, wondering if this power is real or if he's trapped in some vivid dream. That's when Alina realizes Arthur's true play. He wants her in the Star Knight trials. He's putting her on the front lines. She asks if she understood him correctly. Her brother doesn't blink. He tells her they'll do whatever Big Brother asks. This tournament is just the first step. Arthur adds that this is the opportunity of a lifetime. They finally have the raw power needed to stand on that stage as legitimate candidates. 1 week later, the bells of the High Academy toll. The Star Night trials have officially begun. Teams are everywhere, prepping for the slaughter. In the corner of the courtyard, a blonde noble is seen chugging a stolen elixir of vitality. A friend asks where he scored such a high-grade potion. The blonde laughs, admitting he swiped it right out of Julian's gear. Apparently, the newly awakened Julian left his stash hidden in his boots, and this thief was more than happy to help himself. His friend asks if he's worried about Julian coming for his head. The blonde just sneers. Julian is a nobody on Beatrice's team. He can't touch me. He reminds his crew that their leader is from House Sterling. They aren't even playing the same sport as Arthur's group. He starts laying out a dirty strategy for the trials. He thinks they can easily manipulate little Alina, using her as a pawn to control the rest of them. He even jokes that if they play their cards right, she might end up serving House Sterling by the time the tournament is over. But his friend isn't so sure. He warns the blonde not to sleep on Julian. An awakened fighter with a grudge is a recipe for disaster. The blonde just dismisses it. He plans to keep stealing Julian's supply until the guy is too weak to even stand. The plan is set. The Academy has rigged the entire battlefield with scrying crystals, broadcasting every brutal moment directly to the students' devices. Everyone is glued to their screens, checking the live feeds. The Star Night trials aren't just starting, they're already turning into a bloodbath. The commentators mention that the most arrogant team in the tournament has already made their entrance. Our blonde thief wonders who could possibly be that cocky. Then, the heavy hitters are officially introduced. The favorites to win the crown are revealed one by one. First up, the monarchs of the Crimson Flame. Their stats are terrifying. We're talking high-tier noble blood and perfect metamorphosis scores across the board. The narrator details exactly how they plan to crush the competition. The standout, a ruthless fighter named Lord Cedric. Cedric is introduced with all the prestige of House Sterling backing him. His power levels, absolutely off the charts. Next is an all-female squad, known as the Sisters of the Silver Frost. Their captain is a legend in the making, and her bloodline essence is described as pure, lethal ice. The third powerhouse team is called the 𝒐𝒏𝒆 and the 𝑾𝒉𝒊𝒍𝒆. They break down their defensive rankings and their mastery of transmutation. These guys are built like moving fortresses. With the introductions finished, the horn sounds. The first round kicks off, and the forest becomes a hunting ground. 16 teams are dropped into the Whispering Woods. The rules are simple. Lose your captain, and your entire squad is disqualified on the spot. Back at the academy, the blonde and his group head out, eyes still fixed on the broadcast. They're still speculating about which team earned the arrogant label. A blue-haired student smirks and drops the bombshell. It's a first-year squad, he says. 4 rookies who think they can take on the world. The upperclassmen are calling them the Arrogant Four, a bunch of first-years acting like they're already the kings of the school. They're being called the Arrogant Four because squires this young aren't traditionally allowed to compete in the Tournament of Stars. A blonde-haired lordling connects them to the prestigious Sterling House, a team of 4 first-year nobles that everyone's already jealous of. The blonde lord wonders how they even qualified, but it's simple. The highborn bloodlines of Sebastian and Arthur carried them through. That's how they secured their spot in the tournament, but the gossip doesn't stop. How did they enter when all 4 members must be awakened? Currently, only 3 have found their spark, but then it clicks. Julian has finally awakened his power, leaving only Silas as the late bloomer. The other students are livid. Julian was essentially a dormant nobody until just recently, and now he's supposedly ready for the big leagues. They think it's far too early for him to compete. But as the tournament begins, a challenger emerges to confront the brothers, Julian and Silas. A boy steps out from the crowd, a smirk on his face. "It's been a long time since I last saw you two," he says. This is Sir Miles, the elite captain of the Black Horse Knights. He never expected to see these brothers in a selection for the stars. He asks if Silas and Julian remember the day they were cast out of the academy. He hasn't forgotten a single detail. Looking them over, Miles realizes they must have awakened their bloodlines if they're standing on this battlefield today. He mocks their nickname, the Arrogant Four, and warns them to watch their backs. The first strike could come at any second. Suddenly, Sir Sinclair appears. He's not surprised Miles is here looking for a direct fight. The tension is thick enough to cut. While the boys trade insults over whose house is stronger, the High Masters are having their own heated debate in the council chambers. They're grilling Master Baldwin. How did he manage to qualify a team of mere first-year squires for the grand tournament? A red-haired master points out the odds. 6 teams of elite second-year knights are waiting, 30 seasoned warriors in total. Baldwin looks tense. The other masters are piling on the pressure, demanding to know if he understands the risks he's taking. Baldwin holds his ground. He knows the stakes. He also wants to see if the team's name, the Arrogant, actually means something. Far from the council, the students are prepping for war. Team Arrogant is already facing a wave of pure hostility from the older knights. Sinclair listens to the insults, but stays calm. He knows he can't save this world from the coming apocalypse on his own. He needs a brotherhood stronger than himself. Solo glory won't cut it anymore. This is about unit combat and surviving together. But the other students, they're just irritated. To them, these first years are just cocky kids who think they can actually win. Julian has heard enough. The taunting is over. He steps forward, ready to take charge and face the boy who's been running his mouth. "It's been a while," Julian says, his voice cold. "Let's see if your sword has kept up with your ego during our time apart." Without another word, Julian attacks. He moves with a terrifying power that catches everyone off guard, completely unexpected. He wasn't looking for trouble, but since they brought it to his doorstep, it's time to unleash their transcendent bloodlines. Back at the council, the masters are still demanding answers. Why Julian? Why allow a boy like him into the tournament of stars? Master Baldwin sighs. He tells them they're too obsessed with raw magic. Maybe if they'd studied the ancient martial arts, they'd understand. He explains that Julian is a freak of nature. He only has 109% transcendent genes, but he has something else. He carries the martial arts gene. That makes him a combat prodigy, a master of the blade that defies all logic. Julian had left the institute before the term ended. It was a coin toss if he'd ever return to the kingdom at all. But he gave such an earth-shattering demonstration that the institute had no choice but to beg for his return. The red-haired professor just laughs. Martial arts in a magic tournament, physical combat won't save him against true power. Baldwin isn't worried. He reveals that Julian has finally awakened. He doesn't just have a sword now, he has transcendent powers. The professor is still a skeptic. He thinks Julian is rusty. Years without using his spark must have made him weak and incapable. He claims that Arthur is the only one who won the genetic lottery in that group. The others, just fodder for the senior knights. Baldwin just smiles. He's placing another bet on his boys, while the rest of the faculty continues to doubt them. Far across the grounds, the real battle erupts. The boy who was taunting Julian suddenly surrenders, his bravado totally gone. He's curious now. Why did Sinclair invite someone like Julian to the group? Julian's friend, Arthur, steps up to defend him immediately. The opponent calls their strategy a suicide mission. "You're just beginners," he shouts. "Freshly awakened kids playing at war." He offers a fake apology to Silas, then unleashes a devastating magical blast right at his face. He's convinced that by combining his team's power, they can crush these upstarts like they're nothing at all. Julian just looks at Miles and calls him a complete idiot. "Our leader," Julian smirks. "He's even stronger than I am." At that exact moment, a massive spell tears through the air toward the group. Everything explodes into green light. A new knight with emerald hair appears on the field. He's the one who just turned the tide of the entire fight. after a brutal assault wipes out Melvin Longwood and his squad from the Silver Star tournament, the green-haired knight unleashes total hell on another group, slaying Lord Alistair in cold blood. The members of the remaining houses are absolutely baffled because these lightning-fast strikes leave zero room for a counter. They suspect a veteran fourth-year squire started a secret slaughter mission. Then we meet him, Arthur Sterling, a fourth-year elite using divine mana to crush his rivals instantly. Another captain, Barnaby from the Monkey Kick House, also falls to Arthur's relentless power as he continues to purge everyone in his path. Even Duke Roland of the Iron Vanguard team is utterly destroyed. Arthur stands as a god amongst men, picking off every single captain until Alaric's squad finally arrives to make a stand. Arthur closes in, targeting Alaric, who simply stands there, dead calm as the veteran knight lunges forward. Everyone thinks Alaric's team is doomed, but get this. Alaric just stands there, takes a direct hit to the skull, and doesn't even flinch. He walks away without a scratch and dodges the follow-up effortlessly before unleashing a devastating counterstrike against Arthur. The green-haired knight is caught off guard, struck with such force that he's sent flying. Alaric is still standing, and the crowd is losing it because a mere first-year squire just changed the entire game. Our boy Alaric knocks Arthur unconscious, eliminating the green-haired team, and then with pure ice in his veins, he tells the other captains they can all step up together. He says it's not him who needs the combat practice, but his own team members. He's already more than ready for the next bloodbath. This is exactly why they call his group the Arrogant Squad. Despite being a mere freshman, Alaric seems far more dangerous and experienced than any veteran there. Then, Alaric does the unthinkable. He challenges the top 3 favorite houses to a duel. Total shockwaves through the arena. No one had ever seen Alaric's true strength before, but now they realize he's a literal monster. Every other house immediately starts plotting to take down the arrogant Thorn siblings. Alaric just smiles, beckoning his enemies to come and get some. But the other participants are getting suspicious. Something feels very wrong. Alaric is just a first year, yet he just wiped out Arthur Sterling, one of the strongest knights in the academy. The witnesses are completely stunned. Some try to tell themselves Arthur just made a stupid mistake and was caught off guard, while others realize Alaric is a high-tier powerhouse with skills that defy everything they imagined. Suddenly, another knight tries to grab Alaric, but Alara Thorn steps in. She tells them that they're the ones who need to train, since Alaric has already put in the work. She grabs the guy by the throat and unleashes her forbidden divine energy. A rival mocks her, saying someone with only 39% noble blood shouldn't dare challenge them. But Alara keeps fighting, declaring that raw mana percentage doesn't determine who's superior in a real fight. The battle rages on as she tries to break her opponent's spirit. Amidst all the insults and mockery, they continue hurling spells and steal at one another. Alara admits her bloodline might be inferior, but she vows to use her very life as a weapon to win. Then, a long-haired girl with purple tresses appears to confront Alara directly. She claims Alara's name wasn't even on the list of awakened mages when the Silver Star selection began, so she has no right to be here. Mocking her relentlessly, the rival continues to press Alara. She points out that only 2 weeks have passed since the academy opened, making it impossible for a low-born girl to reach the 3rd rank of the transcendent tier. To stay focused, Alara remembers Alaric's words. She stares her down, claiming she's a prodigy who reached this level through absolute, cold-blooded emotional control. The purple-haired rival fires a lethal spell at Alara. Alara doesn't move. She just stands there, watching, waiting to be hit. But at the very last millisecond, she blurs out of the way. The rival is terrified by that insane speed. Then, she notices a single crimson flower petal stuck to her armor. She wonders what kind of trick this is, but then the petal erupts with violent force. It's Alara's secret blood magic. The purple-haired girl is horrified and asks if Alara is insane. Using blood magic is suicide. After all, a human's blood isn't an infinite resource. 𝒉 just smiles and says her brother was right. If her magic wasn't enough, she'd gladly trade her life for the win. While the siblings are busy, another knight steps up to challenge Alaric and Lady Beatrice. He sneers that a first year shouldn't be acting so high and mighty. Alaric stands behind Beatrice, and the guy mocks him, calling him a coward hiding behind a girl. The insults keep coming from this guy with white dreadlocks, but Alaric isn't listening. He senses a presence behind him and unleashes a burst of power without even turning around. The attack narrowly misses an assassin sneaking up on his back. She's frozen, wondering how on earth he knew she was there to launch a surprise kill strike. The white-haired knight is left, shaking, wondering how Alaric managed to neutralize a hidden threat he didn't even see coming. Arthur's sheer skill is on a different level, way beyond what Julian ever imagined. Now, everyone's whispering, wondering who this guy really is. No way a fresh squire takes down elite knights like this. It's monstrous. Amidst the chaos, Arthur turns to 𝒉, ready to end this. She nods. Here we go. 𝒉 starts channeling, and suddenly, pink lightning begins dancing across her skin. Julian, the lordling with the white hair, freezes. Something's wrong. Usually, knightly arts are instant, but she's charging up. It hits him. Only the most legendary powers require a startup like that. We're talking about a bloodline so rare, it's almost myth. Only a handful of nobles with 94% ancient blood can do this. But then, the truth drops. 𝒉 has 95. She's literally a living legend. The record holder for the highest concentration of ancient blood ever found in one person. 𝒉 locks in. She unleashes that pink lightning, and the raw energy is absolutely terrifying. Suddenly, the entire forest glows pink. Every knight on the field stops dead. Even the masters of the tournament are speechless. All eyes are on her. They're stunned. They still can't wrap their heads around a squire wielding this kind of power. She's just a first year, they scream. How can she be a third-tier master? It defies all logic. A dark-haired knight with tusks launches ice spears at her. 𝒉, she does not even flinch. She snaps a pink dome into existence. Every spell, every blade, just bounce right off, completely useless. Fire, ice, arrows, does not matter. They throw everything at her, but that pink shield is an absolute fortress. One rival knight tries a high-level frost spell. 𝒉 just shatters it, like it was nothing. The girl is baffled. How did a squire break a master spell so easily? And how can one body hold that much mana? But 𝒉's hitting her limit. She's panting, exhausted. She turns to Arthur. Arthur, I can't. I need help. She passes her remaining energy to him. Arthur just nods. Keep practicing, he says. You need to master your magnetic pulse. She gives a quick nod and gets back to it. Meanwhile, the senior knights are losing their minds. They're humiliated, getting stalemated by a bunch of squires. It's an absolute embarrassment. They know the rules, take down the captains, win the war. But Arthur and 𝒉, they're like brick walls. Desperate, they decide to swarm Arthur. They throw everything they have at him to end this quickly. Arthur just scoffs. You really picked me. Big mistake. You're going home even faster now. Ice shards and sandstorms erupt everywhere. The whole kingdom is watching this broadcast in pure shock. Spells are flying so thick you can't even see Arthur anymore. Just explosions and the sound of steel. Then, bam, Arthur appears out of the smoke. He's got Julian by the head, moving like a ghost. You thought I was the easy target, he snarls. Then he tosses Julian aside like he's absolutely nothing. Arthur fires a blast of raw power. Julian is staring into space, broken. What kind of magic was that? How is this happening? The crowd is silent. Nobody understands how 𝒉 and Arthur can possess this much strength. The professor who hated Arthur is shaking. This is not a squire's performance, not even close. He demands a full investigation. He wants Arthur's bloodline tested immediately. Something's not right. But Arthur's own mentor stands up, tall and proud. You doubted him. You blamed me for bringing squires. Look at them now. Deep in the castle, Grandmaster Alistair sits in his study. Two mysterious figures are standing before him. The man with the long white hair speaks up. Things have been quiet since those two visited the academy. He explains that the entire institution has changed over the last 10 years. Huge shifts. Cut to the house Blackwood laboratory. Cedric and his uncle are looking over their research. Cedric is glowing with pride. He just secured the 6th generation of the elixir of vitality for his house. His uncle nods. This is a massive win. For House Blackwood, climbing the social ladder is everything. They turn toward the world tree seedling. It's starting to pulse with a strange, ancient light. Uncle reminds him, his father and brothers all reached the 5th circle, high-tier masters. For Cedric, winning the tournament means carrying the torch, becoming the next great captain. Between the championship and his eternal flame skill, he'll be one of the strongest men alive. The uncle watches a fly buzzing near the seedling. Ilara and Arthur, he mutters, they're going to be. But with the title of Zenith Champion on the line and his eternal flame skill, Julian is about to become the strongest man on the planet. His uncle watches a fly buzz past and sighs. He knows Sophie and Julian are about to turn the entire world upside down. Silas is obsessed. He's looking for one last opening to absolutely bury his nephew, Arthur. Total arrogance. Silas walks away from their talk feeling like he's already won the game. Arthur dives into the Whispering Woods for the final stage of the Zenith trials, knowing every move is being broadcasted to the kingdom. He lets the flames rip. Arthur ignites his aura, pushing forward through the dense brush. He's locked in. Arthur knows the crown of the Zenith is within his reach as he nears the heart of the forest. Suddenly, Silas spots him. He watches Arthur closing in on the final objective and just scoffs, calling it dumb luck. Silas is convinced the boy is just wandering blindly. There's no way Arthur knows where the relic is hidden. Right. Wrong. Arthur shifts gears, sprinting with a purpose that makes Silas's blood run cold. Silas watches, stunned, as Arthur heads straight for the vault. He's still trying to tell himself it's just a coincidence. He can't know, Silas mutters. He refuses to believe his nephew has outsmarted the entire house of Sterling. Even as Arthur nears the finish line, Silas keeps clinging to that luck excuse. Talk about being in denial. But Silas has a literal ace up his sleeve. A corrupt knight guarding the relic has been feeding him secret coordinates. This guardian isn't just any soldier. He's an elite 4-star sentinel stationed deep within the secret vault. This guy is dangerous. He can crush a person's mind before they even draw their sword, the ultimate deterrent for any hero. Silas is smirking now. In his mind, that relic already belongs to him and him alone. Arthur isn't intimidated. To his eyes, the other students are just flickering embers, but the sentinels, they're blazing beacons of blue light. Here's the kicker. Arthur has lived this before. He remembers the past life's trials and knows exactly which guardian is waiting. He knows the patterns. He knows the guards. This isn't a race, it's a calculated heist. If he grabs this relic, he'll finally break through to the 3rd tier of Knight Transcendence. Massive power-up incoming. He spots it, something buried in the dirt. With one sharp tug, he unearths the number 1 seal. A voice booms. The guardian, known as Sir Azure Ember, is shocked to see the Iron Squire standing before him. Boom! A barrage of magical strikes rains down on Arthur, but our boy doesn't even flinch. Silas is watching from the shadows, confused as hell when he hears the sentinel call Arthur by that legendary title. The Azure Sentinel doubles down, unleashing wave after wave of energy, screaming at Arthur to turn back. Unfazed, Arthur steps right into the lion's den, straight into the vault to face the man he already knows too well. The sentinel reveals he knows Arthur's secret identity, but he's powerless because the world thinks Arthur is a nobody. Silas is losing it. He's trying to figure out how his elite contact and his useless nephew are even connected. Desperate, Silas signals his accomplice to shut Arthur down permanently. No more playing around. The traitorous knight moves in. He just needs to stall Arthur long enough for Silas to swoop in and steal the glory. He blasts Arthur with mental shocks, Arthur just stands there. "Stay calm," he says, which only makes the knight angrier. The knight starts panicking. "Why won't you fall?" he screams, sensing something terrifying beneath Arthur's skin. Lady Rose is nearby, watching as the knight unleashes everything he's got to stop the protagonist's advance. Then explosion. Arthur's spirit erupts, manifesting a colossal phantom monster that towers over the forest. Everyone is paralyzed. They can't wrap their heads around the sheer mental weight of Arthur's soul. It's godly. While they're all frozen in fear, Arthur walks right past them and claims the grand prize. It's the Clockwork Aegis, a legendary set of sentient armor. Arthur's mission, complete. Now he can really start his real work. But the vibe shifts. Arthur senses something foul, the unmistakable stench of the abyss rising from the earth. He clutches the prize, a dark look in his eyes. "Forgive me," he whispers to humanity. The peace, it ends today. And just like that, a horde of invisible monstrosities begins to crawl out of the shadows. Arthur can see them. 3 invisible nightmares are already sprinting toward the tunnels leading to 𝒂𝒐𝒏𝒆 Academy. It's a disaster in the making. The monsters are heading straight for the school where the trials are being hosted. Every freshman in the kingdom is gathered there right now. They're sitting ducks for what's coming. The Academy's defenses are at an all-time low. If those 3 horrors reach the gates, it'll be a literal bloodbath. The High Professor and his aide are left reeling. Was this a freak accident, or did the monsters lure the heroes away on purpose? One thing's for sure, things are about to get a whole lot worse for the world of men. Underestimating the brains of these beasts was a fatal error. Shangan warns them, this is a death trap. It's a massive ambush. 3 invisible shadow wraiths are sprinting toward the academy gates right now. The students are in serious trouble. We have to evacuate everyone back to the citadel before it's too late. Suddenly, a crushing power descends. A scarred man with hair split down the middle emerges from the gloom. He's a 4-star grandmaster. They warn him, stay back. If you side with these beasts, you're a dead man. He just scoffs. Monsters. They're just humanity's genetic failures, empty shells that lost their minds long ago. By the 4th stage of the curse, they aren't even human, just rabid animals driven by pure instinct. He explains the grim truth of what separates man from beast, chilling everyone to the bone. They all wonder, what kind of horrors are lurking on the other side of that academy tunnel? High on the lookout towers, 2 slayers keep watch, scanning the perimeter for any signs of movement. Their mission: block voidwalkers from crossing over during the energy surge of the Aegis tournament. One guard brags about his 5 years of service. He thinks he's just babysitting some pampered students. He claims the crown has everything under control. Finding a beast from another realm, good luck with that. Suddenly, a blue streak of light incinerates the watchtower. The guards barely have time to scream. Boom, the 3rd tower collapses in a pile of rubble. Frantic voices scream over the radio for help. Slayers, stay alert. An unidentified intruder has breached the southern sector. More blue bolts slash the sky. Meanwhile, the lady host of the trial makes a chilling announcement. Captain Xavier and Arthur have claimed the prize within 5 minutes, but her celebration is cut short. Something is wrong. The watchtowers are falling, and those eerie blue flames are everywhere. Are we being invaded? There's no enemy in sight, yet our defenses are being torn apart like paper. Even the elite high slayers are struggling to see the truth. Is this luck or a coordinated strike? She doesn't wait to find out. She gathers her magic and unleashes a defensive wall against the chaos. Students scatter in terror. They can feel something invisible, something cold, creeping toward them on the grass. A massive explosion rocks the field. Students are thrown like rag dolls, broken and bleeding in the dirt. Emergency. The Aegis trial is over. All students retreat to the citadel immediately. The Order of Slayers is fighting for their lives, trying to buy the kids enough time to escape. At the command center, the Grand Director gets the report. Invaders have breached the ancient woods. He thinks about sealing the forest, but if he does, any slayer left inside is a dead man. His secretary is cold. She says the rookies are unskilled and not worth the risk of a rescue. The director isn't having it. He knows ending the tournament was the right call to save lives. He leaves his post, grabbing his sword. He's heading straight into the heart of the nightmare. He's fearless. He'll cut down every single invisible beast before they reach his academy's gates. But then, the forest itself wakes up. The academy's ancient trees begin to twist and groan. A root snatches Zhu. Another slams a white-haired boy with dreadlocks into the hard ground. The earth cracks open. It's a desperate scramble to survive as the trees turn into killers. Simon appears out of nowhere, throwing himself over Zhu to shield her from the crushing branches. Someone calls him a bastard, but he doesn't care. He looks back and finally sees the insanity. It's worse than he thought. The situation is spiraling into a level of madness he never expected. He realizes the woods are full of low-level slayers who don't stand a chance against this power. As the other students panic, Shangan realizes they need to get the hell out of there, fast. Through the screams, the white-haired boy roars. He's pissed. "You got the wrong guy, you bastards." He's not being left behind. He's going to be a legendary slayer, and he's ready for blood. With a defiant shout, he smashes the tree trying to pull him down. He's not going quietly. Other students find their courage, using every trick in the book to fight off the monster roots. A girl with wood magic steps forward. She sees the star sigil in the spell and knows how to stop this. The moment her palms touch the ancient bark, she commands the wood to split, and everyone watches, breathless, as the hidden trail finally groans open. Sir Hugo, that white-haired knight with the wild dreads, scoffs at the group. He's going in alone because, honestly, the rest of these boys aren't strong enough for this hell. But the red-headed lady who opened the gate isn't having it, telling Arthur that if she doesn't get to go, then the path stays shut, period. A heated argument breaks out right then, and there, as the squad tries to figure out who actually has the guts to step into the forbidden forest. Just then, another top contender from the Tournament of Stars steps forward and offers his passage to Arthur instead. This group is the Valkyries, and Arthur is in total shock. He can't believe a squad of women cleared a path this insane all on their own. The Valkyries' leader isn't impressed by his surprise. She calls him an arrogant brat and makes it clear they won't be helping him one bit. She looks back at her girls and tells them to move out, assuming they aren't afraid of a little dance with death. Every student there is frozen like stone near the trees, paralyzed by the choice. Do they charge into the nightmare or stay safe? Alaric takes a breath and decides to make his move, pushing into the dark, determined to reach the rank of the 3rd star. He's counting on that mechanical relic he won at the tournament. As he calculates his chances, his squad closes in behind him. He turns back to the boys, eyes dead serious, and tells them not to ask questions. They need to turn back now because they aren't ready for these monsters. While Alaric heads out with his crew, Count Mordred is lurking nearby, sensing the presence of the rival who's aiming for the grand prize. Mordred sees his own friend playing bodyguard instead of hunting and snaps, questioning why he isn't in there fighting for the crown. The friend just sighs, saying it's way more important to protect Mordred right now than to follow some inquisitor's order. That was the wrong thing to say. Mordred loses it, grabbing his friend by the throat and slamming him hard against the wall. The poor guy is totally confused. He just wanted to protect his friend, but Mordred is absolutely fuming. "How did you let Alaric win?" he roars, his pride stung because that prize should have never belonged to anyone else. In that moment, a terrifying blue fire starts flickering from Mordred's hand, and his friend feels like his very soul is being devoured. He wonders if Mordred is actually crazy enough to burn his own life element just to force a 4-star transcendence right now. The friend begs for mercy, swearing on his life that he tried to stop Alaric from claiming the element before it fell. Then he drops a chilling warning. There is something seriously wrong with Alaric, something unnatural. He whispers that the other inquisitors have started calling Alaric a name in the dorms, the Blue Flame Prince. Back at the barracks, Alaric gathers his friends and tells them there's no rest yet. Nobody is allowed to leave this room. Sir Julian tells him not to worry, but the prince knows the clock is ticking. He has to hit that 3rd star rank before entering the arena. He knows he'll have to use a forbidden, artificial method to force his transcendent genes to the next level. He needs to build a star map, but after the mechanical relic lost its spark, the bracelet on his arm has gone completely dead. But he knows how to jumpstart the thing. It's simple, really, though it sounds a bit insane. He just needs to harvest some life fluid and use his own genes to pump energy back into the bracelet. He figures about 30 vials of the stuff should be enough to get the device glowing with power again. The biggest hurdle, though, is that Alaric's body might not be able to handle the clash between transcendent genes and monster energy. He knows he can't just inject the energy blindly, leaving him standing there wondering, what's the next move? Meanwhile, with the arena locked down, Lady Beatrice, the royal herald, decides to start a magical broadcast to the people watching. She claims she's just come face to face with a terrifying, invisible horror and hopes everyone is still alive to see this. Just as she starts the broadcast, she looks into the lens and whispers, "I hope you're all watching." Suddenly, boom, a massive power hits her, shattering the mirror and throwing Beatrice through the air like a rag doll. She crashes into a tree with a sickening thud. Badly hurt, she looks up, unable to remember ever seeing a beast this fast. The academy director appears on the scene, looking grim as he reveals there are actually 3 invisible monsters in the area. One got Beatrice, and the director managed to intercept another, but he can't hold its magical tether for much longer. He shouts for backup, knowing they need to kill these things before they tear the school, and everyone in it, to pieces. He's pouring all his strength into holding the line, desperate to keep the institution safe from the slaughter. He begs Beatrice for help, and she nods, coughing but ready. She understands exactly what's at stake. She spits out that a few broken ribs don't matter. The reward comes later, but right now, it's time to fight. She charges toward the invisible beast to hold it off, but then she spots shadows moving in the corner of her eye. She can't believe her eyes. Those students actually ventured into the forest, and they have no idea what they've walked into. The squires actually managed to break through the blockade and get inside. Captain Brianna's furious. This just turned a bad situation into a total nightmare. She screams for them to retreat immediately. "Get out of here," she bellows. The captain makes it crystal clear. This place isn't a playground for kids, it's a graveyard. It's absolutely not safe for squires. She demands to know why they even came back. They should have stayed safe within the academy walls instead of wandering into this cursed forest to hunt spectral phantoms. Brianna is bleeding and exhausted. She warns them that in her current state, there's no way she can protect every single student if the monsters strike all at once. Again, she begs them to leave. To her, this isn't bravery, it's pure disrespect. They're completely ignoring the chain of command and throwing their lives away. But Cedric isn't listening to a word she says. He ignores the girl's warnings entirely, unleashing a blast of pure mana at a monster no one can even see. The other squires follow his lead, letting their powers fly. Cedric shouts that they didn't come here to die. They came prepared and on high alert. They're ready the second any other spectral beast tries to make a move. Then tragedy. A massive surge of dark energy from the monster slams into Cedric, and in a sickening instant, his arm is just gone. Brianna screams a warning. These beasts are way out of their league. The captain lunges forward, grabbing Cedric and dragging his mangled body back toward the thicket. These kids have absolutely no idea what they've walked into. Brianna is beyond livid. They should never have stepped foot in this forest, and now one of them is maimed for life because of their stubbornness. "Focus," she barks, forcing the students to stay sharp. She promises to hold the line and cover their retreat until every last one of them clears the woods. The squires shout back, claiming they weren't naive. They knew exactly how terrifying and powerful these phantoms were, but they chose to stand and fight anyway. They make a desperate plea. The squires with the most combat experience and raw strength want to join the front line against these unseen horrors right now. They argue that death is already breathing down their necks. They're no safer running than they are fighting. Why not use their strength to actually do something? Every powerful student could be the edge the royal forces need. They refuse to just sit back while the combat units get slaughtered. They beg Brianna to release them, to let them fight this battle until the bitter end. They want to prove their worth, no matter the cost. Brianna scoffs. "You're all ridiculous," she snaps, "and this madness is going to get everyone killed today." But despite her words, the kids ignite their mana. In one massive, synchronized strike, they all unleash their powers at the void where the monster hides. And check this out, it actually looks like one of their hits landed. Meanwhile, Lady Genevieve is approaching a dark tunnel entrance. She's heading in solo, and the other knights think she's lost her mind. Nobody knows where that path actually leads. She doesn't care. She's going to face whatever's lurking in that darkness with everything she's got, even if she's walking straight into a tomb. The whispers start immediately. She's a dead woman walking. Going up against invisible phantoms all by yourself is a total suicide mission, plain and simple. Then we get the truth about these new generation monsters. To survive a 4-star tier attack, you need more than just luck. You need the kind of power that transcends normal limits. Genevieve stands firm. These squires are the kingdom's future. If the knights don't protect them now, there won't be anyone left to lead the next generation. If that beast escapes, it'll butcher every mage hunter waiting outside. This corruption needs to be cut out now, or they'll be forced into a humiliating retreat. Suddenly, a massive creature lunges from the shadows. Everyone's frozen. What the hell is that thing? It's unlike any beast they've ever encountered before. It charges straight for Genevieve. She studied every monster in the royal archives, but this one, it doesn't look like anything on the records. There's something about it, though. It feels familiar, like a nightmare she can't quite place. But before she can finish that thought, the monster lunges to seize her. She barely manages to dodge the massive claws. Just then, the other men arrive, shouting that it looks like an ancient triceratops, a beast from a lost age. A prehistoric dinosaur in a world of magic. One of the inquisitors barks an order at Genevieve: get back and save the squires. They'll hold the line. No matter the cost, even without her, they'll find a way to bring this monster down and keep everyone else alive. The Inquisitor realizes the stakes are higher than they thought. If this thing is a prehistoric aberration, then their entire strategy is useless. He claims that humanity's research on these monsters is fundamentally wrong. They aren't fighting monsters, they're fighting something much older and deadlier. Meanwhile, Alistair is locked in his room, frantically trying to figure out how to jumpstart his mana bracer with a fresh surge of energy. Here's the deal with this life essence fluid. Our hero finds a way to get the energy into his system without having to swallow the disgusting stuff. He injects it directly, and suddenly the bracer flickers to life. His body is reeling from the massive energy spike, but he doesn't let it stop him. He feels different, changed, but he tells himself it doesn't matter as long as the damn thing works. That's all that counts right now. This is it, the power he needs to force a genetic ascension at the noble house level. He begins the simulation, focusing his mind on the transformation. He starts weaving a star map with his bare hands. He's already familiar with the pattern. He can feel the mana responding to his touch. If he can trigger this artificial ascension, he'll be a 3-star master in no time. He watches his arm closely, waiting for the change. And holy hell, his arm starts twisting, morphing into a monstrous limb tipped with razor-sharp talons. It's absolutely terrifying. He forces his body to digest the energy faster, desperate to absorb the genetic power before it consumes him. He's losing control. He's expanding. Outside the room, Alara and Marcus are waiting for Alistair to emerge. Little do they know, he's inside claiming to be the new master of this dark power. The ritual goes sideways fast. People are dying, and suddenly Alistair isn't human anymore. He's transformed into a terrifying level 4 monstrosity. Back in the forest, the nightmare continues. The squires are barely holding off the spectral phantoms. Some are already down, bleeding out in the dirt. Others are still fighting, trying to purge the woods of these invaders once and for all. Brianna realizes the unseen monster is far from finished. This is the end of the line. Right here, in this clearing, the students realize they've got exactly one shot left. If they fail to take down the beast now, it's game over for everyone. The slaughter is imminent. Pushing past their limits, they pool their remaining magic for one final, desperate strike against the monsters. It's pure chaos. The battle rages on, but there's a terrifying problem. The invaders are completely invisible. The students are firing blind, praying their powers hit a target they can't even see. Even with blood on their armor and spirits broken, they refuse to let their academy fall to these nightmares. That's when Lady Beatrice realizes the truth. Her friends are throwing their lives away for a lost cause. She makes a grim decision. If they're all destined to fall here, she'll be the one to light the signal. Even if it costs her life, she's going to mark this spot. She wants a beacon left behind, a guide for the reinforcements, so that whoever manages to survive this hell can actually be found and saved. Her heart sinks. Despite every ounce of effort from the knights in training, the monsters won't stop. They can't even slow the creatures down, let alone paralyze them. The weight of it all is crushing her. There's nowhere to run, no escape in sight. She's suffocating under the pressure of this impossible siege. Where are these things even coming from? How did the kingdoms of men fail to notice these predators until the moment they were at our throats? It's a total nightmare. Beatrice screams that it's outrageous. They had the situation under control, or so they thought, but the fragile peace has shattered. The line is breaking. As the students fall back, they roar that arrogance always comes with a heavy price, and they're paying it in blood. Beatrice decides to pull the pin. She'll self-destruct before she lets them kill her. If her death buys the others even a few seconds of hope, she'll take it. To her, saving even one more soul is worth the ultimate sacrifice. One life for many. That's the deal she's making with fate. She whispers a final apology to her brother. In her mind, as the senior, it's only right that she's the first one to lay down her life for the kingdom. But then yank! Someone grabs Beatrice by her braids and pulls her back with insane force. She's stunned. Who the hell just stopped her? Out of the shadows, Alaric Thorne appears. He looks her dead in the eye and tells her it's not her time to die just yet. She doesn't recognize him. Our protagonist is hiding behind a mask, keeping his identity a secret while he stands between her and certain death. While she's demanding to know who this mysterious savior is, more monsters lunge. Alaric doesn't even flinch. He blocks the strike effortlessly, leaving Beatrice in total shock. It's unreal. She thinks back to all the brave warriors who tried to save these woods and failed, yet this stranger is standing his ground like it's nothing. She has no clue she's looking at Alaric. All she sees is a powerhouse. What kind of magic is this? What's his ranking? She's spiraling, trying to calculate his power level. He's navigating a suicide mission like it's a walk in the park, and she can't wrap her head around it. Suddenly, the air turns cold. Alaric summons jagged spears of blue energy and hurls them into the void, impaling the invisible beasts. The indigo ghost. Could he really be the legendary blue flame boy? Alaric just stares back, wondering if she's actually going to blow his cover right now. She looks deep into his eyes, and the realization hits her like a brick. It is him, the man who leveled House Sterling's secret laboratory. The same man who supposedly massacred 48 people in that lab single-handedly. To the world, he's a high-profile criminal, a monster. Alaric doesn't care what she thinks. He gives her a chilling order. If you don't want to end up as monster food, get everyone out of these woods. Now, don't get in my way. Then Alaric transcends. His power surges to a terrifying new level as a dark, twisted creature literally crawls out from his own shadows. The other students scramble toward Beatrice, terrified. They've seen the carnage, and they want to know what kind of demonic entity they're looking at. Beatrice admits she's never seen anything like it. If the invisible version was bad, the visible form of this power is a literal walking nightmare. It's an energy-sucking void. She realizes that whatever Alaric is unleashing is far more dangerous than the invaders they were fighting. "Run," she commands. The students don't need to be told twice. They turn tail and sprint for the edge of the forest as fast as their legs can carry them. She knows the truth now. Her savior is the wanted man known as the Blue Flame. But as she runs, she decides it doesn't matter who he is. Criminal or not, he's the only reason any of them are still breathing. Meanwhile, over at the dormitories, Alara and Cedric are posted up outside Alaric's room. They're trying to keep it cool, but they're sweating. They're pretending the supernova is inside, but the room is empty and they know it. Alara tells Cedric to shut up and stop asking questions. She insists Alaric is just sleeping and that absolutely no one is allowed to disturb his rest. Then thud, thud, heavy footsteps echo on the stone stairs. Suddenly, Sir Valerius appears looking for trouble. He stares Alara down, demanding to know why she's lurking outside the dorms with her crew. Alara puts on her best acting face. She claims she's looking for the Lord and that the Academy needs him urgently, but it seems he hasn't been in his bed all night. Valerius isn't an idiot. He doesn't believe a word of it. He's heard rumors that the boy followed Alara back to the girls' quarters the night before. Alara stands her ground, arms crossed. She snaps back that he's just resting and asks if there's a problem with a hero getting some sleep. Valerius scoffs. Sleeping at this hour. He warns her that the Academy Council is already furious about how this supernova is handling his duties. The stakes are rising. If Alaric doesn't show his face soon, the school is going to strip him of his rank and cancel his rewards entirely. We're talking about the extraordinary relic, an artificial device of insane power. They're ready to revoke the guarantee if he keeps playing hooky. Valerius tells her she can ask all the questions she wants once the boy finally wakes up. His face is stone cold. He leaves her with a final, chilling warning. Cooperate with the Academy's operations. It's not a request, it's a student's obligation. With a smug grin, the instructor says the Royal Academy has total faith in its knights. All he needs to do is show up and answer. Just a few questions. He then asks if the young squire is drowsy because of the wounds he suffered in the tournament. He notes that a healer could mend him instantly, which would be far more efficient than waiting for his body to recover naturally. Lady Alina chimes in, warning that if anyone contests the marks, the headmaster will handle it personally. But her real threat, anyone who disturbs Julian's slumber will lose the ability to walk, permanently. Otherwise, the Academy might just strip the rankings and keep the grand prize, the legendary arcane core. He can be questioned the moment he opens his eyes. The man's face goes cold as he demands absolute cooperation. It's not a request, it's a knight's sworn obligation to the school's operations. Another fake smile. He claims the Academy trusts its students. The boy only needs to show up and talk. He asks again if the boy is tired from his battle scars, offering a healer to fix him up right now. Lady Alina doubles down. If there is an issue with the grades, the Chancellor will see them. But wake Julian up. You won't be standing on 2 feet for long. Meanwhile, at the building's entrance. Pure panic. Someone has escaped from the Lord Commander's iron enigma. A total prison break. Blue hellfire just erupted on the training grounds. The man is stunned by the commotion. He turns to the young woman. The Lord Commander is risking his life for them. Stay out of his way. It's strange, isn't it? She seems to be obstructing them at every single turn. Then they both unleash their mana. If you get hurt, don't blame me, the boy growls. She just gives an ironic laugh. Deep in the Blackwood forest, someone is watching those blue flames. Who is that guy? Rose charges forward. She can't just abandon her savior and her pupils. As she nears the battle, she prepares to give her all. But before she can even help, Julian has already launched a brutal assault against the abomination. Absolute shock. He didn't just dodge the beast, he carved its face open in midair. Those blue flames, they look just like the monsters, and his fighting style, that's no high paladin. He's ripping through thick monster flesh with his bare hands. How is that even physically possible? Julian spots her. Thinking of causing trouble, he asks, because I'll use you as live bait without a second thought. The beast lunges back into the fray. Rose snaps back, telling him not to underestimate a daughter of the Wind House. She can make people fly. In an instant, she uses her magic to launch them both out of harm's way. Up in the air, the advantage is theirs. This hulking creature doesn't have wings. Julian admits her wind energy is impressive. Small problem, though, he still has no idea who she is. He has a plan. Use your gale, he commands. Blast me straight into that thing's throat. Rose does exactly what he asks. The beast opens its maw, ready to intercept the boy as he falls. But he dances through the blow. Nice control, he mumbles, before driving his hand through the creature's mouth. The power of the earth drake has fused into his very bones and nails. His left hand is a weapon. This evolution is heading in the right direction. He's controlling his new physique without his body literally exploding. Watching from the sidelines, Rose is just confused. That idiot's fighting style, completely mental. Suddenly, a roar. Another beast of the same bloodline feels the agony of its fallen kin. The knights nearby tremble. This pressure, it's a Tier 4 calamity. Make that 3 of them. 3 monsters, all radiating that same crushing aura at once. Julian doesn't flinch. A king is here, he realizes. He can feel the Dread King's power inside them. And then, he smiles. This is fantastic. Exactly the challenge he wanted. But for Rose, the world ends. A migraine hits her like a white-hot blade through her skull. She's falling. The pain is so sharp she can't even focus her mana to stabilize her descent. She tries to regain control, but she's already in its shadow. The beast grabs her, hands and feet pinned. She tries to trigger her bloodline magic, but it's no use. Her circuits are failing her. Powerless, no matter how hard she struggles, she's just a helpless girl again. Memories flood back. Her brother trying to save her from a disaster, and the monster that appeared to finish them off. She threw herself into the fray to save them, but it was useless. Total disaster. As the shadows closed in, she prepared for the worst, to be ripped apart by those gnashing teeth. But then, boom, Sir Alaric drops in just before the nightmare begins. Lady Alara screams at him to run, terrified he'll be the monster's next meal. Alaric just looks at her like she's crazy. "Why do you even care?" he asks. Then he literally tosses her aside like a piece of meat. He calls her perfect bait, absolutely brutal, right? Alara is fuming, calls him absolute scum. But Alaric, he's focused. He realizes the beast's tentacle attack mode is totally different from its feeding state. He aims straight for the creature's throat, going for the kill. The monster is getting seriously irritated now, but Alaric doesn't give a damn. Alara cries out for her companion to be careful, but Alaric just scoffs. It's over. It is already too late for this beast to escape his reach. Then he triggers it, an ability so violent it literally shreds the monster from the inside out. Talk about a messy ending. Alara is shaking. That power, terrifying. Alaric's familiar Grim moves into feast, but the monster has one last trick up its sleeve. The beast detonates its own limb to escape the blast. It actually manages to land a heavy blow that sends our protagonist flying back. Alaric wipes his mouth. If he wants to absorb this thing, he can't play around. Time to unlock all 4 stages of his bloodline mutation. Alara rushes over, but the boy isn't in the mood for company. He asks her if she's got a death wish or something. He grabs her face, total power move, and tells her to stop interfering. Right then, something clicks in Alara's head. She looks at him and sees her father. In her confusion, she actually calls Alaric Dad. Yeah, it gets awkward fast. Alaric is just confused. Realizing what she said, Alara turns bright red and bolts. He just shouts after her to keep the other students away from the zone. Alara flees, wondering if she's actually falling for him. Meanwhile, over at the academy, a young man asks Lord Cedric to leave before the monsters break through. He warns his crew, if those horrors enter the Royal Academy, no one survives. Game over for everyone. But Cedric hesitates. He needs to wait a bit longer to confirm if Alaric is truly the heir to the Azure Flame. This changes everything for his family. If Alaric is the one, their house finally gets the transcendent soul core they've been hunting for. Pure power. While facing Alara, Cedric mocks her. "Your talent is truly exceptional," he sneers, "but you're just a green girl with no real combat experience." He points out the obvious: she's drained. She wasted all her mana in the tournament, and now, her lack of energy is her biggest weakness. Another boy interrupts the fight, sensing Cedric is hiding something. It's getting inconvenient and, honestly, a little annoying. Cedric doesn't hold back. He blasts Alara's companions away with a wave of force and circles the area in a wall of cursed fire. He's smart. He knows she draws lightning from the air. But his flames, they're choking out the atmosphere, preventing her from using her powers. She's trapped. Alara tries to spark even a tiny bit of magic, but Cedric shuts her down instantly. It's a total lockout. He gives her a final warning. "Stop resisting, girl. Stay this close to my fire hand for too long and you're going to burn. Badly." Cedric turns to the door, completely unbothered. He thinks she's neutralized. No lightning, no threat. Or so he thinks. Wrong. Before he can move, Alara lunges forward and maintains a brutal grip on his hand. She's still got some fight left. Cedric is stunned. "What is this?" he gasps. He can't believe she's still pulling electrical charges out of thin air. Alara just glares. As long as there's a single spark in the vicinity, she can pull it into her body and weaponize it. Back at the headquarters, the alarms are screaming. A massive surge of electricity is being sucked into the Royal Academy. Cedric remembers the legends. The more soul cores you have, the higher the chance of a qualitative transformation, a total evolution. The girl charges him, and Cedric realizes this kind of change is beyond anything a normal human can imagine. To the elites, anyone who isn't awakened is just a defective toy, a broken tool in their eyes, nothing more. Suddenly, Cedric's flames and Alara's electricity collide. She knows she needs a finisher, something that won't drain her last bit of mana. She triggers her ultimate move, Magnetic Star Satellite. Cedric finally sees it. Her affinity for lightning is unimaginable. He's starting to lose his cool. He feels like she's not even taking him seriously, and that stings his pride. He flashes back to his uncle's words about how the eternal ember can push a person's power beyond its natural limits. But that kind of power, it's dangerous. One wrong move and you're self-destructing. High risk, high reward. His uncle promised that when his father was ready, the refined power would be passed down. Then, he'd be capable of anything. Cedric gives that creepy, malicious smile. "I understand the mission, uncle," he mutters to himself. Back in the present, Alara is struggling to hold the spell. Cedric is staring her down like a predator, ready to end this. But before he can strike, rumble. A massive earthquake rips through the ground, throwing everyone off balance. Cedric's companions suggest they ditch the fight. "Forget the students," they yell. "They won't survive the collapse anyway." The battle is cut short as the entrance starts to crumble. Everyone's just trying to make it out alive now. Dust and debris fill the air as the two fighters stare each other down one last time before the ceiling comes crashing down. At the outpost, the girl blocks the squires just like Alistair ordered. In the Blackwood forest, an old knight gasps. He can't hold the beast back anymore. It's grown too powerful, and that suffocating aura, it's a Tier 5 nightmare. A creature that once decimated the kingdom's high paladins. He tells his squire the mission is over. "Fall back immediately," he bellows. But Lionel knows the score. He'll be a dead man if he retreats now. Before the boy can move, Alistair shuts him up with a brutal headbutt. Talk about a sudden wake-up call. Seeing his squire go down, the Duke wonders who this stranger is. The beast, meanwhile, is fusing into something worse. It's rapidly evolving into a Tier 5 calamity. It's literally feasting on the power those three fools were hoarding. The monster lunges again. The knights scream at Alistair to run. This thing is leagues above any common soldier. "He's outmatched," they cry, grabbing him. They're willing to bury their grudges just to save his neck for a moment. Alistair just smirks. Wow, he thinks, this old guy really knows how to play a crowd, doesn't he? Boom, the beast strikes, but a wall of ancient oaks rises to meet it. Duke Sterling isn't done yet. The monster tries to hit the group, but ends up being blocked. The one responsible for that help was Sterling. Using his enchanted trees, the old man binds the creature. The soldiers are floored. The old lion still has such vitality. However, the old man says that even with such power, he wouldn't be able to hold it for long. Lady Seraphina suddenly appears, saying she was just waiting for the right moment to act. She unleashes her water dragon strike, carving a massive, bloody gash right through the monster's hide. "We actually heard it," a knight cheers. "They can finally cause some real damage to that thing." Sterling's impressed, Seraphina's evolved. Now they have the power to strike back immediately. The Duke orders everyone to prepare for battle. Alistair and Seraphina will lead the charge while the others clear the path. Without a second thought, the veterans prepare to sacrifice their own bodies to protect their comrades. The calamity charges. The group stands firm, but Alistair, he's annoyed. "Who said you could include me in this?" He's irritated they're being bossy and deciding to include him in the team without even asking. Seraphina gasps as Alistair's grip tightens on her hand. It's like iron. She cannot escape his strength. He tosses her backward like a doll. "You can't keep up with this creature's transcendent strength," he growls. "Clear out, all of you. I'm handling this situation." He prepares to face the monster alone. Time to stop the apocalypse. Alistair knows he has to reveal his hidden trump card. Everyone needs to get stronger. He decides to show them true power. A fully unleashed Tier 4 sovereign. The air turns heavy with terror. The knights are terrified by that overwhelming aura. Seraphina wonders what kind of power the boy truly possesses. Alistair activates his Tier 4 transformation. The beast screams "traitor" at him, enraged by his presence. It calls his existence a mere accident. Alistair isn't hearing it. "You don't decide what I am," he snaps. He triggers his Lord of Flames ability. A massive, point-blank explosion rocks the very foundations of the forest. Everyone is shocked to see the attack pierce the monster's skull, but the wound, it's far too small. Alistair already realized the truth. The creature was regenerating its flesh at a terrifying speed. He retreats to where the group is standing. "This specific beast heals instantly after taking damage," he warns. "And trust me, there are things far worse than this lurking." Sterling wonders how many still exist. Seraphina says that info is useless. They have to keep fighting for even a glimpse of hope. Alistair says that won't be necessary. He's going to explain exactly how to defeat a monster like this. "If you want to protect the future, you must become stronger than I am right now. And you must truly contemplate what a domain really is." Everyone begins to question what he means. Alistair activates his domain. The world shifts, and Seraphina is left completely speechless by the sight. His domain creates a shimmering barrier, shielding everyone present from the chaos outside. Lionel gasps. Is everyone seeing this? Every trace of metal in the air is being consumed. Sterling realizes it isn't just metal. Every single element here has been devoured by Alistair's domain. "Only the fire element remains," Sterling warns. "Control your mana or his power will eat you alive." A noblewoman cries out in terror, "Can we even escape?" while Seraphina stares into the flames. Arthur tells them running was never an option. The second his barrier snapped shut, they were already deep inside the beast's throat. The monster thrashes, desperate to break free from the boy's grip, but Arthur just laughs. There is no way out now, not from this. The borders of his magic are jagged like iron teeth. As the space shrinks, the girl realizes the blue fire is burning hotter than a dying sun. The spectators are breathless, watching the carnage unfold. They can only wonder what kind of name Arthur will give to such a terrifying power. Lord Cedric barks at the others to stop being reckless. "Don't be fools," he warns. "Watching a master at work is a gift you'll never see again." The abyssal inferno is just too much to handle. The creature's healing factor is fast, sure, but the fire is faster, eating it alive before it can recover. Suddenly, Cedric freezes as a cold sweat breaks. This feeling, it is hauntingly familiar. It feels exactly like the Great War 20 years ago. He remembers the day clearly. The day the strongest knights of the realm were wiped out in a single, brutal blow from the Shadow King. He couldn't see well from the distance back then, but he vividly remembers those same eerie blue flames dancing on the ancient monsters. A chilling thought hits him like a physical blow. Arthur's presence is just as suffocating and dominant as those world-ending beasts from legend. Inside the flames, Arthur is absolutely starving. Using that soul-eating magic drained him completely. He needs to feed, and he needs to do it fast. If he doesn't find a source of energy soon, his hunger might turn him toward the very people he is trying to protect. That's a risk he can't take. He sinks his teeth into the creature's essence, starting the feast. The monster screams, "How? How can a mere boy wield a fifth-tier domain?" It rages, claiming such power was only granted by the Shadow King 𝒚𝒂𝒂𝒃. A human shouldn't even be able to touch it, let alone master it. Arthur doesn't care about its excuses. He keeps tearing into it, and soon the entire capital is bathed in a ghostly blue light that can be seen for miles. Across town, Sir Alistair orders his carriage to a sudden halt. He steps out, eyes wide as he looks at the nightmare unfolding on the horizon. The aura is bone-chilling. His companion whispers that any student who survived this is lucky to even feel such raw, terrifying power alive. Alistair says nothing. He just watches the blue fire lick the sky in total, stunned silence, realizing the world has just changed. Arthur breathes out, finally satisfied. He nearly starved to death there, and honestly, this thing is going to take some time to digest. But the rest is short-lived. The ground begins to crack, and a massive earth dragon bursts through the stone right in front of the young man. The beast tracked his energy flare from moments ago. Arthur just smirks and gives the dragon a rude gesture. He's already eaten until he's full. The dragon roars in pure fury, but before it can lunge, Sir Julian charges in with his blade drawn, ready to defend the boy. Lord Cedric isn't far behind, weaving massive oak roots into a shield to protect the survivors from the dragon's wrath. The common soldiers shout to Arthur, "Our magic might be weak, but we'll give everything we have to hold this line." Young Leo screams that he will become a legend one day. Arthur smiles. Looks like his little demonstration of power actually inspired them. It's a good sign. He realizes that the seeds of the world's salvation have finally started to take root in these people. He slices through incoming vines, but one catches him off guard. Suddenly, his mind is dragged into a dark, psychic link with the king. Arthur feels his strength being siphoned away. He tries to fight it, but the connection is absolute, and he discovers he can't stop the drain. A voice booms in his head. "Pitiful human, this power is not something your fragile species can ever hope to withstand." The voice demands he surrender his core. "Give it up and I might let you live. Refuse, and you'll be condemned to a cold, dark death." Arthur just chuckles to himself. He can smell the fear in that voice. This thing isn't threatening him, it's absolutely panicking. The monster lunges, asking how he could possibly know that. Arthur's eyes glow. "In my past life, I was one of the 4 sovereigns." He challenges the beast to come and take it. The monster snarls back, promising to shatter his soul into 1,000 pieces for his arrogance. Arthur just laughs at being called fragile. He's got the soul of 2 entire lifetimes packed into one body, and he isn't going anywhere. The psychic network starts to shatter. Arthur realizes that by absorbing the forbidden rain, he's become something entirely new. He's no longer just a pawn. He's like a rogue queen born into a colony, finally free from the original hive mind's control. Back at the battle site, Julian looks around frantically, asking where the boy went. Lord Cedric just shakes his head in disbelief. "He's gone," Cedric sighs. Even though the kingdom was hunting him like a criminal, the kid still chose to save every single one of them. One of the survivors trembles, looking at the old man. Was he serious? Are there really more monsters like that one out there? Cedric looks at the carnage and replies grimly, "The world needs to know the truth. Everything that happened here must be reported." Back at the Citadel, Arthur thinks about the hierarchy. He compares himself to a new queen ant born deep within the colony. The natural order has been shattered. He's emerged as a new ruler before the old predecessor could even die off. As he changes his clothes, he realizes his true potential. He is a monster king now, with the power to forge his own kingdom. It isn't just a simple power-up. This is a total, revolutionary transformation that has changed the very core of his being. As he leaves his room and sees his colleagues, he gets a wicked thought. Now, he can start building his very own monster legion. One of his knights looks at him, shaking, saying something's felt wrong lately. Like a sleeping beast is waking up inside his chest. Alaric just grips the man's shoulder, keeping his voice steady. He tells him it's fine. That's just the seed of hope finally stirring. But deep down, Alaric is worried. If hope is waking up, there's a damn good chance a seed of despair just opened its eyes too. Meanwhile, Silas is bowing before his uncle, apologizing for failing the royal selection. He's disgraced the noble house, and he knows it. He snarls that he should have just ended Alaric right then and there. But his uncle just steps forward, silencing him with a single look. "Watch your tongue," the Duke warns. Nobody expected that brat to survive a psychic blast from a high transcendent. It's unheard of. There's a terrifying possibility they can't ignore anymore. The boy might actually be a carrier of the legendary azure ember. The Duke turns to his lead seer, demanding to know if the rumors are true. Were those the hallmarks of the ancient blue flame? The woman is literally trembling. She describes flames so intense they don't just burn, they erase. They incinerate everything they touch. She swears those flames felt alien, like they were pulled from another dimension entirely. The aura coming off them was just wrong. She catches the look on Silas's face and gets even more frantic. A mere academy freshman having that kind of power. It's insane. That level of raw energy isn't something you can just hide in a pocket. It's a mountain of power disguised as a boy. The Duke nods, taking it all in. He believes her. And that's exactly why he's giving the order, "Get the hunters ready, now." The seer is confused, but the old man doesn't stutter. He just got word. Traces of the azure ember were spotted in the wild. She's joined the pursuit team immediately. Then he looks at Silas. "Forget the boy. Focus on becoming a 5-star paladin." It's the only way their family survives the chaos. That invisible monster has already wrecked their influence enough as it is. Silas promises to do his best, but he's not stupid. He knows his father just wants him strong enough to bait that monster. See, the bloom of eternity can supercharge a knight's training, but the risks are nightmare fuel. It's a gamble with your soul. Use it and you might get godlike power, or you might turn into a literal beast, or worse, you just get burned to ash. Alaric touches the bloom, noticing the petals have sealed shut. He panics for a second. Is the connection gone? Is he locked out? He needs that eternal flame. His family's entire future is riding on him mastering this power before their enemies close in. Suddenly, a voice echoes in his skull. It's hungry. It wants to feel his fire. Alaric freezes. Is the flower actually talking to him? He realizes it is, probably because he's already absorbed part of its spark. The flower makes a deal. It wants monster genes. If he wants the flames, he has to feed it. He needs to bring it the essence of the creatures lurking near the academy. Back at the dorms, Alara is mid-bath when she realizes she forgot her clothes. And Alaric, he's sitting right there in the room. She's trapped. She can't exactly walk out, but Alaric doesn't give a single damn. He tells her half this room is his now. Alara starts yelling, but he's stone cold. He basically tells her if she wants her dress, she can come out and get it herself. Eventually, she has to beg for help. Alaric sighs and uses his spirit vines to toss her one of his own oversized tunics. Her own clothes are buried at the bottom of a trunk, so she has no choice. She pulls it on, face turning bright red. She's dying of embarrassment, but then she sees him. He isn't even looking. He's completely focused on his own notes. She asks what he's doing, and he turns around with this creepy little smirk. "I'm going to inject my essence into you," he says. Alara's heart nearly stops. "You what?" He says it again, totally serious, and she goes full nuclear. "You absolute pervert." He doesn't stop, just starts walking toward her, saying it'll be over quickly. Alara doesn't wait. She blasts the room with lightning. Alaric barely dodges the bolt. He realizes then that he might have phrased that genetic experiment thing a little bit poorly. His new instincts are getting impulsive. His power lets him dominate monsters in exchange for mana, but maybe not on her. He decides to test it on a rat first. Let's see if he can turn a common pest into a world-ending Godzilla. Suddenly, his comm stone starts vibrating. Alara is spamming him with angry stickers, which actually makes him stop and think. She's so different in this life. In the past, she was a nightmare who spent every waking second ruining his master plans. He messages her back, saying he's just going out to catch a rat for a quick test. She has absolutely no idea what he means. Out in the forest at midnight, Alaric feeds his power to a rat. It mutates into a massive, ferocious beast in seconds. But it's too much. The creature can't hold the energy and just, pop, it explodes. Alaric looks up and that's when he sees it. He's worried about how different she's been. In his past life, that girl was the ultimate chaos factor, always showing up to wreck his best-laid plans. Julian shoots her a quick text. Going to catch a rat for an experiment. Sophie just stares at her phone, having zero clue what that's supposed to mean. Out in the Blackwood forest at midnight, a beast begins to transform into something truly horrific and bloodthirsty. But then, boom, the creature literally explodes because it can't handle Julian's raw power. He looks up and spots a strange beam of light nearby. A flash of light streaks toward him. Alaric barely dodges, springing up instantly. "Who's there?" he demands, eyes piercing the dark woods. Out of the towering oaks, a massive shadow looms. It calls his name. Then, the moonlight hits. It's Duke Arthur, the Academy's formidable headmaster. The Duke doesn't mince words. He knows. He knows Alaric is the Azure Spark. "No need for the nerves, boy," he says calmly. Arthur claims he's not here to hunt him, but Alaric, he plays it cool, totally clueless. "Old man, what on earth are you talking about?" "I've got places to be," Alaric says, turning to walk. But Arthur, he's not letting him off that easily. He stops him cold. Arthur reminds him who pulled the strings. "If not for me, you'd never have set foot in this academy," he says, testing him. He wants a little appreciation for his efforts. Alaric stops. He turns back, his face a mask of polite, suspicious confusion. "I'm not the spark you're looking for," Alaric insists. He adds that he's honored by the Duke's honesty, but he's lying through his teeth. Boom, Arthur uses a wave of gravity magic to force Alaric into a chair. Then comes the reveal. Alaric's body is a freak of nature. His muscle density, it's nearly 3 times that of a normal boy his age. He's basically a living, breathing human tank. Alaric tries to laugh it off. "I guess I'm just built different," he jokes. Arthur just sighs, mentioning his secret research project. While the Duke talks, Alaric actually uses the old man's pressurized magic to massage his own shoulders. Talk about absolute nerves of steel. Arthur explains his obsession, the cursed bloodlines. People who carry the genes of ancient beasts, a hidden and mysterious genetic chain. His studies prove that these transcendents are superior. Sharper minds, more vigor, they're just better than the average person in every way. The beastkin are the same. Their bodies operate on a different level. Strength, metabolism, they leave normal humans in the dust. The more monster genes they have, the more powerful they become. It's a direct correlation to their raw physical dominance. "According to your exams," Arthur says, "you're one of them. A carrier of the transcendent bloodline. The secret is officially out." Arthur admits he scrubbed the records. He kept Alaric from being expelled and shoved him into the final night trials himself. Alaric gets up to leave. "Just send the divine nectar like you promised," he grumbles, trying to end the conversation right there. But Arthur's got one more card. He saw someone burying treasure the night House Fenwick's alchemy lab was burned to the ground. He knows it's the nectar. "I'll go dig it up," Arthur says with a smirk. "We can share it." Alaric is stunned. "You're a thief," Alaric shouts, but the Duke just laughs it off. He sees noble intentions in the boy, whatever that means. Arthur thinks burning that lab was actually a good move. If the Crown found those genes, Alaric would be in deep trouble. They'd shove a tracker in his neck and treat him like a lab rat. Cooperation wouldn't be optional, it would be a life sentence. The Duke reveals he had Sir Gareth cover up Alaric's whereabouts that night. He's been protecting him from the very beginning. He even had Lady Alinar hide the 𝑬𝒗𝒆𝒏𝒆's appearance near the village. For now, the Inquisition is looking elsewhere. 5% of the world carries these genes, and every single one is being hunted or watched by those who fear them. People are terrified they'll lose control and turn into mindless beasts. So, Arthur asks the big question, how does Alaric stay sane? Alaric keeps his poker face. "I'm not the spark," he repeats, but Arthur warns him, if they don't control this, people will die. "Everyone around you will get hurt," the Duke says gravely. Alaric finally stops pretending. He mentions the spark might have a solution. But there's a catch. From a human perspective, this solution might be absolutely terrifying. It could spark a global panic. Arthur is confused. How could control be a bad thing? Alaric just looks at him. "What do you think monsters actually are?" Arthur thinks they're just a new group we don't understand yet. But Alaric's view, it's way more organized and way more dangerous. He explains that monsters are like an ant colony, and by pure coincidence, the Azure Spark became the king of a rival colony. "A single ant isn't a threat," Alaric says, his voice dropping low. "But 5,000 of them, that's an army you can't stop." Arthur is floored. The realization hits him like a truck. Alaric isn't just surviving. He plans to lead every single beastkin alive. "You're putting me in a tough spot," Arthur admits. He can't officially back a rebellion, but he'll support Alaric's choice regardless. Alaric grins. He literally jumps on the Duke's shoulders. "The Spark wants the Beast Lord's soldiers," he says with a wild look. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Lord Malachor is moving. He orders all the beastkin to be rounded up in the alchemy shed immediately. Alaric knows this is the moment. The perfect place to finally come face to face with the legendary Deathbloom. Suddenly, the ceiling erupts. The Deathbloom vine drops down, scaring Alaric's companion half to death. The nightmare has officially arrived. The monster starts devouring the prisoners, but it's disappointed. "Too weak," it hisses. "Not enough power to satisfy my hunger." It needs a real vessel, a body that can actually handle its true, terrifying strength in the heat of a real battle. "Give me a host," the plant demands. "Do this, and I'll grant you power beyond your wildest, darkest dreams." The transformation begins. High stakes, dark magic, and a power that could shatter the kingdom. This is just the beginning. Sebastian decides to take the creature's deal. His aide is horrified. Why on earth is his young master bargaining with a monster? Arthur tries to slip back into the dorms unnoticed, but he's caught red-handed. Jane is waiting, demanding to know where he's been. He asks if she'd believe him if he said he was just chatting with Lord Sterling. Jane isn't buying it for a second. She starts pummeling the poor guy, declaring she won't stop until her frustration is completely gone. Then, just as suddenly, she quits. She tells him to go ahead and finish whatever he was doing before. She sighs, realizing he's terrible at explaining things, so she decides she'll just have to take the lead herself. But before she can move, Arthur uses a shadow tentacle to inject her. Jane freezes. What did he just do? He calmly explains he's just sharing his cursed blood with her. Terrified, the girl bolts for the door. She collapses onto her bed, face burning. She totally misinterpreted his vibe, and now she feels like a complete idiot. Laying there, she realizes Arthur really has changed. He's not the same person he used to be. The next day, Arthur watches a clip of Lord Sterling's granddaughter. He notes she's the only other person with such high beast essence. Down at the infirmary, Julian, who's stuck in a wheelchair, tries to reach the button on a vending machine. An arrogant knight sneers at him, saying if he's too crippled to move, he should have stayed home. The man shoves Julian's chair aside like trash, claiming he's in a massive hurry. Julian is fuming. He already paid for that drink. The man just grabs the can for himself. The jerk tosses a few coins on the floor as change and scoffs. Julian snaps, swearing he'll kill him. A guard steps in, telling the boy to calm down. After all, he got his money back, right? But Julian is seeing red. The guard warns him they're here for the cursed blood assessment. No trouble allowed. The thief laughs, saying that kind of violent behavior is exactly what you'd expect from a monster. He calls Julian a waste of kingdom resources and turns to leave. Then a massive explosion nearly takes his head off. Gwendolyn appears, having punched a hole straight through the masonry. Pure power. The guard reminds her that as class president, she's supposed to be an example, not a wrecking ball. She just smirks. She was simply retrieving the money that belonged to her friend. Julian is speechless. Gwendolyn strikes the wall again, sending those floor coins flying back at the man's face. She points out he dropped some at Julian's feet. Then she asks, very politely, if he'd like to pick them up. Terrified, the man starts scrambling. Gwendolyn casually grabs Julian's drink and hands it over. She introduces herself as the girl with the highest cursed blood in all of Ironhold Academy. She grabs Julian's chair and tells him they've got to move fast or they'll miss the big test. As they roll through the halls, Julian worries. Carriers have to stay calm or they'll turn into full-blown beasts. He's convinced he'll be fitted with a poison collar by sunset. His secret will be out for the whole world. If he ever loses control, that collar will inject a lethal toxin instantly. Game over. But Gwendolyn doesn't pity him. She says it's actually great. On the carriage, people will move aside just to avoid him. She tells him not to sweat it. Maybe one day, the royal alchemists will find a way to control the curse. Back at the dorms, Arthur tells Sophia his plan. He's going to meet the person with the highest essence count. Sophia isn't letting him go alone. She insists on tagging along for the ride. In the lift, a student asks Gwendolyn if she's nervous about the upcoming risk assessment. He hopes the academy won't make them wear those restrictive security collars like they did last year. Sophia notices Arthur staring and teases him. Apparently, he has a thing for white hair and purple eyes. Arthur is confused, but she changes the subject, complaining that their carriage is taking forever. Arthur narrows his eyes. The delay is definitely weird. Then he catches a strange, metallic scent in the air. A masked assassin is at the reins of the approaching bus. He's spotted his target. He realizes Arthur is a high-level threat, a rank 4 abyss walker trapped inside a confined space. Arthur doesn't hesitate. A mystical chalice appears in his hand. He rips a metal bar from the carriage frame. He hurls it with impossible force. The metal slice shears the entire vehicle in half like paper. The assassin is stunned. How did he do that much damage with such a tiny amount of power? With a roar, the assassin condenses a massive horde of iron together before leaping from the wreckage of the carriage. He admits that trying to crush his target under a bus was a rookie mistake. Now he's done playing around. To finish the contract, he'll have to go all out, and honestly, he's itching for a real fight. This is the perfect moment to test the dark powers he ripped from the Everbloom. But before he can even blink, bam! 𝒐𝒏𝒆 strikes him right in the skull. The assassin is reeling. His head is spinning as he wonders how a kid ranked as a mere Tier 3 knight could possibly move that fast. 𝒐𝒏𝒆 just looks at his hand. This new gauntlet feels like a part of his own skin, though it still can't quite match the raw power of his own bloodline. Without missing a beat, the young knight calls the Lord Commander. He casually mentions he just took out a piece of trash who definitely had it coming. He asks the commander to sweep up the mess, but there's a catch. He needs an escort to the Royal Hospital immediately. Why? Because he's got a gut feeling that things are about to go south there. 𝒐𝒏𝒆 warns his allies that this assassin is likely a zealot from the House of Fen. Handing him over to the High Inquisition might be the only way to squeeze out the truth. Meanwhile, his mind is racing back to the hospital. In his past life, nothing happened there, but this time, the air feels heavy. The vibes are completely off, and he knows a storm is coming. Inside the ward, a healer gives Lady Alina the grim news. Her strength is now triple that of a normal man. The beast blight is rapidly consuming her. She's becoming a monster, and the healer insists she can't take another step without her silver binding shackle locked tight. Alina sighs, promising to keep the device active as she heads out. Just then, her grandfather, Duke Sterling, calls with a heavy heart. He asks if she passed the danger assessment, but Alina admits she failed. The old Duke chuckles, calling his granddaughter far too carefree for her own good. But he's got a plan. Someone important is coming to see her, someone who might finally break the curse of the 𝑫𝒊𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒔. He begs her to cooperate with this visitor, but Alina is skeptical. She wonders if this special place he's talking about is just some rundown ruin. She tells him there are people who need that miracle more than she does, but the Duke isn't having it. Alina, you're in more danger than anyone. He shouts that if he loses her, he'll never be able to look his late daughter in the eye again. It's a heavy burden to carry. Alina doesn't want her grandfather's legendary reputation tarnished by her curse, so she hangs up, cold. Back at the command center, the Lord Commander mutters to himself. Everything depends on 𝑫𝒊𝒆𝒔 making the right choice now. Elsewhere, young Percival is struggling with his own shackle. It's itchy and uncomfortable, but the alchemists warn him to stay still. One wrong move, and the lethal poison needle inside the collar will trigger. Sudden death. In the middle of the tension, his sister calls. Percival tells everyone to shut up. He puts on a brave face and lies through his teeth, telling her he passed the assessment and is headed to a play with friends. Outside the facility, a girl starts a live stream to show off the mysterious building. But then, crack, the ground begins to splinter. It's a nightmare. The girl watches in horror as the entire hospital begins sinking into a massive, yawning abyss in the earth. Screams fill the air. People are crying out for Lady Alina. Fear sets in as the stone walls start buckling and collapsing inward. The hospital is about to become a massive underground tomb, but Alina isn't hiding. She taps into her cursed strength to catch the falling debris. She's holding up tons of rock to save the civilians, but she ends up trapped in the dark with them. Total chaos. A young man tries to play the hero, telling everyone the royal sentinels will save them. But Alina knows better. They need to move fast. She tells the crowd to run for the exit because she has a duty on the 18th floor. The boy pales. The 18th floor. That's where they keep the high-level blight carriers. By now, everyone up there has likely turned into a full-blown demon. Alina ignores the warning, trusting that she can handle the carnage. But then, a sickening wet sound comes from a woman's throat nearby. The crowd freezes. Is she turning? The boy steps up, weapon drawn, claiming it's his job to put down the monsters before they turn. Alina tells him to stand down. She'll only strike if the woman truly loses her soul. Her companion tries to soothe her, but it's too late. The transformation is instant. A horrifying creature erupts from the woman's skin, and her boyfriend turns right along with her. Before the beasts can tear into the screaming civilians, Alina moves like a blur. She eliminates them both in a heartbeat. She tells the survivors to keep moving and promises to lead them out. "Don't lose hope," she says. "The rescue team is coming." Miles away, a carriage thunders down the road. The passenger mocks the Lord Commander, calling him far too slow for this crisis. They're going to be late, very late. Duke Sterling looks at 𝑫𝒊𝒆𝒔 with grim eyes as the report comes in. It's a catastrophe. The entire hospital has vanished into the earth, swallowed by a massive land collapse that's left nothing but a hole. As the lady began her transformation, the crowd was paralyzed with fear, knowing her lover was also a monstrous beast. But before any innocent blood could be spilled, she wiped out the threats and swore to guide the survivors to safety. She told them the king's knights would arrive any moment. Elsewhere, in a traveling carriage, someone complained that the academy director was being far too slow. They wouldn't make it in time. The sovereign then informed our hero that the great infirmary had completely collapsed. It was a massive disaster. The ground itself had given way, pulling the entire structure into the dark abyss. Trapped, Alaric finds himself buried under a mountain of stone alongside the blighted carriers. Just as the rocks seal them in, he commands Cedric to focus on one thing: getting those academy students out alive. As Cedric takes charge of the rescue, Alaric can't shake the feeling that something is seriously wrong with this whole setup. Still, a mission is a mission, so he accepts. but he has one condition. He wants his entire unit to regroup at the Great Hall immediately. No exceptions. Meanwhile, Alaric is struggling. He tells his sister, Alara, that he's starving. It's like a void in his gut. Even if he eats until he bursts, the hunger just won't stop. Alara nods, knowing that pain all too well. She explains that she suffered the same gnawing hunger until she drank the elixir of vitality, which finally settled the beast inside her. That's when it clicks. Alaric remembers someone stealing his supply of the sacred elixir. He's not letting that slide. He's going to get it back, one way or another. Alara warns him to keep his cool, though. He's grown terrifyingly strong lately, and she's worried he might accidentally end someone's life if he loses his temper. Suddenly, a noble boy steps into Alaric's path with an attitude. He's got something to say, and it's not friendly. He demands that his comrade be released from Alaric's team immediately. But Alaric, he's way too hungry to deal with this nonsense and barely even listens. Alaric looms over the boy, demanding his elixir of vitality back. The brat refuses, clutching the stolen prize and acting like he's untouchable. Big mistake. Alaric wins up a punch. The boy just sneers, confident that his magical shield can withstand anything Alaric throws at him. Wrong. Alaric shatters the shield like it's made of thin glass. The boy is absolutely paralyzed with shock, unable to believe how much Alaric's raw power has skyrocketed. Just then, Lord Sterling arrives. He's looking for Alara and Alaric because the High Command wants them specifically for his elite strike team. The onlookers are stunned. These two siblings are actually being handpicked for a mission by a legendary knight like Sterling. It's unheard of. Back at the infirmary, Alara tells the nervous clerics to stay calm. She promises they won't turn into mindless beasts, but the head scholar isn't convinced. He reminds them they are all ticking time bombs. Every patient on this floor carries the blighted gene. One bite, and it's all over. They'll turn into monsters in seconds. And it's not just them at risk. There are high-ranking officials and valuable staff members trapped down here whose lives are worth a fortune to the kingdom. The scholar sneers, admitting that if it were up to him, he'd execute every carrier right now to stop the threat before it starts. Alara's blood boils. She growls that he's being way too extreme. Ignoring the old man's hate, she turns to her friend, Yang, showing off their new security collars. "Look," she says with a grin, "now we both have these matching marks. We can ride the royal carriages together." She tells Alaric to show some spirit. She insists that as long as the sky doesn't fall, there will always be people who care for them. But her speech is cut short by a violent tremor. An earthquake. Suddenly, the world goes topsy-turvy as the magical foundations fail, sending everyone floating in a zero-gravity void. Then, just as fast, gravity slams back. Debris rains down from the ceiling, threatening to crush everyone, but the scholar uses his magic to shield the group. He's terrified, claiming they're all in lethal danger now. Sterling tells him to get a grip. If he lets his prejudice cloud his mind, he'll lose the focus needed to keep everyone alive in this chaos. But fate is cruel. A monster lunges from the shadows, sinking its teeth into the doctor from behind. The entire group watches in horror as he's torn apart. It's over for him. They have to move, and they have to move now. If that beast finishes its feast, it's going to evolve into something even more unstoppable. The problem? The glass and doors on this level are reinforced against spells, and the guards are already lining up their crossbows. Two female sentinels watch the group like hawks, ready to fire the moment anyone makes a suspicious move. Then, the boys realize something else is lurking nearby. Another creature is closing in. One of the young men panics, realizing that even if they keep their minds, being bitten means they'll eventually become the very monsters they fear. Alara doesn't have time for a debate. She shouts for everyone to move, then slams her fist into the stone floor, punching a massive hole straight through to the level below. They tumble down, and Alara catches her breath. She tells them that as long as they hold onto their humanity, they can make it through this nightmare. Up on the surface, the Citadel's vice president surveys the ruins. The entire wing is buried under tons of rock. The survivors down there are in a desperate spot. He explains the plan. They need a rescue operation handled with extreme precision. One wrong move, and the shifting rocks will crush the entire infirmary. After some quick scouting, they find 2 viable entry points through the old city's underground aqueducts that lead straight into the heart of the hospital. The Duke announces that 2 elite extermination squads will lead the charge. Their job: clear out the sewer beasts and secure the carriers inside. It's a dangerous hunt. They'll be facing monsters in the dark and blighted carriers who might have already lost their minds within the hospital walls. But the rewards are massive. The kingdom will grant a bounty for every team that assists, and for every soul saved, the price is high. We're talking 10,000 gold coins and a rare vial of the sacred elixir for every person rescued. Lady Beatrice arrives at the gate, ready to sign her team up. The old registrar scoffs at Beatrice's request. She's never heard of this team before and asks if they're just some bunch of rookies looking for a payday. The woman wants veterans, not beginners, but her assistant whispers that they have no choice. Every other mercenary and knightly order is already deployed. The old woman sighs, worried the hospital's name is mud because of her, but the nurse tries to keep her spirits up as Beatrice stands firm. Beatrice declares they are ready for the mission. She pulls out her device, informing her contact that they've secured their 2 points of entry. "Stop blocking the other routes," she commands. On the first path, Lord Sterling takes the lead, his cape fluttering as he prepares to dive into the dark. Meanwhile, on the second route, Alaric is narrowing his eyes. Something about this accidental collapse feels staged. It feels like a trap. He warns his team to stay back and not get reckless, but they aren't listening. They charge forward, straight into the shadows of the deep. Seeing Alaric raise his magical gauntlet to bar the path, Cedric steps in, realizing the boy is dead serious about stopping the crowd. He warns everyone to stay back for their own safety, but the noble students just get irritated, scoffing at Alaric's supposed arrogance. Nervously, one of the young knights tries to laugh it off, claiming he was just joking. After all, dueling within the academy walls is a massive crime. But Alaric isn't playing. He throws down a challenge. A circle of honor where the last one standing inside wins it all. He tells the whole lot of them to come at him at once. Don't worry, he won't call them cowards for ganging up on one guy. A girl laughs, boasting that the last time she fought in a circle, her opponent was so scared he literally wet his pants. Then a young noble steps forward, refusing any help. He's convinced he can take Alaric down in a one-on-one duel. He watches Alaric closely, noting how the boy is using his ascended aura to condense massive amounts of raw iron into his blade. "Bigger isn't always better, kid," he mocks, figuring a weapon that heavy will drain Alaric's mana until he's completely helpless. He gives one final, smug warning. "Watch yourself, because my blade is legendary and absolutely indestructible." Alaric just grins and thanks him for the tip, admitting that, honestly, this giant sword is the only trick he's learned so far. He hasn't mastered any fancy techniques yet, but with his new bloodline essence, he just wants to see how massive a weapon he can forge. The crowd gasps as the sheer weight of that slab of iron causes the stone floor to crack and splinter under the pressure. Everyone is stunned. They can't believe this kid is actually holding that mountain of a weapon with nothing but raw, brute strength. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Alaric asks if they're ready. The knight starts sweating, wondering if he's actually about to get hit by that thing. Someone mutters from the sidelines that even with that size, there's no way the sword is actually practical in a real fight. The knight takes the bait and lunges first, but his strike doesn't even leave a single scratch on Alaric's monstrous weapon. Then, with one casual swing, Alaric sends every student near him flying through the air like leaves in a hurricane. Even Alaric is shocked by the sheer force of the impact. The others scramble up, unharmed but looking completely humiliated. He just keeps whistling, swinging the sword back and forth like a toy, declaring it the perfect tool for their little circle game. One girl, absolutely fuming, screams that she's going to destroy him, but 30 minutes of chaos later, the match is still going. Breathless and glowing with sweat, Alaric realizes his control has spiked. As the dust finally settles, he decides to call for a breather. He waves to the exhausted crowd, promising an even bigger surprise next time, leaving them all staring in total dread. They can only watch him walk away, wondering what kind of nightmare this boy is planning to unleash on the kingdom next. Suddenly, the magical speakers in the royal infirmary roar. The Inquisitors have arrived for the rescue mission, so find a safe place to hide. Inside a pitch-black room, Lady Alina whispers for her companions to be silent. One noise, and the monsters will sniff them out. She tells them to just hold on until the reinforcements arrive. Surely the Citadel guards are already clearing the halls outside. But doubt starts to creep in as she realizes she hasn't seen a single guard, besides the one knight who escorted them here. Valen starts to sweat, muttering that things have gone horribly wrong, but Alina tries to keep him calm, hoping the guards are just late. She tells herself the guard rotations are probably just running behind schedule, but the tension in the room is thick enough to cut. Then a bone-chilling roar echoes from behind the door. Gareth whispers that maybe, just maybe, the beast hasn't caught their scent yet. But the pressure is too much. One of the boys starts to lose it, hyperventilating as the group desperately tries to quiet his panic. "I am too weak," he sobs, and in a horrific flash, he mutates into a beast, alerting everything in the hallway to their location. Someone screams to run for the exit, but Alina barks back that they can't. The hallway is likely crawling with more monsters. Valen draws his steel, swearing to put down their fallen friend, and tells Alina to find a way out while he holds the line. He'd already braced himself for this, knowing he was a cursed soul whose transformation into a monster was almost inevitable. But before the first blow lands, a burst of brilliant blue flame erupts, and the monster falls through a massive hole in the floor. The teenagers freeze in shock. Could it be? Have the Royal Inquisitors finally broken through the walls to save them? Gareth notes that blue fire only comes from a fourth-rank beast or an ascended master, and he's praying it's a human. If it were a monster, they'd be dead already, but something feels off. Why is the rescue team so eerily silent on the lower floors? He decides to head down and check the pit, but Alina snaps an order to Valen, demanding he stop the boy before he gets killed. Valen tackles him just in time, but the boy argues that this hole might be their only chance at escaping this nightmare. Alina warns them that while some masters use blue flames, so do the ancient monsters, and caution is the only reason they're alive. She tells them to stay sharp and move with absolute care, because one wrong step down, there could be their very last. The young man can only nod, his hands trembling as he whispers that he's absolutely terrified of what's waiting in the dark. To stop him from turning into a beast, Beatrice literally forced a grin onto her companion's face, demanding he keep that fake smile plastered on no matter what. It's a psychological trick, keep the brain fooled, and the transformation can't take hold. Arthur then whispered that the corridors were deathly quiet, maybe giving them a window to bolt. But the second he cracked that door open, pure nightmare fuel, the entire hallway was absolutely packed with monsters. He signaled the others to stay back. They were totally boxed in. Honestly, it was a miracle the creatures hadn't caught their scent yet. He turned to the class president, desperate for a plan. They were trapped like rats, and it was getting weird that not a single royal exterminator had shown up to clear the infirmary. Suddenly, they remembered Arthur's sister was supposed to be visiting him on the 4th floor of the radiology wing, and the thought of her alone in this chaos was terrifying. Elsewhere, a small group of survivors finally hit a designated safe zone. Beatrice wondered if the worst was finally over, but then 2 strangers stepped out of the shadows. They claimed the hospital crisis was under control and told everyone to just wait for the rest of the guard to arrive. These were Lord Sterling's men, and they boasted about already rescuing every single person trapped in the building. But Beatrice noticed the security guards slumped on the floor. The man brushed it off, saying they were just exhausted because an incident this big had never happened before. Red flag alert. Beatrice found it suspicious that every single guard decided to take a nap at the exact same time. Then the man looked her dead in the eye and told her she should rest too. That's when it clicked. This was a mind-bending spell. Beatrice snapped back that she wasn't tired and demanded to know if they'd reached the people on the 18th floor yet. The man's partner cut in, explaining that the entire level was locked down tight because of the emergency protocols. She told them not to worry, claiming everyone was safe in their rooms. When Beatrice asked about the medical staff, the woman's tone went cold. She basically said those people weren't a priority right now. She then asked if Beatrice was planning something reckless. Beatrice didn't flinch. She said she'd find a way to the 18th floor from the outside of the building. Sterling's subordinates did not like that one bit. Meanwhile, at the main exit, a heated argument was breaking out. A mage was complaining that stabilizing the collapsed structure with arcane powers would take at least an hour. An old woman pleaded with them, saying the people buried underground didn't have that kind of time. The man just got nastier, shouting at her to stop interfering with his proper preparations. That's when Sir Alaric stepped in, cold as ice, asking if this man was ready to take responsibility for every single life lost because of his ego. The man was ready to blow a fuse at the kid's arrogance, but before he could scream, an overwhelming, soul-crushing pressure hit him. He couldn't even breathe. Alaric just smiled, a terrifying look, and asked why the brave knight was suddenly shaking like a leaf. He ordered the man to move aside. The man tried to stammer out an excuse, but Lady Alara cut him off with a warning. Say one more word, and she'd end him right there. As they walked past, the man stood there paralyzed, wondering what kind of monsters he'd just crossed. Alaric didn't miss a beat, stating out loud that this whole mess had to be the work of House Valerius. The old man was confused, but Alaric had finally pieced the puzzle together. Watching the kid's face, the man started to panic. How much did this boy actually know? Back inside, Beatrice made a run for it. The woman yelled after her, asking if she was crazy enough to climb the elevator shaft. She lied through her teeth, claiming the route was blocked and that they only wanted to help her rescue the others. They rounded the corner, but Beatrice was gone. Suddenly, she swept past them like a gale. She explained that in a place this quiet, the wind tells you everything, and their movements screamed that they were about to murder her. Beatrice demanded to know what they did to the guards and what their real endgame was. Instead of answering, the young man unleashed a psychic explosion. The pain hit Beatrice like a physical hammer to the skull. She realized then that these people weren't just stopping her, they were actively trying to put her in the ground. The woman lunged with a lethal strike, but Beatrice barely danced out of the way. If that hit had landed, she'd be nothing but red mist. To make matters worse, this guy was a 4-star master of the arts. She wondered who the hell these high-level killers actually worked for. Before she could think, another psychic blast rocked her. His partner saw the opening and landed a brutal, heavy blow. Beatrice took the hit hard, leaving her seriously injured and coughing up blood. The woman stood over her, cold-blooded, saying she'd finish her off and make it look like a monster did it so House Valerius stayed clean. But Beatrice wasn't done. Using the last of her strength, she summoned a gust of wind and bolted into the sky. The man barked at his partner to chase her down, but she hesitated. That sector was sealed off by the young Lord Valerius himself. He didn't care. He told her that if their master's plan was compromised, they were both as good as dead. After she finished, the girl harnessed the wind and vanished into the clouds. A young lord ordered his soldier to pursue her immediately. The soldier hesitated, knowing that sector was Lord Sterling's private land. But if their master's hidden plan was at stake, if they're caught, it's game over. As they creep through the dark stone passage, the noblewoman wonders exactly what her master's endgame really is. Someone trips over a rogue tree root, but the knight snaps that they just need to find Lady Clara. Meanwhile, the woman sighs, thinking their target is likely a corpse by now. But the young knight isn't having it. His mission is clear: find her dead or alive, no exceptions. Deep in another tunnel, a mercenary grumbles that the team distribution was a total joke, especially since the legendary Alistair was stuck in that specific group. Sir Julian explains that the Duke made his own granddaughter the top priority, which is why he put the heavy hitters on her security detail. The lead scout smashes a hole through the stone wall, announcing that the stage for the grand rescue is finally set. The knights reach the terrified civilians, telling them to stay calm. They're safe now, or so they think. Elsewhere, a young mage opens a new escape route, telling her partner to watch her back while she widens the rescue channel. But when she turns around, he's gone. She's absolutely livid, searching the shadows for her missing teammate. The refugee she's helping tells her to stay focused on the task, but she just snaps back, telling the commoner to keep his mouth shut. She's not in the mood. While our hero, Alistair, stalks through the dark corridors, he stumbles upon one of the palace guards knocked out cold. To wake him up, Alistair uses his own foot. Gross, but effective, the guard bolts awake instantly and starts trying to revive his fallen comrades. Alistair figures Seraphina must be near the 184th floor, but he quickly realizes the way to the great spire lift is buried under tons of rubble. If the lift is out, the stairs are the only option. But suddenly, his senses tingle. He smells the distinct scent of ancient bloodline energy. He reaches a thick wall and can feel the vibrations of a brutal fight on the other side. And then, a smell he recognizes all too well. He punches a hole through the stone, wondering if House Valerius is running some kind of secret operation in the shadows. Immediately, he's blocked by a mass of writhing tree roots. It's clear now, the Inferno Wraith is definitely involved in this mess. Alistair realizes this is like a predator and its prey working together. Totally unnatural. He actually starts laughing at how insane the situation is, but that laugh, it draws the attention of the root monsters instantly. Perfect. Now he won't have to waste time hunting down the Valerius laboratory just to find that Inferno Wraith. The bad news: this thing has the power of a 5th stage entity. In his current state, he's got zero chance of winning a head-on fight. He hoped things would be easier now that he and his team were stronger, but this demon isn't waiting for them to level up. Now, it's even worse. The Wraith has teamed up with House Valerius to tear the kingdom apart from the outside. Those tentacles are fast, sure, but they're nothing compared to the Wraith's true, terrifying form. He bets the demon hasn't fully regained its strength yet, which means it won't dare use its full power just yet. Alistair taps into his abilities, shredding the vines. He knows their master isn't strong enough to take on the whole world, at least not yet. Then it hits him. The demon hasn't fed on the guards yet. It's waiting, hunting for something much more special. It's after Seraphina and the others with the ancient bloodline genes. It's a feast for a monster. Alistair realizes his normal powers won't cut it anymore. It's time to bring out the big guns, his 4-star beast form. Suddenly, Alistair undergoes a massive transformation. His hair turns a glowing blue, radiating pure, raw energy. With one single swing of his arm, he unleashes a shockwave that absolutely devastates the creature. He laughs, watching the beast struggle. Apparently, this monster can't stop him after all. But then, more monstrous vines erupt from the ground. Seriously, how many of these things are there? He dodges the tentacles, knowing he needs to clear a path straight to the 18th floor of the spire. Alistair starts smashing through the walls like they're made of paper, worried that if he keeps this pace, he might actually lose his way. Meanwhile, Lady Clara is taking a brutal beating from a noblewoman who mocks her, saying she'll never reach the 18th floor. The woman sneers, asking if she regrets helping those pathetic monsters, but Clara doesn't give her the satisfaction of a word. Instead, Clara just spits right in her face, ultimate disrespect. The noblewoman loses it. She screams that she'll kill the girl herself, but then the wall behind them explodes. Alistair steps through the dust, sensing 3 familiar scents. The woman demands to know who this brat is. He doesn't answer. He just looks at his injured friends and asks one thing: "Did you do this?" Enraged that another intruder is in her way, the woman lunges to attack, but Alistair catches it with his bare hands. She's stunned. How did this kid just deflect her mercury explosion with nothing but his palms? Before she can react, Alistair grabs her head and slams it into the dirt. He finds it hilarious. She thought he was burning her, but he was actually draining her. Her partner stands there, frozen in shock. A blue flame. Alistair is playing a whole different game now. Silas promises that if the man spills House Sterling's secrets, he'll be spared, but the coward tries to run anyway. Bad move. The corrupted vines shred him instantly, and Alaric watches with cold eyes, calling the man nothing more than a snack for the tower's horrors. Once they're clear, Alaric tries to wake Alina, who had passed out from the shock. She wakes up blushing, claiming she's totally fine, just a bit rattled. Then she gets bold, asking if Alaric plans on descending from the heavens to rescue her every single time she's in danger. Mood absolutely killed. Alaric drops her flat on the stone floor, telling her to stop talking rubbish before demanding they get to the 18th level. He tells her to use that same flight magic she used back in the Great Forest so they can bypass the stairs. Alina winces, saying her arms are completely broken, so she'll have to use her legs for the spell, which means Alaric has to carry her the whole way. Alaric notes she seems to be enjoying this arrangement a little too much, but with monsters closing in, he doesn't have much of a choice. Just as the beasts swarm, Alina triggers her magic, and the two of them begin to levitate straight up into the darkness. Alaric uses his sheer physical power to help them punch through the upper levels, noting that these creatures have infested every inch of the spire. It's a mess. He watches as Alina expertly weaves countless wind elements through the air, mapping out the fastest route to the top. She's acting as their literal GPS, finding the ideal path through the chaos as quickly as humanly possible. Alina admits she's burning through her energy reserves, but she swears she won't collapse until her brother is safely rescued. Alaric decides it's time for a boost. He starts pinching her thighs, causing her to jump in pure embarrassment. It looks weird, sure, but he's actually injecting her with a raw stimulus of monster essence to jumpstart her fading strength. Immediately, Alina feels her soul fire ignite. Her transcended genes are burning like a furnace, and her power starts flooding back into her veins. Elsewhere, Silas meets with the primordial bloom, reporting that the target is finally trapped and that no one suspects the blue specter is actually a monster. He explains that stealing the kingdom's essence was the perfect lure to find the strongest bloodlines, allowing him to confirm the trap was ready. The creature is pleased, telling Silas he's earned a reward for his loyalty in setting this all up. Upon receiving a surge of forbidden power, Silas is ordered to hunt down his prey and deliver the final, crushing blow. The bloom dismisses the interference from the other survivors as nothing but food, leaving that cleanup job to its top subordinate. As far as the monster is concerned, the game was rigged in its favor from the very beginning. Meanwhile, Sir Julian warns the others that strange, moving plants are beginning to crawl through the hallways. Lady Beatrice doesn't hesitate. She punches a massive hole through the wall to create a new exit for the group. Julian worries she's losing her cool, but she insists she's perfectly calm. However, the breach allows the monstrous vines to start pouring in. Julian recognizes them as the same horrors from the pits below, and Beatrice remarks that they look like tentacles ready to drag them to hell. The group is pinned. They can't escape through the doors because the monsters have already occupied the hallways. Suddenly, Silas appears among the writhing tentacles. Julian is relieved, thinking a knight has finally come to save them. But then, Silas starts laughing. He tells them he didn't come to help, even though Julian reminds him it's his sworn duty to protect civilians. Silas sneers, saying these teenagers don't deserve saving because, in his eyes, they aren't even human anymore. He asks who would ever go through the trouble of rescuing trash, like them, before opening fire on the young man. He uses his vines to bind the remaining survivors, but then, boom, Alaric smashes through the wall of the room like a juggernaut. Silas stares, finally realizing why he lost to a child during their last encounter. Alaric realizes that his opponent has finally seen through his disguise, but he doesn't have time to worry about it. Silas lunges forward, his arm mutating into a horrific claw as he strikes at Alaric with everything he has. Alina is terrified, wondering what kind of nightmare power she's looking at, but Alaric suddenly throws her toward the children. He orders her to focus on saving the people while he handles the monster. She reaches her brother, checking to see if he's still alive. Alaric blocks the attack with such earth-shattering force that Alina wonders if this is even a battle between mortals anymore. As the tentacles charge at the captive boys, Alina realizes she has to wipe them all out at once without hurting the kids. She feels like she can actually do it. Her bloodline is going wild ever since Alaric's boost touched her. Harnessing the surging power, Alina unleashes a massive gale, calling her new ultimate attack the Tornado of Love. 𝒐𝒊𝒆 screams at Alaric, claiming his last defeat was just a fluke and a streak of bad luck. He brags that he now possesses the strength of a demon, a power that no ordinary human could ever hope to equal. He unleashes a devastating strike, boasting that his demon master has already slaughtered 17 4-star elite knights. The impact is massive as he tries to end Alaric once and for all with a single, unholy blow. Arthur reached world-class status with that single legendary move. Then, he demands to know exactly what nightmare power the boy's monster has granted him. 𝒐𝒊𝒆 scoffs, promising he'll find a way for the young knight to inherit the power of the Balrog too. But there is a catch. If the young man surrenders his soul to the demon, all his past sins will be washed away. But Arthur isn't buying it. He has finally uncovered the rotting corruption hidden deep inside his rival's body. He asks 𝒐𝒊𝒆 if he truly understands the path he's chosen. 𝒐𝒊𝒆 just smiles, claiming he's pushing every survivor to their absolute peak so they can finally seize control of their own destinies. Arthur calls him a complete fool. He isn't leading anyone to freedom. He's dragging the remains of humanity straight into the abyss. Knights don't negotiate with their prey, Arthur growls, charging forward. He's sick of seeing 𝒐𝒊𝒆 act like a mindless slave to a beast. In a flash of violence, he impales 𝒐𝒊𝒆 with a jagged bone shard from his own arm. But 𝒐𝒊𝒆, he just laughs through the pain. He doesn't care about being a slave to the darkness. As long as he holds that godlike power, he'll pay any price. He strikes back at Arthur, screaming that he's the one actually saving this world. He honestly thought the hero would understand his sacrifice. Arthur's response? He refuses to sink to that level. He shatters 𝒐𝒊𝒆's defense and buries a heavy fist right into his arrogant face. "You're a walking corpse," Arthur warns. That demonic energy is literally devouring his noble bloodline and erasing his humanity. He offers to purge the corruption and save his life, but 𝒐𝒊𝒆 refuses to go back to being a weak human ever again. Arthur doesn't give him a choice and rips the demonic filth out anyway. 𝒐𝒊𝒆 loses his mind, screaming in fury as his power evaporates. In a desperate final move, 𝒐𝒊𝒆 commands his cursed briars to strike Arthur from the shadows, catching him completely off guard. He sneers, comparing the hero to a trapped fish gasping for air, and that is a wrap on this epic showdown. If you're hooked and want to see what happens next, smash that notification bell, and I'll see you in the next one on the channel.